Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Became US Marine Movie. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, a baby who has been snatched by a strange force outside the Shinobi world on the same day he was born, which coincided with the same day of the Kyubi's attack on Konoha. Raised in a strange environment for any shinobi and with the name of Jason Miller, an athletic, intelligent and brave young man, added to a prodigy in every sense of the word, entered the United States Navy Marine Corps at age 18, being captain of his own squadron about to be promoted in rank. He will return to claim his title as heir and support his brothers, where the shinobi world will see the difference between a shinobi and a soldier highly trained in various fields. Naruto is a computer and communications engineer, an experienced mechanic in disassembling and assembling vehicles from scratch, a helicopter pilot, and a user of various fighting styles and weapons unknown in the shinobi world. A change in the shinobi era is approaching. Chapter 1. The full moon was at its highest point in a starry night sky, brilliantly splendored. Unfortunately, for the people of Konoha, a night like this was not a night to enjoy, as the peaceful silence of the night was filled with the noise of the chaos happening around them. Currently, the Kyubi was unleashing its fury throughout the village, destroying homes and killing its inhabitants. To the citizens of Konoha, it was the Kyubi, the nine-tailed demon fox, a force of nature, a tremendous force of power that can create tsunamis and destroy mountains with one of its 9 tails. Many wonder how the Kyubi attacked their village, but for now, the village's shinobi were fighting with everything they had to prevent the beast from destroying their homes and killing their families. When battle was halted, the shinobi gained hope when their great leader appeared atop a large summoning toad and landed on the Kyubi. He was the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As the Kyubi was about to unleash another devastating blast of chakra, Minato used his famous Hiraishin no Jutsu to teleport himself and the Kyubi away from Konoha to a secluded area about 10 miles away. It was then that all of Konoha's shinobi saw a loud and powerful explosion in the distance, following a deflection of a Biju Dama's chakra being, which thanks to the Hiraishin he managed to deflect. With Minato, the Kyubi released a powerful Biju Dama in the area where Minato transported it. Near the Kyubi was Minato and next to him was his wife Kushina. When they saw the destruction caused by the Kyubi, both Minato and Kushina heard the screams of their greatest treasure they have. In Minato's arms, he held the person they loved the most, more than each other at this moment. With them was their newborn son Naruto, who would later be their firstborn. Even though Minato and Kushina were happy that their baby was okay, they both knew that if they didn't stop the Kyubi now, their precious legacy would die right here and now. Minato knew what had to be done, and he was prepared to do it. Kushina also knew what had to be done as well. She was the first to assault the Kyubi when Minato created the barrier to prevent the Kyubi from escaping. Kushina unleashed her chakra chains on the Kyubi to immobilize it. Minato then noticed how weak Kushina was becoming since she was now the Kyubi's former Jinchuriki. So the Kyubi being ripped from her was leading to its death. She wanted to protect the two people she loved the most by making sure the Kyubi was gone for now. Minato saw what she was doing and decided to do what he had to do, not only for Konoha, but for the future as well. He stopped Kushina before she could begin sealing the Kyubi inside her again. Minato, Kushina knows the only thing, that didn't make me Hokage, but a man and now a father to my son that you gave me. I can't let you die like this. Kushina, but Minato, this is the only method there is 3cc can be sure of SS save both of them. Minato, Kushina while shedding some tears. Kushina, don't cry, after all today is our son's birthday, the only thing I regret is not being able to see him grow. Minato was speechless, so his wife continued, Kushina, but thinking about that all of us being one family, I couldn't be more happier than that. Minato was silent for a moment, until he had a look of determination on his face. Minato, Kushina, save your strength, you're going to need that to see Naruto again. Kushina was confused. I'll seal your remaining chakra inside Naruto with Hakufuin. Then I'll take the Kyubi with me since I'm not a host, I can use Shiki Fujin. As she gently places Naruto on the ground, Kushina was afraid of this because if Minato used the seal's power, then she would die. But Minato thought about what happened tonight, and told Kushina what he realized. It was because a masked man attacked Kushina that all of this happened. He then thought about what Jiraiya said about the child of prophecy, and now believed that it was his son since he was born at this moment. He told Kushina that he would seal the yang half along with Kushina with the hack, while he takes down the yin half with him in death. Minato began to create the hand sign, but before he could finish it, the third appeared behind him and knocked him out. Kushina was surprised to see the third one here. The third appeared and knocked Minato out with a good blow to the back. Kushina was surprised to see him there. Kushina was about to question him, but fell silent when the third said he would perform the jutsu in her place, as well as give her life. Kushina, Hiruzen, you can't, the vile village needs you. Hiruzen, the village needs Minato more since he is young, while Naruto not only needs his father, but he needs his mother even more. I heard everything Minato said and I have to agree with this decision, but instead I would be the one to do it. I entrust my children to you, and if you have children, that Naruto be like an older brother to them. Kushina was going to retort, but the old man spoke again. Kushina, I am old, I lost my wife to the masked man. The only thing I could do now, as my final act, is to secure the future not only for your son but also for the next generation, which you and Minato must lead. As he began the seals, the third unleashes the powerful Shiki Fujin on the Kyubi. He tore half of the Kyubi's soul and sealed it within himself. The third was surprised at how powerful it was as it numbed his body, but leaving his contract with Emma with Kushina, sealed half of his yin soul within him. Kushina went to Minato and took some of his blood to perform the summoning jutsu. She was able to summon Gamatoru, the sealing toad, to the battlefield. The third saw this and thought it was a good time, as he himself was running out of chakra because Hack Fuin had begun. The toad was surprised to be summoned like this. The third explained what was happening and gave him the Kyubi key. He accepted and went to Jiraiya to hide and explain. Once done, the third sealed the remaining Kyubi into Naruto. With that, the Shinigami, who had the third and Kyubi souls ready to be devoured in his stomach, where they would fight for all eternity. Before that, the third used the last of his strength to perform one last jutsu, which used the last of his strength to heal Kushina's body from the Kyubi being extracted from her. Kushina would now live, which was good since the third saw Minato start to wake up. Hiruzen thought, with this I can leave the future of Konoha to this family, as I know they can shape the boy's path to his destiny. I know they would help lead his generation to a brighter future when the time comes. Kushina was saddened that the third died in front of her eyes, but she was also very grateful to him, as he not only saved her life, but also her family and all of Konoha. She saw Minato starting to move. As he did, she heard her son sleeping peacefully. She couldn't be happier knowing that she and Minato could be with their son. Of course, it didn't last long since a strange light appeared around her son. Kushina gasped and tried to quickly catch up to him. But before she could reach him, he disappeared in a flash of white light. As Minato started to get up, he heard his wife start to cry. She was crying over the disappearance of her baby. Minato quickly asked Kushina what happened, and she told him. When reinforcements arrived, both Kushina and Minato just looked up at the night sky and cried, knowing their family was incomplete. As the shinobi gathered and took the third back to Konoha, Kushina said a silent prayer for her son's safety. In a kind of limbo, a figure with white wings accompanied by a being in a lotus pose were conversing. Figura alada, Hagoromo. It's been a long time, Archangel Michael. Miguel, I say the same, but this isn't a social gathering. What have you come for? Hagoromo, wishing luck to my son Kurama, tracing hand seals. Kurama, old man? Why do you summon me? Hagoromo, to ask you a favor. Kurama, I hear. Hagoromo, protect him and, if necessary, guide the boy on the right path. Kurama, to my Jinchuriki? He said, somewhat annoyed. Hagoromo, you may not accept it, but the boy must fulfill a role in that world and return to this one with his teachings. He will know nothing of this world, and perhaps in this world you will earn his respect. That is why I asked you to take care of him, protect him, and teach him something basic. Kurama, TSK, will I do it right? Miguel, in that case I should leave him going through a portal. Hagoromo, good luck, little one. In another world. It was a dark and stormy night in Los Angeles, California. While the loud thunder and lightning continued, Along with the heavy rain falling to the ground, some nuns and priests were at the orphanage in a certain church, making sure the youngest of the orphans were asleep. It was around midnight when one of the young nuns heard loud crying coming from the building. She quickly followed the loud noise to the outside of the church building. Outside, on the church steps, she saw a small boy, completely naked, soaked by the rain. The young nun saw this and quickly went and picked him up. As she did so, she saw that the only thing on him was a small pendant bearing a swirling symbol. Once she brought him inside, she calmed the baby by gently holding him and placing him in her arms, rocking him. Then, she quickly carried the child to the older nun. As she walked toward her older sister, she saw a couple of other nuns. They wondered why she was walking quickly, but then they saw the naked baby. She stopped walking to look at them. "Nun, Sister Amy, could you get me a blanket? This baby has been outside in the cold, wet rain. So, can you get something right now while I go to Sister Katrina's?" Sister Amy, along with the others who were with her, went to look for her. The sister who found the little boy, named Celeste, went to her older sister's office. Sister Katrina was in her office reviewing some documents when Sister Celeste walked in. She was about to ask why she was there until she saw her holding a baby. She was curious as to what Celeste began to explain about why she was cradling the baby. "Katrina, I see, but now, what are we going to do with this child?" They all saw that the boy had marks on his face along with a pendant. They wondered what it was, but quickly put that thought to rest. As she thought about this, Sister Amy entered the room with a warm blanket in her hands. This was a good thing, since Celeste could sense that the baby was cold and needed something warm. Sister Katrina considered reporting him to the police and offering to take the boy to the orphanage they run. It was the only thing they could do. Sister Celeste looked over, as if she were pleased, as her heart went out to the boy, since he had nowhere else to go. "Katrina, now how are we going to name it? Since it needs a name, I think I would leave that task to you, Sister Celeste, since you found it." "Celeste, how about Jason Miller, since I like that name?" Sister Katrina also agreed with the name, and went along with it. She then told Sister Celeste to take Jason to one of the empty beds to put him to sleep, which she did, and immediately went to put him to bed. Once Sister Celeste put him to bed and left him alone, a strange red aura surrounded him. Inside, "Karama, so Naruto's puppy will be named like Jason. This will be interesting." Chapter 2. Previously, all of Konoha was in an immense battle against the Kyubi. At the end of the battle, the third sacrifice in defeating the Kyubi saved the village. Hiruzen sealed it within Minato and Kushina's newborn son, as well as saving Kushina from certain death. After the battle, for some unknown reason, in front of Kushina's very eyes, Naruto disappeared without a trace. 14 years later, at this moment in his office, Minato was working and reading some documents. As he read them, his mind would sometimes wander to his work for his family. Looking at the photos on his desk, he couldn't help but think about what had happened over the years. 3 days after the Kyubi's attack, Minato announced how the Kyubi was defeated by the great third Hokage when he sacrificed his life in exchange for saving it. He decided not to announce that the Kyubi was sealed inside his son since, for all he knew, Naruto could be dead now. When the funeral for the third Hokage and the shinobi who fought the Kyubi was completely over, Minato turned to other situations to fix the village. After a few years of work and reconstruction, Konoha returned to its original state. During those years, the village began to prosper, especially after 5 years of work. The fourth couldn't help but look at the photo next to the one in which he and Kushina were pregnant. Next to it, Kushina was holding a baby in her arms. Except this baby was a red-haired girl. Even though they decided not to have another child because of Naruto, fate decided to give them another chance at being a family with Luck, their 14-year-old son, and Akira, their 7-year-old daughter. Luck was a child version similar to Naruto, only without the whisker marks on his face. Akira was a red-haired girl similar to Kushina with blue eyes like Minato. If no one saw that detail, everyone would claim she was a carbon copy of her mother. Another incident that arose was the Uchiha clan massacre, which occurred while he was on a one-day vacation. Minato and Kushina decided to take Erika and Luck away from Konoha to spend time together at the beach. They decided to stay until the next morning, and he told the council that he would leave his former student Kakashi in charge of all shinobi matters until his return. When he returned home, Kakashi immediately informed him about the massacre. Kakashi explained that he saw a lack of security near the Uchiha compound, as many reported not seeing any of the Uchiha clan police during the night. When he sent some shinobi to check the premises, they found only Sasuke alive, while the rest of the clan was killed. Sasuke explained that it was his older brother Itachi who killed them all, but hid the fact that he followed his orders by killing several Uchiha children, while he left it as a victim, under the promise of becoming stronger. Minato was surprised by this development, as he was far from it. News of the Uchiha clan massacre almost disappeared and hit Konoha along with its enemies who took it in stride. When Minato heard about it, he quickly asked Kakashi and some of his most loyal Umbu to investigate it, as somewhere in the back of his mind he thought something was wrong. When Minato thought about what happened, he couldn't help but think about his lost son. Although he declared Naruto dead, in the back of his mind, he thought he was alive. This was even more so since Kushina was convinced that Naruto wasn't dead, as she can feel it in her heart. Minato thought it was a mother's instinct on the matter, but knew that she would never question the bond of a mother with her son. He even asked his most trusted people to search for him or find any clues to help him return home: Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, etc. His thoughts were interrupted when he remembered that in a few days, the Genin graduation exam would be held. As he thought about the exam, he couldn't help but think of his own son, who should be taking this exam supporting his younger brother, as well as the others in his age group. While he was thinking this, someone else was thinking the same thing. Namikaze's mansion. Kushina was preparing lunch for the boy and her husband, who would soon arrive for his meal. Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, wife of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. She usually spends her time between home and working at the hospital as a nurse, eventually teaching the future kunoichi at the academy. While cooking, she couldn't help but watch her playful daughter Akira running around the backyard. Kushina just saw Akira playing with one of the summoning toads Minato summoned. As Kushina watched, she also kept her guard up from when Akira was young. An IWA assassin could have sneaked into Konoha and nearly killed Akira if Kushina hadn't sensed the person at the last minute. As Kushina watched, she couldn't help but imagine that the toad was her Naruto playing with her, Menma and Akira having their older brother to look up to. She remembered all the nights she would sometimes stay up until midnight or early morning, just to look up at the stars, hoping that her son was seeing the same thing. She remembered all the prayers she said before going to sleep, as deep down in her heart, she could still feel that her son was still alive, growing stronger and stronger in his everyday life. As she looked at Akira and Luck, she felt like something was going to happen soon, something that would change everything. Jungles of Colombia. In the dense Colombian rainforest, there was a hidden camp filled with many men surrounded by a 10-foot-high fence. These people weren't ordinary people. They were in fact FARC guerrillas, along with drug and arms traffickers. Currently, there was a shipment to be made here, along with the purchase of some hostile men. While the deals were being made, they were oblivious to what was happening around them. Approximately 3 miles away from the camp, a young American soldier was observing the area with his sniper scope. He was currently hiding behind bushes atop a piece of land that was approximately 3 stories high. He was behind the sun, ensuring that his scope wouldn't reflect the sun and reveal his position. As he watched, he couldn't help but admire his work as his plan to take out the camp was in its final stages. As he waited, he saw his intended targets emerge into view. With this, he readied his M107 .50 caliber sniper rifle to complete his mission. Normally, shots at this range that were far from perfect are nearly impossible, but for him, it wasn't a problem because he was currently the best sniper in the entire U.S. Marine Corps. He took his 2 shots at his targets, hitting them almost instantly. He shot his target in the head. He could now see that the guards were looking around and had discovered his position. The Marine already knew they were coming, so he was prepared. He aimed and fired at a certain spot near the entrance where vehicles were coming and going. That particular spot was hidden behind some barrels near the entry point. Inside the barrels was a grenade, placed under a heavy bucket, that was ready to explode once the small pin was pulled out. On top of the barrels was a large rock. He fired, hitting the rock, which fell to the bottom and hit the bucket, enough to dislodge the grenade, from which the pin and the grenade fell off. Before that, the guards and mercenaries climbed into the trucks to leave. They heard the third shot, just before leaving the camp entrance. It was after the first truck that the grenade exploded, igniting the barrels, which contained fuel. Everyone was surprised that the second truck stopped in place, which was exactly what the Marine had wanted. The explosion was only the first, as in the confusion, he fired again, but this time, he aimed at where the drugs and illegal firearms were. Those shots were just to trigger his other surprises. When the shots hit, it triggered a network of explosions that destroyed all of their supplies in the shift buildings, from the outside in, ensuring that no one could try to save them. Finally, the Marine looked out, where the blast from the front door triggered another set of explosives that destroyed the road and the first truck, somehow trapping the men. With that, the Marine said his goodbyes. While the men inside the camp were dealing with the destroyed supplies, as well as the men killed by the explosions, the Marine was already 2 miles away from their location. The Marine couldn't help but feel pleased with the situation, as he single-handedly handled a weapons/drug camp. After completing his mission, the young American soldier boarded a plane in Bogota as a civilian and traveled back to Los Angeles. The flight lasted 10 hours, during which the young soldier with blonde hair and a mustache relaxed with all his luggage in the cabin, leaving behind a Black Ops mission he and 4 other Marines had been assigned to complete. After landing at the airport, he found his car at a garage he always visits when he does these missions, paid the fee, and got into the vehicle, a blue Jeep Commander. After that he went to the base where the Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton was located, because he had a meeting with his superiors. Camp Pendleton. First voice. So you've completed the mission? Marine. Yes, sir. Second voice. Explain in detail what was written in your report, Captain. The Marine went into detail explaining his report after he submitted it. After explaining his actions, he waited for their orders. Once the conversation ended, they turned their attention to the soldier who was awaiting their evaluation. Third voice. After reviewing your report and statement, we can conclude that your mission was a success. Congratulations on completing the task yourself. Since this was a Black Ops mission, the details of your mission will not be disseminated. You may return to operations as soon as you wish. Thank you for completing this mission for us, Captain Miller. Naruto. Thank you, sir. The Marine in question was Captain Jason Miller, USS Marine Corps. After being debriefed on his last Black Ops mission, he returned to his apartment to rest from his mission, dedicating the next day to physical exercise. It wasn't that he didn't need it, but doing nothing bored him. Jason took advantage of this night to think about the mission, but then he began to think about his past at the orphanage and the care he received over the years. At first, he thought about when he started as a Marine, how he went through basic training. In everything he did before joining the Marines, he could have gone for another profession, given what he did as a teenager, just 15 years old. Many said he was too small, or too stupid, but for him, it wasn't a challenge he couldn't overcome, being one of the best. Regardless, Jason went through the training with great determination and strength. He worked and focused so hard that he even broke the current Marine Corps records in the training exercise, from the track to the firing range. The instructors were so impressed with his performance that he quickly rose to a higher rank than the other cadets. He recalled the times he was promoted to the rank of captain. The first time he was promoted, he was still a sergeant. He and the team he was with were on their way to investigate a possible Taliban camp in Afghanistan, which they had received intelligence on. If the camp was indeed a terrorist camp, they were ordered to report back and wait for reinforcements to clear it out. After checking it out, they confirmed it was a terrorist camp. The squad leader ordered them to fall back and call for reinforcements. Jason looked at the camp through his binoculars once more as the leader gave the orders. At that moment, Jason saw a pair of American soldiers being pulled out of one of the ruined buildings. Jason informed the team leader about it. He was surprised that the leader suggested they go along with the plan, even though he knew his potential comrades would die. Jason didn't want to leave them, so he decided to go against orders and save them himself. During the night, he gathered his gear and started heading back to the camp alone. He was surprised when 3/10 of the other Marines decided to go as well, believing they had to rescue them. Together, the 4 decided on a plan and struck while the going was good. Jason, or Naruto, would never leave a comrade behind. The plan the 3 Marines devised worked, as he and his fellow Marine found the American soldiers tied up and about to be executed. Both men silently took out the terrorist with their combat knives so as not to alert the other terrorist who was nearby, as they were all caught in the sudden explosion the other pair created to buy them time. They were able to rescue the hostages, just in time for reinforcements to arrive. Of course, during that time, Jason and his comrades struggled to get out of the camp while their fellow Marines came and helped. In the end, everyone turned out okay. He and the other three thought they were going to be court-martialed for disobeying orders and nearly letting a terrorist group get away. But to their surprise, one of the hostages was a high-ranking officer who had valuable U.S. intelligence. Because the four went to save them, they were only lightly punished but promoted to higher ranks. Jason himself was promoted from staff sergeant to first-class sergeant. The second mission, which he was promoted to sergeant major before, was to lead a team of 4, including himself, into hostile territory in Kenya, a country undergoing civil war. His mission was simple but still dangerous. His team was conducting a routine check that would take approximately a month to complete. Normally, this would be done by U.S. Rangers or other U.S. soldiers, but at the time, there were only a few men in the area, so Jason's team was sent to assist until other units could arrive. For the first 2 weeks, nothing happened. But after the third week, he and his team heard gunfire around the area. Jason ordered his men to be on guard and head toward the noise. Quickly, but cautiously, they went toward the noise. They saw a pair of American soldiers trying to escape the area with hostile natives shooting at them. Jason was about to order his men to help, but then he saw, after an explosion, that only 2 American soldiers had gotten out and were still moving. Jason ordered his second sniper to help him eliminate the enemy, while his other 2 men helped carry the wounded soldiers to safety with them. He and his men were awarded the Silver Star for their courage, while he received the Purple Heart for his injuries. The 2 Marines who accompanied him were promoted to Staff Sergeant, while the Marine who helped the SEALs escape and get medical help was promoted to Sergeant. He, Jason, was promoted to Chief Warrant Officer No. 3. Over the past 2 years, he has gone on several missions, which he has incinerated, worked on, and launched units for, while he personally decided to take on the more hostile missions, as Jason believed that on these missions, it is best to send the best to ensure that it is successful. His final mission, which saw him named captain, was during his last 2 months in the Navy Corps. He single-handedly handled an entire mission, as the survival mission on this final mission was to infect North Sudan and assassinate key personnel. Jason decided that if anyone was going to do this mission, he would do it himself, as he has the best chance of getting out alive. He assembled a team to ensure he could get in safely. After that, the team would return to the U.S. base, while he went off on his own. After a month, many believed he died on duty since the officer they wanted to kill was still alive. The United States was about to send a team to complete the mission. A week before the United States sent the SEALs, the officer was killed. The military scrambled to find the killer. In the end, North Vietnam was unable to locate the person or party that murdered the man, while the United States was left wondering what happened. A week before Jason's time was up, Jason returned alive to the nearest U.S. base along with copies of important documents that North Vietnam was planning. Jason not only completed the mission, but he surpassed it without fail. Because of this, Jason was promoted to captain and awarded the Navy Cross for bravery. Jason thought his 6 years in the Marines had truly transformed him into a strong warrior. While he was out of the country on vacation, high-ranking officials in the United States government asked him to conduct a covert operation a couple of months later, which he did, and now he lay there in bed in his apartment reminiscing about his Marine career and his life in the orphanage. When Jason was a baby, Sister Celeste was the one who cared for him. She was there when he cried, when he was scared, for everything. When he was 4 years old, that's where everything changed for him personally. During that time, he made friends with the other orphans. But during the time when married couples or single adults came to adopt a child, they would always reject him for adopting. Of course, he had no problems. He was cute for a 4-year-old and bright, but many parents seemed to reject him for some reason. He didn't know why, along with the nuns who worked at the orphanage, but he didn't care at all. The nuns would say he might be cute because of his whisker marks, but the families wouldn't even adopt him. Growing up, he worked hard at school with the help of the nuns to assist him with some of his studies. The nuns were surprised to learn that Jason's intellect was quite high for an 8-year-old. Normally, 6-year-olds would begin to learn how to use the alphabet correctly, or start learning how to count, but Jason was different. Thanks to all the attention Sister Celeste gave him, he was able to read, write, and do math at a faster rate. In fact, Jason received an IQ test, which labeled him a gifted child. Because Jason was so talented at a young age, Sister Katrina decided to let him attend a more advanced school. Of course, she had to wait until Jason was at least 8 years old or someone she knew could watch him before he went to high school. Jason was sent to high school for his advanced ability when he was 7 years old. During that time, he made friends with some of the other teenagers at the high school, especially the young girls. Of course, it was difficult for him to adapt to this kind of social order due to the age difference. This changed when he was walking back to the orphanage with Sister Celeste, passing by a newly built karate school. When Jason saw the students practicing the art of fighting through the window, it was like a light switch flipped on in his head. He wanted to learn martial arts, as he felt it was something that would become a part of him. Unfortunately, Sister Celeste informed him that he couldn't, as there was no money to pay for classes. This didn't stop Jason from trying to learn. In her free time, she would go to a nice, spacious area at the park where many people passed by to stay safe. She practiced punches and kicks for hours, even though she had no wrestling skills. After the first 2 weeks, she went around the neighborhood to do a choir dance around the yard, mow the lawn, and do other things. Sister Katrina didn't see the problem since she was still keeping up with her studies and thought it was good to know she was working hard to achieve what she wanted. It was after Jason's 3rd weekend of training that an old Chinese man approached him. He asked why he was working hard to learn how to fight. Jason admitted he was cool, but then said he felt he needed to learn, as if it were a part of him. The old man decided to test Jason with a simple philosophy lesson. Jason figured it out after a few days. It was then that the old man began teaching him dragon and tiger kung fu, a style that Jason took seriously and developed into a great skill. When he learned to fight, he participated in martial arts competitions, winning most of the time thanks to his tuition, which earned him a couple of cash prizes. During the competitions, Jason always had to fight while holding back. He was one of the most athletic in his class and throughout the school in general, and he was captain of the basketball, volleyball, and soccer teams. Thanks to his great mind, he was also a chess champion and a champion in the academic decathlon. As he grew older, Jason began to expand his field, while learning about the lives of his sensei and the nuns at the orphanage. Over the next few years, he grew up with a mentor who was like a grandfather to him and learned a lot about life. Sister Celeste, along with the other nuns, helped him with his more personal life, such as girls and such. To him, it felt like he was being raised by an older sister, an aunt along with a grandfather. He was very lucky in this regard. As he grew older, he became interested in other things such as skateboarding/snowboarding, parkour, as well as doing some modeling jobs for some money, being one of the most sought-after teenagers in his neighborhood. Unfortunately, life wasn't so good, as his sensei passed away when he was only 15. Of course, with this, he began to question himself. Although he had many things to say, what he most wanted to answer was about his past, about who and what he was. The only people he could think about were his parents, whom he felt he needed to find. He enrolled as a trial in the Marines, where he remained as a cadet until he was 17. So, by the time he turned 17, he had already completed high school and earned his bachelor's degree in engineering and computer science. That's when he joined the Marines. During his time in the Marines, he completed another bachelor's degree in computer science, as well as an associate's degree in mechanical engineering. With that, he was able to leave the Marines after 6 to 7 years and get a job at an IT company developing software systems and other related fields. Finishing his thoughts with a good meal, he settled down to bed and slept peacefully without thinking about the future changes that lay ahead. Chapter 3. 1 month after the mission. Jason was currently working out at the beach. He was weightlifting, shirtless, which caught the attention of many young single women, 15 to 26, as he was only wearing workout shorts, had his shirt clean, with sneakers and workout gloves along with his iPod and his shorts along with letting his blonde hair stand up again. While Jason was sweating, he remembered that his master Kung Lao told him to not only exercise his physical body, but also his mental and spiritual body, which he knows means better controlling his superhuman powers, since in several dreams, he had already met his tenant, and he himself had helped to heal faster. Even the fox had already shown respect. He did not reveal anything about his past, since it was not the time, but he did help a lot. The Kyubi may be seen with hatred, but Naruto or Jason earned his respect and affirmed his true name, Kurama. Once he finished his 5-hour workout of running 8 miles for 1 hour, then 3 hours of weightlifting, mental training, and then 1 hour of parkour training to finish things off. Jason was very hardcore when it came to training. As he finished training, he received a call from an unknown number on his cell phone. Jason, hello? Voice, hello Jason, it's me, Admiral Williams. Jason, hello sir, how are things with you since I'm sure this isn't a social call? Admiral Williams, things are fine but you're right. This isn't a social call. I'd like you to return to the Marines for one last mission for us, as we need your best on this one. Jason, okay, what's the mission, or is it too important for you not to tell me because we're not on a secure line? Admiral Williams, yes, this is very important information that I cannot explain, but I tell you this well, it will be history in the making. Jason, I accept, sir. Naruto had thought it through very carefully and was already starting to work at a telephone and internet company. Once they finished talking, they hang up the phone and continue with what they were doing. 10 days later, Jason was currently at an Air Force base in Afghanistan. He was preparing to fly one last mission for himself as a Marine. As he prepared, he recalled the meeting he had attended a few days earlier about the mission. A week after the phone call, he met with Captain Parker at the Pentagon to discuss his mission. Captain Parker explained that he was going to be part of one of 8-man units heading to Afghanistan for a special infantry mission, and that he was going to lead them. Jason asked for details but was told he would receive the rest of the mission once he arrived. Jason accepted and left the next day. Once he landed, he went to look for the information. He met with his team, which included 4 Navy SEALs and 3 Marines. They greeted him, and he did the same. Now, in the meeting, all the units heard from each other, and each unit received its assignment. What surprised them most was that this person was not only an infiltrator, but also a capture mission for one of the leaders of the most dangerous terrorist factions, ISIS. The name of the target was unknown, but they were targeting this group for the Paris attacks and an attempted attack in London, for which the group claimed responsibility. After that, they began joking about bets, even knowing that women were present, who only added their 2 cents to the jokes. After the jokes, the order was given to rest, as the mission was scheduled to depart at 6 a.m., 600 hours. Jason was in a Sikorsky UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter, flying silently toward the drop-off point. He and his team were ready to begin the mission of all their lives. They were all prepared for this mission. The Marines and SEALs were equipped with standard desert assault gear, desert camouflage uniforms, with boots and gloves. They had their survival packs, water, first aid kit, map, ammo clips, etc. Everyone except Jason wore the necessary gear. Jason wore the same thing and had a similar backpack, but with some key differences. He had combat knives around his body, hidden or in plain sight. He also carried the M4 carbine with MK-18 CQBR upper receiver, equipped with aimpoint red dot sight and additional backup iron sights with 6 extra ammo clips, a 9mm pistol with only 7 extra clips. In basic terms, Jason carried a lighter load than most Marines. He had a wristwatch with a compass, sunglasses, and a cap that covered his golden blonde hair. As his team was ready to land, Jason recalled the conversation he had with Sister Celeste. Flashback. Jason was in Sister Katrina's office, busy with Sister Katrina and Sister Celeste. He was currently sipping tea, while both nuns were looking at him. It was then that Sister Katrina decided to speak. Katrina, so what's this surprise visit about someone as important as you has time to play? Jason, I just wanted to see you guys again, that's all. The sisters can say that something was bothering Naruto, but Katrina, so are you dying? Sister Celeste was stunned by this, but Jason simply remained calm. Jason, I don't know, maybe yes. Katrina, Jason, what are you talking about? Jason went on to explain that he's been having these strange feelings for a while. He told them this feeling was even stronger when he said he was doing one more mission as a Marine, saying it was as if his soul was telling him he was no longer needed in this world. Sister Celeste was worried about this and asked Jason if he could somehow deny the request, but Jason would say no, saying, "Marines don't run away." Sister Celeste was going to try to convince him, but Sister Katrine stopped her and started to say something to her. Katrine, so that's why I've been feeling so worried about you lately, huh? Sister Katrina explained that for a while, she, too, felt something was going to happen to Jason. As she walked, she saw things that reminded her of him. Younger children playing sports, and things that corresponded with bad luck, like a scraped knee or something he had done to him falling. Along with various reminders of Jason's life in the orphanage. Katrina, it seems that fate has decided to give everyone the opportunity to change. That left both of them stunned, because they did not expect. In addition, Katrina would leave Sister Celeste in charge of the orphanage, leaving her pleased. While both said goodbye to Jason, I will pray that one day you find the answers you are looking for. With that, Jason decided to leave and prepare to depart. He said goodbye to Sister Katrina, Sister Catherine, and the other nuns who were still there and helped him say goodbye. Vindel flashback. Jason's thoughts ended when he felt the helicopter slowing down, nearing the point of landing. With that, Jason ordered his men to move out. On the ground, Jason led them to the designated target's site, Konoha. A couple of days ago, the 4th was hard at work sending the new genin off on their respected D-rank missions. So far, so good, but of course there had to be one annoyance. Minato had to deal with Sasuke and Luck, saying that they need a more realistic mission than the D-rank assignments they gave him. Kakashi has been working with him to try and calm him down, while Luck and Sakura decided to back him up, one for being a fangirl, and the other for being a hyperactive. Minato thought about the graduation exam. He already knew that Sasuke had become Rookie of the Year, while he was surprised that Sakura had become Kunoichi of the Year since he'd seen the reports about her being a fanatic. As he thought about this, he also remembered what the council had wanted Minato to do. The civilian council wanted Minato to adopt Sasuke as part of the Namikaze/Uchiha alliance to prove that Konoha is much stronger, with Minato teaching Sasuke all his family secrets. Or they wanted Sasuke to marry Akira to pass on the Uchiha bloodline and gain more Sharingan users, as well as making Sasuke the heir to both the Namikaze and Uchiha clans. Minato of course rejected both plans, as he would not force his only daughter into an arranged marriage, and wouldn't even teach Sasuke any of his jutsus, as he believed Sasuke could accomplish great things on his own. He furthermore knew that the civilian council would not be able to reject their heir when they named him, as Luck and Akira were notified of their brother Naruto, so the children in their innocence prayed to Kami to be able to meet him. Sasuke for his part had told Minato about the massacre, where he informed that it was Danzo's order to Itachi, but that without proof they could not do anything to him, both agreeing to maintain the character of the black-haired boy as an emo child, because thanks to Mikoto, who was Kushina's friend, after her death Sasuke's legal guardian was Kushina, a kind of aunt to her and his second mother. Sasuke had to endure the stupidities of the civilians in the council. Also thanks to Kushina, he did not accept any woman to marry, also the civilian council. Minato can't help but remember all the times the civilian council wanted Sasuke to increase his strength and continue the Uchiha lineage, as well as get more Sharingan users. During this time he wished his son was here, as the civilian council would keep quiet about it since Naruto would be the heir, and they wouldn't do anything about it since Naruto would be in control for one day and help keep his sister safe and could put Sasuke in the protection of the civilians. Their attention was brought back when Kakashi suggested they take on a C-rank mission since he believed it would be fine with him. Minato just sighed and agreed. He gave them a bodyguard mission to keep a bridge builder safe until he completed the bridge he was trying to finish. While this was happening, Minato didn't know that his wish would come true, as soon things around all the elemental nations are going to change. Back with our favorite blonde named Jason, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. It was already 12 o'clock noon since the operation began. At 6 o'clock, Jason's unit secretly traveled to their assigned location an hour early. Jason quickly had his men do a quick reconnaissance of the building where ISIS might be. After obtaining the intel, Jason formulated a plan. First, Jason would go in alone and take out the outside. He plans to make a sloppy mess of his assassination, which would only be a distraction. Once the men inside the building realize there's an intruder, Jason signals his team with pistol shots. This would signal the SEALs to start shooting at any men in their line of fire in the opposite direction, which would cause the men to come to them. At this stage, Jason would continue to eliminate any enemy he encountered. After about a minute of shooting, the SEALs would sit tight, signaling the Marines to fire in the opposite direction, where Jason was, so the men would come running toward them. This would confuse the men, as they would believe they were surrounded and under attack from all sides. Jason would continue to take out the enemy inside, while the enemy coming out would be shot by 2 Marines. A Marine sniper would observe Jason as he concentrated on the front. As this continued, the SEALs would enter the building in all the confusion and search for the leader of this ISIS faction, while the Marines would deal with the problem on their side. After a brief pep talk to his men, the mission began. After half an hour of combat, the mission was proceeding smoothly, but the leader, accompanied by a contingent of his men, was trying to escape. One of Jason's men, who was on the second floor, informed him of this. Jason quickly jumped out of the second-floor window, landed on his feet, and connected with one of the trucks outside. He ordered them to come and follow, as the truck moving away belonged to the enemy. Jason drove the truck, fast and hard. Jason could tell the truck was heading for the country's border, and he knew his men wouldn't stop them. They would have to stop the chase as it could cause a problem with the internment. Jason decided to do what had to be done, and informed his men through his communication device. Jason, Sergeant Major Daniels. Daniels, yes, Captain. Jason, I've left the safety of our people in your hands. Make sure you capture or eliminate that bastard. Daniels, Captain. Jason, don't worry. I'll make sure this son of a bitch doesn't get away. Daniels, no, Captain. We can catch him. Jason, I know, guys calling the other Semper Fidelis. With that, Jason quickly drove to the other side to cross paths with the truck while his men continued to pursue the enemy. About 2 miles before the border, Jason was able to cross and get in front of the enemy truck, which was positioned in a canyon of sorts. Jason prepared to do what he needed to do. He planned to ram his truck in front of the vehicle and crash into it, while jumping out at the last second. After a moment of waiting, he shot down the truck. Jason was driving and drifting along the side road of the canyon. The enemy truck saw and thought about what he was going to do, so they started shooting at him. Jason made sure to dodge every bullet. Unfortunately, the truck left its front tire shot up, making it difficult to control. Jason was able to fire a few more rounds than the truck, which did the same, at least emptying 5 magazines from his M4. Jason was about to jump out, but his seatbelt wouldn't unbuckle. Jason braced himself, just as he was about to crash into the other truck. The enemy truck dodged, but not before slamming into Jason and knocking him and the truck off the canyon wall into a ravine. The enemy truck was able to stop in time and crash into the canyon wall, facing the first one, knocking out the passengers. The Marine and SEAL saw what happened and were shocked to see Jason fall into the ravine. After a moment of observation, the truck Jason was in burst into flames. The Marines and SEALs stopped the truck near the enemy truck. Half went to check on the enemy, while the other half went to see if Jason could get out. They saw no body near the truck. The only thing they could discover was that Jason was hit by a bullet and couldn't get out in time. Sergeant Daniels, feeling the pain of losing a comrade, spoke up. Daniels, he didn't do it for nothing. He died trying to protect the things he held dear. The men salute him. The entire squadron saluted their captain. While maintaining their silence, Sergeant Daniels reported this to the admiral, who notified the president himself and several congressmen, and decided to award him the highest decoration, the Medal of Honor, symbolizing his bravery and intrepidity at the risk of his own life, above and beyond the call of duty, while in combat against an enemy of the United States. Before the explosion, Jason was falling into the truck. As he fell, he thought of Sister Catherine, his sensei, and everyone important to him. He knew that death at this moment would make them very sad, but he was happy to know that he could have prevented another 9/11, Another Charlie Hebdo. Nice. London. Many lives had been saved at the cost of his own. Jason. Celeste, Katrina, goodbye everyone, he thought as he closed his eyes. Before he knew it, Jason suddenly disappeared into thin air, before the truck hit the ground and exploded, leaving nothing but a burning vehicle with some blood on it. Jason suddenly felt like he was in a place of nothingness, simply floating in it. He thought he would at least feel some kind of pain when he died, or not at all. As he continued to float, which felt like he was underwater, in a void, he wondered what would happen to him now, since he doesn't know what will happen next. When he closed his eyes to wonder what was happening, he felt a kind of warm presence near him. Jason opened his eyes to see a kind of light appearing in front of him. Before he could think about it, the light spoke in the voice of a young man, along with a gray-skinned man in a lotus position. Young man, Jason, or maybe I should call you by the name I once took from you, Naruto. It's time to go home. Jason, home? You mean California? Young man, no, I mean your true home, the one from which I snatched you from possible torment because of the burden you carry, with your true family. Hagoromo. I see you've taken good care of him, Kurama. An orange light came out of Naruto's body. Kurama, I've turned old. Jason, Kurama, what's wrong? Kurama, be open-minded, kid. It's time for us both to go home. We're going to give a big surprise at that place, smiling slyly. Hagoromo, I know you don't know me, boy. I am Hagoromo Akatsuki. In your hometown I am known as the Sage of the Six Paths. Young man, I am Archangel Michael. Surely the sisters of that convent have told you about me, smiling. Jason, well, in that case I feel more at ease. Miguel, boy, you can't go back to California. You're in limbo. You had a destiny to fulfill in that world and you've already completed it. It's time for you to return to your world and take everything you've learned. Jason, okay, I will do it with some conditions. I would like to take everything I have achieved, obtained, my weapons, technology, my vehicles, my house if possible, with a batch of infinite ammunition, since although I know how to create it, I do not know how much time I have to make more. My vehicles, that is to say my car, my motorcycle, my recreational boat, my gym at my house with all the instruments I had, all my computers, medals, and my faithful companion Nala, along with her offspring. Hagoromo, calm down, boy. Miguel, anyway, you were going to take everything you achieved, especially this one showing the medal he won after his death. Congratulations, Captain. Jason, the Medal of Honor? Kurama, you did it, Gaki. I'm proud. You're a hero. And I also learned some very good lessons on how to torture future Jinchurikis, smiling evilly. Jason, are you talking about Instructor Peterson's methods? Kurama, of course, if we return to where I think we will. Several subjects lack discipline and I will show those in charge how to command, especially the Kages who let themselves be carried away by civilians, thinking the latter. Leaving that aside, be ready to return. Miguel, I think this team is the right one, snapping his fingers. Jason, thank you. Miguel, I included your laptop, 2 iPods, a small speaker in case you want music to train, 8 chargers for your M4, another 10 for your pistols. Naruto has 2 on each side at the height of the ribs, plus 6 knives hidden where you always keep them, your training muscle shirt, smoke and explosive grenades, your disassembled sniper rifle in your backpack, along with 2 cartridges, your cell phone, money from that place, along with all your medals and a booklet that explains each one of them. That equipment. Then I equipped water in your canteen, the food they give you in the army for at least 20 days, and several extra knives just in case, along with a pair of binoculars and a first aid kit. All in your current size, since we have rejuvenated you a little, until you are 22 years old. Oh, I almost forgot, you have your 2 blue and white dress uniforms in your backpack. Jason, thank you. Miguel, in a few days, one of the Humvees will be parachuting down there with some extra food rations, one of those 50 caliber ones, a rocket launcher I know you use, more grenades, extra medical equipment, and various tools. Hagoromo, regarding your things, in your home, your room was modified without your parents' knowledge, and without them realizing it. We also created a large basement where we put your gym equipment, musical instruments, and other things you've acquired, such as alcohol from this world, non-alcoholic drinks, which we made an infinite supply of, for you to demonstrate cocktails and various cookbooks from this world, and solar panels for energy. Jason, and my vehicles and weapons? Hagoromo, next to your parents' home, There's a garage that only your blood can open. It houses your vehicles and cabinets full of your weapons, with infinite ammo. Your ammunition will run out, so use it wisely. Your other computers are in your room. Jason, thank you very much. Miguel, your 3 best friends will go there, but it will be your job to find them. Jason, thank you. Miguel, it's time for you to go home. Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, heir to the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. Jason, so that's what my parents' names are, huh? Hagoromo, Kurama, it's time. Kurama, I'm coming, old man entering the blonde's body. Miguel, go and fulfill the destiny that you have carved with your own hands. Naruto. After that, the place became dark for Naruto. Jason/Naruto was waking up and all he felt was grass. He opened his eyes to see that he wasn't in limbo, instead he was in a forest. He looked around to see that his backpack was next to him. He looked inside to see what he had, especially with the fact that he was wearing desert camouflage. He had everything they put in his backpack with an additional set of civilian clothes, and he was carrying his M4 in his arms. So he decided to enter a town where upon entering, he realized that the people seemed to be living in poverty. Some children were going around trying to steal food without getting caught. It made him feel sick when some of the children were malnourished. Sometimes the orphanage was poor, but at least they had enough to eat. He noticed that people looked at him strangely. His clothes, his weapons caught their attention. Upon finding out his language, he discovered that it was Japanese, one of the languages he spoke fluently, so he confirmed that he was in a place called Nami no Kuni. Chapter 4. Previously, Jason Naruto had arrived at a town called Nami, where the first thing he did was enter and look for some information. At the moment, after receiving the necessary information, Naruto decided to leave the town heading for the forest because he had a hunch he hadn't found his faithful friend Nala, a 3-year-old German shepherd, which he adopted after rescuing her from a clandestine dog breeding farm in California, a time when he was a policeman in the SWAT, as a kind of exchange and training for urban areas. As he went out into the forest, he heard a very familiar noise, his faithful companion, friend, and above all, family in the forest, protecting her young from some bandits who wanted to grab her. Naruto, Nala, come whistling. The German shepherd obeyed her master's call, taking the puppy in her jaws and moving away from the bandits, who looked at this strangely, but it caught their attention towards the boy with the strange clothes. Bandit 1, you have a good pet. Bandit 2, come on, friend, tell me how much you want for her, or else for the puppy. Naruto, they're not for sale, they're family. Bandit 1, come on, old man, let's go. I know you may not have money, we can help you and you can help us with a magnificent specimen of animal. Naruto, they're not for sale, seriously. Bandit 2, in that case, I think we should look for other ways, throwing ourselves at him with a kunai in hand. Naruto at that moment drew his weapon, which fortunately had a silencer, so when the bandit approached he just pulled the trigger, hitting him in the left eyebrow, killing him to the surprise of Bandit 1, who began to retreat in fear. Naruto, go away if you don't want him to do the same thing to you as he did to your partner, pointing his gun at him. Bandit 1, damn you, Gado-sama will find out about this. Before he finished speaking, a low sound was heard. Naruto had pulled the trigger again, killing him with a shot to the chest, right in the heart. Naruto, let's go. Nala taking the puppy in his arms and putting it between his chest and the vest. The faithful dog followed her master deeper into the village. Upon entering, Nala felt the sadness of the area, the hungry children sifting through the garbage. Naruto, who the hell would do this to these people? He thought with repressed fury, which had to be hidden for some reason. A child of no more than 4 years old, with serious signs of malnutrition, had caught their attention by making a gesture that would break many people's hearts. He had indicated whether he had anything to eat with his fingers pointing to his mouth. Naruto, you're hungry, right? The boy nods. Come, call your friends, I'm sure I can give them something, smiling at him. The boy wasted no time and went to find his friends, who were about 15 children. Naruto approached a nearby table and took off his backpack, taking out several packages of army food. He knew it wasn't very good, but given their situation, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Naruto, line up the kids. Did it here, giving 3 packages to each child. I know it's not much, but it will help you eat something. The children did what anyone would do. With tearful eyes they hugged him, saying thank you, after which they retired to eat. While Naruto saw this with a sad smile, because he did not like to see children like that, and more in his days in the Middle East where he saw firsthand what ISIS did in Sudan and the Congo, how the guerrillas beat infants to take their food. It was something he did not like to see at all. But then, a somewhat older child caught his attention. Why do you help them? No one does, there's no hope anymore. Are you playing at being a hero? A brown-haired boy with a dull look asked the question. Naruto. So I'm doing it to play at being a hero, huh? What's your name, kid? My name is Inari. And you? Naruto. My name is Jason. Captain Jason Miller. Inari looks at him confused. I am a soldier, but not one of those you are used to seeing. And about your question of why I help them, I am an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage, and after becoming a soldier, I traveled to several places where I have seen situations like these or even worse, and believe me when I tell you that with what I have seen this is very soft. But thanks to that, and my past as an orphan, I cannot see a child suffer and more. If I can be there, if I can do something. I do not do it because I want to be a hero, I do it as a human being. Inari was stunned by such words, to which Naruto only ruffled his hair to calm his thoughts. Naruto, and you're alone? Inari, I wasn't with my mom buying food, since my grandfather hired ninjas to defend us, or whatever. Naruto, if you want I'll walk you home. Inari, no need. Suddenly the sounds of a woman's screams are heard. Inari, okay-san as she runs away. Naruto just follows him, while he sees something morally unforgivable in his eyes. Two guys wanting to abuse a dark blue-haired woman who was carrying a basket with shopping. Bully 1, cheer up, darling, you'll have a good time. Thug 2, come on dear, you're going to enjoy it. You don't want Gato-sama to find out that you buy food without paying tribute, eh? That was the final straw for Naruto, and before Inari could jump to his mother's defense, he grabbed it and covered his mouth with a silent gesture. Naruto, do you think you can take care of him? Showing the puppy, to which Inari nods. Fine, I'll save your mother. Nala, you can take care of Inari. The German shepherd would nod. Tsunami, leave me alone. Bully 1, come on. You know what I want, cutie. Naruto, hey bastard, drawing his silenced pistol. Thug 1, yeah? A low but audible sound is heard. The thug falls dead with a bullet between his eyebrows and his eyes completely white. Inari could not believe it, much less his mother. Nala stood in front of him for any reason, while scared the other backs away a little. Thug 2, damn you, you fool, I'll tell Gato-sama about you. I swear, drawing a katana, die bastard. Naruto just let out another shot at his hand, making him scream in pain. Bully 2, arg. You're a bastard, what do you want? Naruto, just make you disappear. Trash, finishing him off with a shot to his forehead, then extending his hand to Inari's mother. Miss, are you okay? Tsunami, yes, thank you very much, she said, still nervous. Naruto, Inari, can you come? Tsunami, hey. Inari runs to hug him. Inari, Oka-san, are you okay? I thought that. Tsunami, shhh, I'm here now, my boy. Inari, Mr. Naruto, have giving his pet, it's a bit playful. What's his name? Naruto, would you believe me if I told you that I never gave him a name? If you want, you can give him one? Inari, really? Naruto would just nod. Let's see, Simba. Naruto, good name, and thinking, he hasn't seen the Lion King movie, has he? Inari, do you like little Simba? The puppy would wag his tail happily. Naruto, you see she has a name. Hanala, caressing his own. Tsunami, it seems that Inari likes you. Inari, of course, Mom. Tsunami, oh, how rude of me. My name is Tsunami. Naruto, I am Captain Jason Miller of the United States Marine Corps. The neighbors who heard what had happened came out murmuring among themselves. All they heard was about the gun, how reckless he was to kill Gato's men. Tsunami, I think we should go home. Inari, Naruto-san can join us? Naruto, I don't want to be a bother, Inari, but I think I'll look for lodging somewhere else. But don't worry that. Tsunami, no way, we don't have a spare room at home, but it would be rude to leave you alone and not return the favor. Inari, you can sleep with me. Naruto, if it's not a bother. Tsunami, no way. So the three of them set out on their journey to the family's house. What caught Naruto's attention was that Inari mentioned Inari, Mom, and the ninjas? He asked, somewhat annoyed. Tsunami, protecting your grandfather on the bridge and training. Naruto, and excuse me for butting into this, but isn't it your mission to protect you too? Tsunami, I think so, I'm not sure, I don't know what request my father made to Konoha where they sent a team of 4 genin and their jounin sensei. Naruto was somewhat upset, not because of Tazuna, since Inari mentioned something about a bridge as they walked, a bridge that could help bring people back. But he was annoyed that the ninjas could have chosen one to guard it, which he expressed in words, something that Inari expressed agreement with, especially admiring Naruto for what he did. Tsunami. That house is seeing a house on the shore of a body of water. The 3 of them, along with their 2 canine companions, entered the house, which looked a little more beautiful on the inside than on the outside. Naruto and Tsunami headed to the kitchen, where the blonde sat down at the table to remove his backpack and all his gear. Tsunami, would you like something to drink? Naruto, just water please. Inari, Jason and I, can you tell us where you come from? Naruto was surprised by how she called him, but just showed a smile along with a nod. Inari, what are those things looking at his pistols and his M4? Naruto, these are the weapons I carry as a United States Marine. That surprised both of them, especially the place where he mentioned. Inari, and what is their name? Inari, like every child his age, was very curious about what he saw. Naruto, this big one you see is the Colt M4 assault rifle, 60 bullets in its magazine, disassembling the weapon and reloading it by placing the safety on it infrared sight to see the target better, and 2 firing speeds. Inari, wow. Naruto, this is my gun, a small but equally lethal weapon, SIG Saucer P3 29mm pistol, of which I have 2. Inari, you teach me how to throw with stars in my eyes. Naruto, sure, but you're still small and weak, you'll have to improve your physique. Inari, yes. Tsunami, what is a Marine and what are the United States? Naruto, the United States is a very far-away country that I would like to return to, since it is my home, being a territorially large country, where there are very, very large cities. I have seen their maps, and the truth is that if I were to put together the 5 large Shinobi villages, the smallest city in the United States, it would be bigger than that merger that left the mother and child surprised. And answering your first question, the Marines are a military branch of the United States Army, responsible for providing force projection from the sea. Inari, while like a ninja. Naruto, no Inari, something better, since we don't do magic tricks but rather we go head-on with our own physical strength, and these weapons that as you can see are more advanced. Tazuna would enter with the Shinobi team who, upon seeing Naruto, were on guard, but Tazuna stopped them. Tazuna, Tsunami, who is he? Naruto, Captain Jason Miller of the United States Marine Corps. Tazuna, nice to meet you, I'm Tazuna the Great Bridge Builder. At that a Cyclops greets. Cyclops, I am Hatake Akashi Jounin Sensei of Team 7 composed of Uchiha Sasuke pointing to a black-haired emo boy dash. Namikaze Uzumaki. Luck, this name surprised Naruto, but he hit it. Sakura Haruno pointing to the pink-haired girl and Sai pointing to a pale man with a joy less than that of a funeral. Sasuke, hello, more emotional than Itachi pretending to be cold. Sakura, hello? Screamed the Banshee. Sai, hello, expressionless like a bicolor with a scar and daddy issues. Luck, hello, I am Luck Namikaze Uzumaki, future Hokage of Konoha Databao. Naruto, that last thing really surprised him. As a child he used to say the same thing, same verbal tick, which made him wonder if this boy was his brother. Tsunami, you see, father, he saved me from being raped by some of Gado's thugs. Inari, he also gave some food to the children of the village. Tazuna, hearing that, knelt before him. Thank you very much. Naruto, don't worry, you shouldn't thank me, anyone would do it in my place. Inari, Jason, come here, I'll help you get settled in my room. Naruto, okay, I'm going. Nala, Simba. The dogs came out with him, surprising the shinobi. Sakura, Kia, how cute, wanting to hug Simba, which Nala didn't like and growled. Kakashi, leave it, Sakura. Sakura, but why? Naruto, Nala doesn't like it when people scream and want to grab her cub if she doesn't know them. Sakura, okay, sorry. Inari, Jason, I can take it, pointing at the M4. Naruto, if you can carry it, of course. Inari tried to raise the weapon but couldn't. Inari, it's heavy. Naruto, haha, let me take her. Inari and Naruto left under the watchful eye of Team 7. Luck was drawn to him. There was something familiar about him. His training with his mother made him a sensor ninja, and he felt that this guy's chakra was the same as his, but more than anything similar to that of his mother and father, so they all followed them without them knowing. In Inari's room. Inari, I know it's not much, but Naruto, don't worry, I've been in smaller rooms. Naruto then took off his helmet and showed short blonde hair shaved on the sides, something that caught Inari's attention. Naruto, go on, make fun of it funny. Inari, I won't do it. It looks great on you. At that, Simba climbs onto Inari's bed. What are you doing, Simba? While he climbs on top of him and starts playing ha ha ha. Simba, stop, ha ha ha, you tickle. Naruto, if you want after this, you could keep it, smiling at him. Inari, but that won't make Nala feel bad. Naruto, Nala knows that if Simba is happy, as a mother she will support her cub's decision. After that, Inari helped Naruto unpack something, but she came across something that caught her attention, a blue uniform with some medals on the left chest. Inari, Jason, what is this? Naruto, I'll tell you at dinner since we have more ears listening. After Team 7 opened the door, Tazuna and Tsunami comically fell backwards. Tsunami, hee nervously, I was calling so we could have dinner if you'd like to come down. Naruto, of course. Luck, hey, could you show us the medals? Please, making the most adorable jutsu, the puppy dog eyes, something Naruto couldn't deny, since it reminded him of his childhood tricks. Naruto, of course. Upon disembarking, Naruto took the medals out of his uniform, along with his medal information book. Upon arriving, he sat between Inari and Luck while everyone enjoyed Tsunami's delicious food. A pleasant, yet awkward, silence reigned. Kakashi, so, what do those badges mean? Author's note, use the anchor badge. Naruto, well, where do I start? I already know. Handing the book to Kakashi, the description of the medals is marked so you can check that I'm not lying. Kakashi, good. Sakura, the one that looks like a heart. Naruto, well, it's the purple heart. It's a decoration given for being mortally wounded or killed in some action against enemies of the United States or as a result of an enemy action or foreign armed force. This surprised everyone and caused Inari some pain, but he hid it. Naruto, well, which one is next? Sasuke, the one shaped like a star. Naruto, well, it's the Silver Star, the third highest decoration in the United States Armed Forces. The medal is awarded for courage in the face of an enemy of the United States. Now Inari was admiring Naruto more. He was virtually a hero. The genin didn't believe it. They were in front of a war hero, something that went away when Kakashi confirmed what he had said. They remained silent. Kakashi, this one please. Naruto, that's it. The Navy Cross is the second highest decoration that can be awarded by the United States Department of the Navy, as well as the second highest decoration awarded for valor. Here I make a parenthesis, this position is also occupied by two other medals, since after the Silver Star in order of importance, the three medals are shown by division of the United States Army, which are the Army, the ground troops, the Air Force, the Army of the Skies, and the Navy, in charge of defending the Amras and coasts of our country. Kakashi, in that case this is the other one. Naruto, that's right, it's the Air Force Cross, which is the second highest military medal that can be awarded to a member of the United States Air Force, equivalent to the Distinguished Service Cross and the Navy Cross. Luck, and this last one? Naruto just smiled nostalgically. That's the Medal of Honor, the highest decoration of the United States. It is awarded for gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of one's life, above and beyond the call of duty, while in combat against an enemy of the United States. All incredible. Luck, you are a war hero. Naruto, you could say. Tsunami, well, I think it's time to rest. We're all a little tired from the long day, right? At that moment Kakashi realized Jason resembled Minato in his facial features, except for the whisker marks, and his haircut. But there was no doubt he would check it the next day. He looked like his sensei's lost son. Chapter 5. Previously, Tsunami, well, I think it's time to rest. We're all a little tired from the long day, right? At that moment Kakashi realized Jason resembled Minato in his facial features, except for the whisker marks, and his haircut. But there was no doubt he would check it the next day. He looked like his sensei's lost son. At the moment, Kakashi didn't take his eyes off the young man, so he dedicated himself to thinking about how to get information from the boy. So without them realizing it, he followed them. Even Sasuke and Luck did so, arriving at Inari's room. Inari, Jason and I, what is that? Pointing to a strange device for him. Naruto, it's my phone. Inari, and what is it for? Naruto, it has many functions. The simplest is being able to call other people. The other is sending messages, all quickly. Inari, and the others? Naruto. It stores photos and videos. Since you can take them with the camera pointing at it, it stores music, which would be what I use the most. Inari, do you have a photo? Naruto, of course. Naruto put a picture without knowing that the boy would ask. Inari, who are they? Naruto, my old unit. Inari, what happened to them? Everything was heard by the shinobi outside the room. Naruto just smiled nostalgically. We were on a mission in Afghanistan, a place that was too aggressive and dangerous. We had to get a wounded person out of an armed conflict that was not our fault. And when we agreed and were about to withdraw with the purpose of the mission, a group called the Taliban opened fire on us. Only 2 of us survived. Inari, sorry. Kakashi and the others didn't know what place it was, but Kakashi's expression became understandable. It reminded him of his old team, Rin and Obito, while Sasuke and Luck looked at him only to receive a sign to leave from Kakashi. Naruto, calm down, you didn't know. Besides changing his expression to a serious but happy one, tomorrow we start training. Inari, yes, jumping with excitement. Naruto, then go to sleep settling on the floor because tomorrow we'll start early. Inari, see you tomorrow. Jason Nissen. Everyone retired to their respective rooms. Kakashi in thoughts. How much you must have suffered, eh? I'd like to know if you're Naruto, Jason. Time skipped to the next day at 6 a.m. Naruto was getting up because he had half an hour to prepare for a morning exercise with Inari on an empty stomach, since the ninjas would not wake up until 9, which gave him about 3 hours, give or take a minute, to train without intruders, interruptions, or people bothering him when they see him. So he put on a muscle shirt over his combat boots and military pants, showing off his very defined physique, with arms that would make the 4th Raikage of Kumo envious. Naruto, Inari whispered. Inari wakes up, shaking him a little. Inari, sleepy Inari. This is what's happening. Jason and I. Naruto, up, let's train. Inari at that moment, as if it were an act of some god, woke up, went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and changed as if he had the speed force. He was so excited that he forgot they wouldn't have breakfast yet. Naruto saw Inari wearing his ninja sandals, and wondered if it was the right training clothes. Then he remembered that sneakers and other training clothes didn't exist in this area. Naruto, okay Inari, let's go. We'll start without breakfast to have better performance. What do you think? Inari, yes sensei. Naruto, okay, we'll stretch to loosen the muscles. Just imitate what I do. Inari just started mimicking Naruto's stretches and listening to his advice. So after about 10 minutes, Naruto and Inari were ready. Naruto, okay, we'll start with a light jog around the village. Don't worry, I'll go at your pace so you can get used to it. And little by little we'll increase the intensity. So they started jogging for their warm-up. Inari wanted to give up more than once, but Naruto never let him flank. So after 1 hour of well-done jogging, Inari was already asking for air. Naruto had a music player in his hands and was using a small speaker to give the excitement of a workout. Naruto, okay, we'll move on to the next phase, physical work. We'll do about 30 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, 20 squats and an exercise called lunges, accompanied by music which motivates us to train. Inari, okay with some fear. Naruto, also pointing at a tree branch. The time? Well, we'll do pull-ups there, don't worry, I'll help you. Inari in his mind, I'm going to die. Naruto, don't worry, you won't do everything in a row, you'll do 3 sets of 10 push-ups, 5 of sit-ups, and 2 of squats and lunges. We'll alternate so you know when. Inari, I'm ready. Naruto, well, let's start. Both started with a series of sit-ups, followed by a series of push-ups and a series of squats, to repeat again, continuing with another round, changing the squats for lunges, achieving only 2 series of sit-ups, finishing this in 1 hour and a half. Only half an hour was left until the shinobi woke up. Naruto, okay, you're doing it, helping him with the last set of sit-ups. Inari, yes, doing the last one. Naruto, well done, how do you feel? Inari, everything hurts. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, he saw the training they both did and was shocked. To him, it was like putting a child through hell. However, Inari's willingness to fight and Naruto's support in not letting him give up made him smile. The ninja accompanying Zabuza also saw what they did and was amazed by such a display of training. While Naruto didn't train the way he wanted, he did it for his now student. They used the remaining half hour to relax, since Inari was broken without pull-ups. But he stayed next to Naruto watching how to do the pull-ups, which he would incorporate starting the next day. Upon returning to the house, Tsunami saw that Inari was sweaty as was Naruto. But the explanation of both was enough to tell him what they did, so they both decided to take a break with a dive in the water and had breakfast, in Naruto's words something rich in energy and protein, because he took some of his rations to help and increase the volume of the food. After finishing breakfast, which lasted half an hour, Kakashi ordered to go with his team to take care of Tazuna, while Tsunami would go with the food because Naruto suggested they accompany for safety, while he told Inari that he would give him training to learn how to fight, so Naruto took his weapon and put on his marine suit. On bridge, Tazuna, what are you going to do? Kakashi, I guess keep training, while we take care of him. Sakura, but yesterday she taught us how to climb trees without hands. Kakashi, well, today you will learn to walk on water. Naruto, I'll teach Inari how to fight. That caught everyone's attention. What? I was her age when I learned to defend myself. Inari, okay, let's go. Naruto began to explain to her about a fighting art called boxing. All the shinobi paid attention to the explanation, while Inari imitated the poses that Naruto told and showed her, in addition to correcting him where he was wrong. They were there for several hours. Sakura and two of the first ones mastered walking on water, while Sasuke, Sai and Luck continued training him. So when she saw how Naruto was training Inari, she gave a squeal, which Naruto didn't like at all. So when Kakashi approached and saw Naruto's training, he was impressed, so much so that he said yes, moving his head to the blonde's request to give Sakura an exercise routine. Where the pinkette was scared. Naruto, okay Sakura, you'll have special training, since you're a weakling and from what I see, just a typical fangirl who ends up getting killed in the first moment. That depressed Sakura, but it's not something that training can't correct, so we'll do this 10 sets of 10 sit-ups, 10 sets of 8 push-ups, 10 sets of 5 squats, all alternating, and you'll only stop to drink water. Sakura turned pale with fear. Kakashi gave her the green light to train her, already predicting death. She remained like this until it was time to return, where with great effort she completed the given exercise. They returned to Tazuna's house, where Naruto and Inari took a bath after such fruitful training. Sakura just trembled in fear with a blank stare, while her teammates looked at her and wondered how hellish a training session he had. After dinner, Kakashi didn't take his eyes off Naruto, which bothered the marine, but he hid it. When Kakashi took an even more calculating look, he could see everything clearly. Jason had Minato's eye color, spiky golden hair, and the color of his skin, but he had Kushina's facial features, eye shape, and other characteristics. Naruto, what are you looking at? Do you like me? Kakashi, first, I don't hit that way. Second, I don't see, at least not much, just that you look very familiar to me. That left Naruto surprised, but he let it go to the coast. Inari fell deeply asleep because the day was exhausting. The training was somewhat hard for any child. Naruto with even 1 hour of sleep can work like a Swiss watch. During his tour of the coast, he asked the fisherman he met more about who this cat was, since he was new here. He heard about it, which reminded him of all the work he did in the Marines as a sniper against people like that. It made his blood boil to see guys like that, but he cleared his mind of that topic and focused on the silver-haired Cyclops who caught his attention with his looks. The way Kakashi was looking at him during dinner made him wonder if he was trying to find out something about him, or if he knew something he didn't. Naruto gazed up at the night sky, watching the stars as they shone brightly in the night. This was relaxing for him, as he was near the calm waters of the ocean, which reflected the full moon in its splendor beautifully. His thoughts were interrupted when he felt someone watching him. It would worry him, but the person he was sensing wasn't hostile toward him. He decided to end this little charade. Naruto, could you come out? I know you're there. The person in question was Kakashi Hatake, who when he came out, was quite surprised that Naruto even knew he was there since he was once part of Umbu, not to mention he is one of the best shinobi in Konoha. Kakashi approached Naruto, who turned to face him. The silver-haired man had to admit that Naruto's appearance was just like his sensei, only he was taller, stockier, and conveyed greater strength. Once Kakashi approached him, Jason was prepared since he doesn't know Kakashi's motive at the moment. Naruto, so why do I owe you following me? Also, why have you been staring at me all night? If you're that kind of person, too bad for you. I like women. He said the last part with some mockery. Kakashi kept his aura calm and replied, "Well, to answer your third question, I also like women because your first and second questions is because I would like you to also answer me some questions, since you have something that shouldn't even be with you." Naruto: "And what would that be?" Kakashi: "Your pendant, your necklace is truly something that catches my attention, because in this place it belongs to a family." This caught Naruto's interest, which he hadn't shown his entire life. The blonde had been trying to find any clue about his family's past and his birth mother, but the necklace was the only clue he had. Naruto knew he needed Kakashi to tell him everything he knew about the pendant, but he could tell Kakashi wasn't the type to be fooled that easily. So he proposed something. Naruto: "Very well, Kakashi, how about a game?" Kakashi: "What kind?" Naruto: "A game of 20 questions, 10 each. Each person asks one question per turn. No more, no less." Kakashi: "Okay, fine." Naruto: "It begins." Kakashi: "Well, have you ever heard of Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki?" Naruto: "Yes." Kakashi: "Where?" Naruto: "Wow, calm down, speedster, it's my turn." Kakashi decided to accept since he needed to get information about who Naruto was. The Cyclops knew that if he asked the right questions, Naruto would reveal more answers to the questions asked of him, while receiving answers from him as well. But Kakashi also knew, from the way Jason was holding back, that he couldn't do the same. Naruto: "What kind of life are you living in this shinobi world?" Kakashi was a little surprised to be asked that question since most people, even if they were civilians, knew what a shinobi was, but from the way Naruto asked, I guessed that he had never heard of a shinobi. So he explained how the shinobi world exists. What a shinobi is: a person who uses taijutsu, genjutsu and ninjutsu to perform jutsus to complete missions assigned to them as well as help keep peace for the nation and village they live in. He explained everything. The nations, there are only 5 that are at the top. The fire nations with Konoha are at the top of the nations. He explained that is because in Konoha as well as Kumo, Iwa, Suna and Mizu they only have one Kage, the strongest shinobi of the nation they live in, and these 5 control almost all of the shinobi. Naruto remained quiet but took it all in. Like, the idea of how this world works is incredible. Jason would have thought more, but Kakashi was ready to ask his second question. Kakashi: "Now it's my turn, where are you from, Jason?" Now, Kakashi would have asked where Jason heard the name Naruto, but from the previous question, he decided to find out who Jason is from, as it might give him a clue as to where he might have known or heard the name Naruto. Naruto: "I'm from the city of Los Angeles, located in the state of California in the United States of America." Well, I guess it's my turn for 2 questions. Kakashi: "I don't know that place," he thought. Naruto: "Tell me, what does the whirlpool symbol on your back mean?" Kakashi explained that the symbol is the family crest of the Uzumaki family, which was once an ally of Konoha before being destroyed in the Second Great Shinobi War. The symbol worn by Konoha shinobi is a sign of respect and friendship toward the clan. That stunned Naruto. His pendant held so much significance to Konoha. Kakashi: "I guess it's my turn. How did you get to Nami no Kuni?" Naruto took a moment before explaining how he got to the Land of Waves, explaining that he doesn't know how he got here. He started by saying that one moment, he was falling off a cliff in a desert, then the next, he was lying in the patch of grass near the island's shore with some of his things. The next question was about the technological knowledge of the area, where Kakashi confirmed the suspicions that Naruto was much more advanced in that aspect. Kakashi: "Well, I'll ask my last question. Do you have parents? If not, tell me who raised you?" Naruto: "I am an orphan. I was raised in an orphanage run by religious people, where I arrived almost 26 years ago, on October 10th, a day of a strong storm." That surprised Kakashi, but he hid it well. Naruto: "Okay, now tell me, where is Yuzushiogaku no Sado?" Kakashi explained that Yuzu was located south of the Fire Nation, where they are currently east. Naruto thought it was good since he can follow Kakashi for a bit before heading south so he doesn't get lost. Kakashi thought that Naruto must want to find some kind of clue in the ancient Whirlpool Nation, as he explained about the Uzumaki crest on his Jounin jacket, then thought that the boy must have thought that he must be connected to the Uzumaki clan. Kakashi: "Those medals prove that you are trained in military training, but not in shinobi arts." Naruto: "You wouldn't believe me that I know quite a few things about the shinobi world." Kakashi: "Enlighten me." Naruto drew hand seals to perform an invocation which surprised the silver-haired man, where when he finished he was surprised to see 9 orange tails waving, but he noticed that the size was small. Kurama, cough cough, you finally got me out, huh? Looking at himself, you couldn't get me in a big size, right? Naruto, sorry. Kurama, it's worse to stay inside. Kakashi, there's no doubt, you're the one we've been looking for years, but I'm surprised. Kurama, why didn't you find him? It's simple, because you didn't see the need to go beyond your limits, even having a pedophile Sannin crazy about experimenting, who as I recall escaped, which doesn't interest me. But knowing that, why didn't you consult him? Perhaps with his fascination with research, you found a way to another dimension or world, which is where the Gaki grew up. Jason, if you're wondering my real name, Kurama, it's Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, but until I fell here I didn't know it, so if I'm not mistaken you'll keep the name Jason, right? Naruto, yes, Jason Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki sounds good. Kakashi, I must talk to sensei, he thought. Naruto, you don't think this is something crazy, do you? Kakashi, I believe you, you are not one of those who lie, but what surprises me is that you are 26 years old, when 14 years have passed here, but you look like that. Kurama, 22, the Rikudo Sennin rejuvenated him a little, also told him about his origin, his parents, and also that hyperactive blonde with an idiot face from your team has the same chakra as him, so. Kakashi, yes, he is your brother, but before you make any conjectures. Naruto immediately knew what he wanted to do, so he took out his knife and cut his arm, drawing blood, so that Kakashi could later seal it and give it to one of his summons, Pakun, whom he sent to Konoha, along with a letter, with the news before finally sending the preliminary report of the mission. Kakashi, if this turns out to be true, 2 people who never stop looking for you will be very happy. And if you wonder who, well, your parents. Naruto, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, right? Kakashi would only nod. But before they could retreat, a loud thunderclap sounded in a clear sky, alerting both of them, who grabbed their weapons, Kakashi his kunais and Naruto the pistol he was holding. They were surprised by what they saw, a vehicle unusual for the silver-haired man, but very familiar to the blonde, appeared, a Humvee. Kakashi, what is this? Naruto, that my friend is a Humvee, a means of transport, and luckily it is armed with the Browning M2 caliber 50mm, added to extra weapons and ammunition of mine, some medical supplies and food. Kakashi was surprised, but he knew Naruto knew about this, leaving it in his hands, but asking for an explanation in the morning. So after saying goodbye, they both went to their respective beds to resume their routine. Chapter 6. The next day, Naruto and Inari performed their physical routine, with the addition of pull-ups, where thanks to Naruto, Inari was able to perform a series, since she had never performed such an exercise. So after what was done, they went to breakfast, where to everyone's surprise they were watching the Humvee, where out of curiosity and stupidity of a pink-haired girl, they almost flew to the moon since she was on the verge of removing the safety from a grenade. Naruto, watch out! Securing the weapon. You do realize you could have blown us up, right? That you could have killed us? Serious and in a raised voice. Sakura, he seemed harmless, she said with some fear. Naruto, come with me, you two. Team 7 set out with Tsunami, Tazuna, and Inari, led by Naruto through the forest where he and Inari were training, until they finally stopped while looking at an old, rotten tree. Naruto pulled out the pin from the grenade and threw it at the tree, turning around. Sakura, why are you turning around? Naruto just made a gesture of waiting for it. The sound of an explosion alerted everyone. Sasuke, what the buck? Luck, what the buck? Naruto, that's what could have happened if you took off the safety. You could have killed us all. Be more careful next time, Pinky. Sakura, yes sir. Kakashi looked surprised at the destruction that just did, while Sai, as Danzo's current route, took note and assumed that the guy should be kept under surveillance. Tsunami, P, why don't we have breakfast? Inari, yes. Naruto, it will be the best. Everyone retreated, to follow the usual routine, this time adding the laps in the Humvee that Inari received with Naruto at the wheel, only without teaching him how to drive. That night after dinner, Naruto went to the forest to train a little alone, since he felt bored, running into Haku, having a conversation similar to the canon and Naruto swearing that if the boy went with them to Konoha, he would give him a haircut. So after those 3 days they flew by, being the same routine, except that Naruto and Inari went around the village giving food to the children. Day of the attack on the bridge. As Team 7 escorted Tazuna to the bridge, Kakashi was thinking about what Naruto was doing. So, blocked by his thoughts, he didn't notice when he reached the bridge that the other workers were knocked out. A mist began to appear around them. Kakashi ordered his genin to be ready, as Kakashi's theory that Zabuza was alive was indeed correct. Tazuna's house. This day Inari and Naruto used it as a rest, but both were woken up by a loud noise in the kitchen. Naruto immediately got up and took his field knife and weapons. He quietly sneaked through the window to see that Tsunami has been captured by 2 thugs, and before Inari threw himself to try to save her, he covered her mouth and made the sign of silence, to which the younger nodded, entering through the window unnoticed and stabbing a bandit, looking skinny, in his neck, killing him instantly, which caused the more burly bandit to throw himself at Naruto, who intelligently took his weapon and shot him between the eyebrows. After this event Tsunami mentioned her father, and gave Inari his knife and left Nala to help defend the house. To put on his full equipment, without the backpack, his M4 rifle, his 2 guns, 2 knives on his forearms and the respective grenades and extra ammunition in their respective area. On bridge, Kakashi and his team were fighting against Zabuza and his right-hand man, a Fakumbu from the Mist Village, also known as Haku. The silver-haired man faced Zabuza, while Luck, Sasuke and Sai faced Haku, and Sakura defended Tazuna with fear, especially Naruto, since if she didn't show courage, Naruto threatened to increase the physical exercise he gave her. At first, Luck and Sasuke were evenly matched against Haku until the Kirinin unleashed his most powerful jutsu, the Demon Mirrors, on them. After that, Sasuke was having a hard time blocking Haku's attack through his ice mirrors, angering him, while Luck was having a hard time breaking the mirrors. Sai entered the battle to help from outside the ice mirrors, but unfortunately, Haku created another ice mirror outside of his dome, then kicked Sai into the dome area along with Luck. Now, Luck and Sai were busy trying to stay alive from Haku's Senbon assault, while Sasuke struggled to stay conscious of the Senbons in his body. Sasuke's will to not die or let his friend and teammate die, added to the mental and physical stress of the fight, caused his Sharingan to awaken. The little Uchiha was able to keep up with Haku's attack and help Sai and Luck as well. This would continue until Haku decided to end the battle with them, since he knew that if he let things continue, since he dodged a Rasengan from Luck while being defensive. The boy used his summons against Sai, to focus on the blonde and black-haired man, but at that moment a sound of several birds chirping was heard. Haku, you fought well, you awakened your eyes for combat, but this is where we part ways. And the same goes for you, son of the fourth. Haku headed to where Zabuza was, who was about to be impaled by Kakashi's Chidori, while being held back by Kakashi's summoning dogs. Upon arriving, Naruto could see Luck carrying Sasuke on his shoulders, who was still struggling to stand, while they approached an unconscious Sai. As Kakashi ran against Zabuza while Haku stood in front of him, a sound made them stop and turn to see. It was Gato with about 200 thugs at his side. Cat, in the end, the great Zabuza Momochi, the demon hidden in the mist, was nothing more than a talker and a fraud. It's a shame, good for you but not for me, since I wasn't planning on paying you anyway. You're expensive, and frankly with the same amount you charge, I could pay these mercenaries you see, ha ha ha. As Gato spoke, Naruto recalled the conversation he had with the villagers about who the guy was. At this point, he'd had enough of this guy's babble and the fact that Gato was the man ruining the nation. Zabuza, it seems we are no longer enemies. Kakashi knows Sharingan. Kakashi, it seems so. Haku, oh, I think it's the 3 of us plus the pink one over there, since your other 3 genins are injured. Naruto took advantage of the remaining fog and threw white smoke grenades, metal cartridges that only made the vision more difficult. Kakashi, Zabuza, haven't you been your truth? Zabuza, not at all. Haku, hey, seeing the grenade, is this someone's? Kakashi only wondered who it could be, but his thoughts disappeared at the sound everyone heard as Luck and Sasuke brought an unconscious Sai to their side. When the noise stopped, about 20 thugs fell with holes in every part of their bodies, lifeless, which terrified their companions and especially Gato. From the fog and smoke, a man in strange clothing appeared, whom everyone recognized as saving Zabuza. He was dressed in full desert military fatigues, carrying his M4 in his hands, while removing an empty magazine and replacing it with another, before pulling the trigger again. It was a sight to behold. Even without even moving, Naruto took out several thugs who dared to attack and die in the attempt, or escape and get away with a bullet in an arm, leg, or back. The number of missing ones was getting closer and closer while Gato, on impulse, hid behind a large rock in fear. Naruto, already somewhat tired of not taking his finger off the trigger, grabbed some grenades and threw them, where one of the thugs caught it in his hand and laughed along with 6 other of his own when the grenade exploded, taking 7 thugs with it, leaving everyone with their jaws on the floor. Another thug wanted to return another grenade that Naruto threw for fear of dying, but when he took it in his hands and wanted to throw it, it exploded, killing him along with 5 more thugs. Sakura was terrified. Sasuke remembered the screams of the Uchiha massacre, while Luck was feeling some fear, admiration, and other feelings. Kakashi and Zabuza were stunned. They had seen more massacres in their ninja careers but never like what they saw. Kakashi then remembered some stories that Naruto told Inari about modern warfare, terrified that if the place where Naruto grew up was invaded, Haku like the genin were afraid, and Sai, who woke up by the noise and screams, saw the carnage, awakening the fear that in his days as Root Umbu he left behind. After 10 minutes of gunfire, the few thugs who survived fled in terror, telling stories of a man with weapons capable of wiping out entire armies. After this, a silence fell, so sepulchral it was terrifying, and Naruto went in to look for Gato, while the village approached due to the noises led by Inari and Tsunami. Upon finding Gato, Naruto forcefully pulled him from his hiding place and threw him toward the village. Naruto, Inari seriously and calling for attention, take the children somewhere else now. Inari, yes sir. Naruto's seriousness terrified him, since he knew he was going to kill him, but in a way not suitable for them. All the kids left while Team 7, Zabuza, Haku, and the people watched intently. Cat, P please, and don't kill me. T, I'll give you T everything you want, women, money, fame, P, but P please and don't kill me. Naruto, does anyone not want to see this? No one raises their hand. This is your last chance. Kakashi-san can hold it? Handing his M4 to the silver-haired man. Kakashi, yes, holding the weapon, it's heavy. Naruto just drew his weapon and without a silencer pulled the trigger. Cat, P for P please. Naruto emptied the entire 9mm bullet magazine into Gato, leaving him practically dead. Team 7 viewed him with a certain amount of fear, amazement, and admiration on Luck's part, while Sai knew that this guy was extremely dangerous to Danzo-sama. Naruto, Kakashi-san. Kakashi, here, giving him his weapon. Naruto, people of the wave, the cat tycoon has died. Your peaceful days have returned. It is time for you to recover your lost life. The people cheered with surprise and joy. Kakashi, are you feeling okay? Zabuza, if it helps, I think I'll join Konoha. I don't want that kind of enemy. Haku, if Zabuza-sama goes, so do I. Kakashi would just nod. Villager, excuse me, what are we going to do with them? Naruto, I suppose they have rewards, right? Everyone nods. Go to the nearest army and collect them. That money would help you rebuild the village and your lives. 1 hour later at Tazuna's house, everyone returned home and Inari was a little scared by the sounds of gunfire he heard. Naruto knew he was tense, so to calm the boy, he opened a kind of trunk in the Humvee, taking out a box where there was a set of marine clothes, a child-sized costume, along with some toys from his world, machine guns and pistols. Naruto, Inari, what's up? Jason and Isan. Naruto, I have a gift for you. Inari, really? Naruto, sure, have it, and I'd like to see it on before I leave, since I spoke with Kakashi-san and I'm going to visit Konoha. Inari went up to his room, while everyone listened to what Naruto gave the boy, where after 15 minutes Inari came down from his room, surprising everyone with the clothes he was wearing. Inari came out carrying a pose that he saw Naruto use in his training, wielding the toy weapon that Naruto included in everything he gave him. The shinobis were surprised. The boy looked like a warrior with Naruto's style, only smaller. Inari, I look like Jason and I. Naruto saluted in a military manner, something that Inari imitated while looking at each other. Naruto, congratulations, Cadet Inari. Inari, thank you sir. Following the paper. After that, everyone went to rest, where they stayed for 1 week, where Inari continued his physical training, where Naruto promised that if in a year Inari did not stop his training and routines, he would return to teach him how to use his weapons, to which the boy nodded determinedly. Naruto also enjoyed all the training he did during his time off, as he wanted to train like he did back in Los Angeles. Kakashi and Zabuza were amazed. His training was extremely exaggerated in terms of physicality but fruitful. Sasuke and Luck saw such training and were left speechless, especially when Sakura stated that she didn't even do 10% of what he did. That's how that week went, where at Tazuna's request the bridge was called the Great Naruto Bridge, something that surprised them, but made Kakashi smile and made Luck open his eyes in surprise. He began to suspect that it was his older brother, and analyzed his facial features, and began to connect the dots, without telling his sensei. On the last day, everyone loaded the Humvee with everything. Kakashi and Zabuza agreed to go on the roof, holding onto it with chakra, while Luck, for winning the rock, paper, scissors, went in the front seat with the happy birthday smile, while the rest went in the back. Inari, goodbye Jason and I. Naruto, goodbye Inari Otsuto. So they set off in the Humvee toward Konoha, while Luck did what every co-pilot does, use the driver's cell phone to choose the music. Chapter 7. Previously, Team 7, along with Zabuza, Haku, and our beloved blonde Marine, had left in Naruto's Humvee, where the Genins had played rock paper scissors to see who would sit in the front seat, with Luck Uzumaki winning that privilege. At the moment, the trip started as normal as possible, but soon became quite heavy. In less than an hour, Luck used Naruto's cell phone to choose the same song more than 20 times, which was a rap from one of the many animes that Naruto knew in his world. Sasuke, seeing that Luck would put it again, decided to hit him and take the phone away, when Naruto, telling him where to look, placed a variety of folders. To the joy of the other passengers, on the ceiling, Zabuza and Kakashi were openly talking about the most hated book by the entire female public, the Aika Aika, while exchanging anecdotes and sharing their vision of the book's actions. While that was happening on the trip to Konoha, Minato was currently sitting at his desk, while some clones helped him with the paperwork. Whoever came up with the technique was obviously a genius, so he mentally thanked Tobirama, while he stood there staring at a picture of him when Kushina was still pregnant with Naruto. About 3 days ago, one of Kakashi's messenger dogs had appeared in a puff of smoke, leaving a letter with a knife for him. He had no idea what it meant. He knew that Kakashi had found Zabuza on his mission, but he was sure his team could handle it, especially since they had a rude guy on their team. So he took the message and proceeded to read it. Paper. Minato-sensei, the mission is complete, we are all safe, and Zabuza and his apprentice are still alive and will join Konoha. To be honest, but there's something even more surprising. We found someone very special. He was the one who managed to save us all on this mission. At the end of it, Gato had managed to bring 200 thugs with him. The guy took them down without anyone's help. At this point, Minato's eyes were wide open. A young man had managed to do that. Paper. But even though he only uses his weapons to kill them, there is something you should know. One summon I saw was a 9-tailed fox. Minato. It can't be. It's impossible for him to be, he said in astonishment. Paper. Sensei, this boy is your son Naruto. I know it may be hard to believe, but in the letter I attached a knife with a blood sample from it. That way, you can compare your blood and Kushina-sama's with it, so as to avoid false hope for her, since we both know what her birthday wish was this year. End of the letter. Minato. It can't be, dropping his tears after so many years. He's alive. Anbu. Umbu, yes Hokage-sama? Minato. I want you to call Tsunade Senju. This is important. Umbu. As you command, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Minato just reached into his desk, pulling out a book by his teacher titled, Story of a Great Ninja, the book that named his son, his firstborn. If this turned out to be true, Naruto would reclaim his position as clan heir, driving away the civilians along with being able to protect Sasuke from those harpies. 10 minutes later, Tsunade appeared. Tsunade, Minato, what do you need me for? Minato reads, handing over the letter. The Sannin, after finishing reading it, raised her eyes and looked at him carefully. Tsunade, is this true? Tell me the truth. Do you believe this? You know what we have searched for and failed. If we tell Kushina, she will destroy her if it turns out to be false. Minato, I want you to investigate this blood. I won't tell him anything until I have that evidence in my hands. I'm asking you to do the same. Tsunade, okay, I'll do it. Tsunade grabbed the knife to retreat and performed the corresponding tests. Minato knew it would take at least 2 days to arrive, due to the exhaustion of the mission, so he kept the letter, knowing that if it fell into the hands of the civilian council, it would cause commotion and problems. Minato had to wait. His nerves were getting to him. He wanted to see his boy, the one he hadn't been able to watch grow up, or be with him during important moments. One day time skip. The Humvee was seeing the gates of Konoha, so Kakashi asked to slow down, which Naruto accepted. The trip from the point of view of the genin, well, luck, exciting, in the words of the rest, squeezed, since they were almost unable to move in the back seats, since Naruto made the 3 remaining from Team 7 plus Haku enter in a seat capable of supporting 3 people squeezed. Half a day before, Minato was in the office signing papers with his shadow clones when Tsunade rushed in with a big smile, without even knocking, handing the papers to Minato without letting him speak. The yandame's eyes opened and filled with tears. There was the proof. It was the confirmation of 100% similarities. Minato just fell while crying, while Tsunade hugged him like a mother, because Jiraiya was like a father to the blonde. And Tsunade, as Kushina's sensei, was a mother to her, so both Sanin played that role in the married life. With Team 7, Kakashi received a message from his sensei, the 4th Hokage, summoned by a toad. When the silver-haired man read the message, his theory was confirmed. He handed the message to Naruto, who read it. It was the blood test that confirmed that he was Namikaze Uzumaki, Naruto, son of Konoha's Yellow Lightning and the Bloody Habanero. When he read it, he felt a great burden lift from his chest as he received some of its answers. He returned the message to Kakashi, who destroyed it, and thanked the summoning toad, telling him that they would arrive tomorrow, which was lucky for them. Naruto always wondered if his parents loved him, if they had left him there in the orphanage to abandon him and move on with their own lives. He always wanted to meet them. Sister Katrina always told him in her infinite wisdom that they didn't leave him for a selfish reason, that if they loved him, they did it with all the love in the world. End of flashback. The gang had reached the gates of Konoha, Naruto still wearing his desert camouflage. He approached the gates in his vehicle, but was surprised to find the 2 men guarding the gate were sleeping on the job. He'd have to wake them up, just like his instructor had. He knew that back home, such an action meant the entire squad was sent to physical training, which always ended with the blanket. Author's note: the blanket is a method of punishment used by the military during collective punishment, by throwing a sheet over the perpetrators and hitting them with their bare fists. Kakashi: those 2 don't change. Kurama in Naruto's mind: if your old instructor saw it, kid, ha 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 ha. Naruto with command: wake up, you lazy people. Ninja: we are sorry, sir. Ninja 2: and will never happen again. Ninja: wait, Izumo, he's not the Hokage. Izumo: si kotetsu pero si parisa el pensativamente. Naruto: no, I'm not your Hokage. But you still must not sleep on the job, do you understand? Team 7 was Zabuza. It would be better not to have him as a superior, they thought. Kakashi: wow, he looks like Kushina-sama when she imposes command on sensei, he thought with a shiver. Izumo: well, just register on these forms. Kotetsu: and welcome to Konoha. The group, after filling out the paperwork, passed through the gates of Konoha. Kakashi informed his team that he will take care of the mission report, and that they can go for now. Sakura went home, Sai went to wherever he was going, but the silver-haired man knew that he would probably report to Danzo, while Luck and Sasuke along with the Cyclops would go to the Hokage Tower, so Naruto only passed with the Humvee, surprising the 2 ninjas at the gate to see such a vehicle. Without Sai and Sakura, Kakashi sat next to Luck, Sasuke and Haku in the back seat while Zabuza in the front, where they were for 15 minutes of travel following Kakashi's instructions. People looked at that vehicle in amazement, and rumors of someone new in the village were not long in coming, rumors that reached the civil council and the clans, added to the delivery of a report from Sai to the elders, Hamura Mitokado, Koharu Yudatane and Danzo Shimura, narrating what happened and this stranger who arrived in Konoha with a vehicle and weapons never seen before, awakening the need for greed in the 3. Wishing that for Konoha, this guy should hand over his weapons and be handed over to Danzo, so they waited for a council meeting, because the civilians would vote for them following their will. Kakashi, well, before we get to the tower, do you want to do anything? Naruto: I'd be lying if I didn't want to stop and change my clothes, since as a soldier I can't see a superior in rank saving someone on the battlefield in combat gear, even if it's a family member. Rank comes first. Besides, I'm a little hungry. Luck, oh, let's go to Ichiraku's ramen. Naruto, doubt he doesn't eat anything other than ramen? Luck, ramen is food for the gods. Naruto, reminds me of myself as a kid with those ideas, he thought amusedly. So the group headed to a restaurant well known by the little Namikaze and the Uchiha. The black-haired boy may be an emo, but Kushina forced him to like ramen, at least the tomato ramen. Luck, welcome to Ichiraku Ramen Jason. Here you will get the best ramen in all the Shinobi villages. Naruto, wow, I think it will be good to try this ramen. Kakashi, did you eat ramen? Naruto, not often, he maintained a healthy and balanced diet. Luck, what kind of person doesn't eat ramen every day? Scared. Naruto, a soldier like me, ready for battle. Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, may I take your order? Asked a beautiful young brunette. Luck, I am Naola. I am, oh yes, it's little Luck, how have you been? Luck, good Databeo. I am, let's see, you want a miso ramen, right? Luck, I want to since one is for my friend Jason. Jason, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am would blush hard upon seeing him, seeing a kind of Adonis. But she put that aside to take her order and go deliver them to her father. Naruto, sir? An elderly man would hear it from the kitchen. Man, tell me? Luck, hello old Tuchi. Tuchi, oh yes, it's little Uzumaki. Luck, Jajij. Naruto, excuse me, how long will it take for the food to be ready? Tuchi, in a few minutes. Luck, old Tuchi is one of the best cooks and he is fast. Naruto, I see. I was wondering if you have a bathroom, since I would like a place to change these clothes. Tuchi, sure, it's behind the stall. Naruto carried his bag and went into the bathroom to put on his appropriate outfit. Just as Tuchi finished making the ramen, Naruto returned to the stage with his new appearance. Everyone looked at him in awe. It was an outfit, in Iam's words, that made him look beautiful and conveyed a sense of pride in wearing it, especially with his medals shining. He was wearing white dress pants, as well as gloves of the same color, a navy blue jacket with red and gold details, with his medals on his left chest, around his waist a white belt with a gold buckle, the symbol of the Navy, the Marines and his rank in gold hanging from the collar of the jacket, with a black and white officer's cap, with a gold anchor. Luck, wow, you look amazing. Zabuza, honestly, Gaki, if you behave like that when you go to see a superior, I don't want to know what it's like for a gala, he said without knowing it. Naruto, the formal attire is similar except the jacket is white and gold. They were like that until they finished the ramen dish when everyone decided to leave the place. On the way to the Hokage Tower, the villagers did not wait to make their comments when they saw the Humvee and the new boy who was wearing a strange uniform. Hours before, Minato was impatiently waiting for the arrival of Team 7, when he saw the results that Tsunade gave him, and she and Jiraiya were present, where before her complicit gaze, knowing that they had recently celebrated Kushina's birthday, where in a whisper imperceptible to the others but not to them, they heard her say, I wish my heart to be complete, my family reunited again. Minato, Anbu. Umbu, I'm Hokage. Minato, I want you to bring my wife and my daughter Akira. Umbu, as ordered, disappearing in a puff. After 10 minutes Kushina appeared with little Akira. Kushina, Minato, what's going on? Minato delivering Kakashi's letter and Tsunade's analysis. Read this. At first she seemed bored, but as the end approached, her eyes opened and she fell to her knees. Then Minato saw tears begin to form in her eyes. Kushina, Minato, tell me that this is a dream, she said with tears in her eyes. Akira, Okasan, what happens? Tsunade, Akira-chan, do you remember when we told you and Luck that you had an older brother? Akira, yes, somewhat downcast. Tsunade, read Kakashi's letter. Akira, are you sure Kakashi and I-san didn't write anything about that Erojiji book? Tsunade, no, little one. The girl took the letter and read it, knowing that they had found it. Akira, is the Onisama surprised. Wife and husband along with their daughter hugged each other, while Jiraiya and Tsunade looked on with a smile, while Jiraiya called himself stupid for not having found it before. At the moment, Team 7 with their companions were at the entrance to the Hokage Tower, where Kakashi decided to enter with Zabuza and the others, leaving Naruto behind to surprise them. Hokage's office. Kakashi knocked on the door, receiving a pass from Minato. Kakashi, Hokage-sama, we've returned from the mission. At that, Kushina attacks him with many questions, including, where is he? How is he? Is he okay? Etc. Minato, wait Kushi-chan, it's better if we listen to the mission report. Kakashi recounted the mission in detail, with Zabuza even confirming what he'd said about Naruto, the weapons, and how he hadn't had the heart to kill Gato without even showing a shred of mercy. Minato was shocked. The genin shuddered at the memory. Kakashi, that would be all handing in the report. Jiraiya, where is the Gaki? He must surely need a good teacher. Tsunade, wait Luck, you must read this. It's about the boy who accompanies them. Luck read it, and was surprised to read it. The guy who was by his side all this time was his older brother. Kakashi nodded to his team, where they stepped aside and the silver-haired man opened the door, where a young man around 22 years old entered. He was tall, wearing a uniform with a bunch of medals on one side of his chest. He also saw that he had many colored ribbons on another side. He also noticed how the uniform had large buttons on the front covered with a strange symbol. Additionally, he wore a white hat with the symbol of what appeared to be an eagle, a globe, and an anchor. But what caught his attention the most about this man was his face. He looked identical to Minato, except that this man had whisker marks on his cheek, but he had the Uzumaki clan royal family pendant around his neck. Kushina, Naruto, is that you? Walking towards him with surprise and slow pace. Kakashi just remained calm, because he had shown his parents a photo. Naruto, it's nice finally we see each other for the first time mother, he said nervously, with a lump in his throat and wanting to cry from happiness. Kushina, my baby. Kushina only approached faster and faster until she hugged him crying, where Naruto reciprocated, letting several tears appear, where Luck, although he acted strong, began to cry next to Akira, while Tsunade was hugged by Jiraiya. Naruto, I'm sure you have as many questions for me as I do, but no matter what happens now, I'm glad to finally meet you. As are you, my little Ototo and my little Amato. Kushina, he's not the only one. Suddenly, she saw a blonde man standing right behind her. The blonde man had a look of astonishment on his face, and there also seemed to be a look of happiness on his face. The man wasn't crying, but Naruto could tell he was trying to hold back his tears. Minato, who was watching, couldn't believe how his son grew up. He thought Naruto would be 12 years old. Even with Kakashi explaining to him about Naruto before, he saw that his son was now a young man ready to leave home. He couldn't believe that the first time he saw his son, the resemblance he had with him was so close. But he looked more like Kushina. Both Naruto and Minato looked at each other. They both seemed to be having an internal conversation between them. After a moment or so, they both started walking towards each other. Once they were within arm's length of each other, they looked at each other. At the same time, they both raised their right hands, but stopped close to touching, where they shook hands, and finally hugged. Minato, son, my name is Minato. I am your father, hugging again. After that hug, Kushina joined in while they both said, Minato and Kushina, he's our son, he's our baby/boy. After so long we finally have you in our arms again. It was a nice family moment where Luck and Akira joined in the hug and Naruto hugged them tightly, like a brother returning from the war. So Luck and Naruto separated to look at each other again to give each other a brotherly hug, while the little genin cried. Like everything in life, such a beautiful moment had to end, but not in the best way. Anbu, Hokage-sama, the council requested in a meeting. Minato, what do you want those vultures now? Naruto, sounds like the council is a bunch of arrogant, annoying, spoiled, and self-important people. Minato, the civilian part is like that, the shinobi part is not. Naruto, in that case you need me to accompany you. Anbu, Hokage-sama, they want Team 7 to be present. Kakashi, in that case we will go. Minato, okay, and Naruto? Naruto, I'll go with you. I want to see what it's like to deal with these idiots. Minato, you do realize, wait a second. Oh, I wonder how they're going to react when they find out you're my son. Naruto, according to what Sasuke told me, they wanted to access the fortune of the 3 clans, but since I'm your firstborn, that ensures that I'm the clan leader, right? And seeing Sasuke, I think I could protect him. Sasuke was happy internally. They were going to get rid of those bastards who always demanded things from him for being the last Uchiha. And Kushina knew that Naruto would take the council's eyes off Akira. Naruto, in that case they'll die of rage. So everyone headed to the council chamber. The chamber room of Konoha's Honorable council was a large circular room that could hold about 50 people at most with some space. Near the center was another circle where people could walk up to the center and speak to get the undivided attention. Near the edge of the circle on the wall were 2 half-circular tables, while at the far end of the room was a stand so the Hokage could see the entire council. From the entrance of the door, the left side of the table sat the heads of the shinobi, such as the Hyuga family, Nara, Senju, while the right side sat the civilian council where people elected by the citizens, as well as the Hokage's advisors, the shinobi elders, Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo. Minato, Naruto, do you think you can wait here for a few moments? Naruto, of course. Minato, I'll tell you when to come. Minato proceeded to enter the council room. And for some reason, every member of the civilian council seemed to be angry for no apparent reason. The shinobi side seemed irritated with the civilian's side. Minato sat down in his seat on the council, then decided to start the meeting and see why the civilians seemed so pissed off. Honestly, he didn't give a damn why they were like that, but here we are. Minato, very well, what do you want? Civilian counselor, we have the report of the mission that Uchiha Sasuke participated in and we heard several interesting details. Smacking his lips with greed, we learned that a single man killed at least 100 bandits, without using chakra. In fact, we learned that he didn't even move when he killed them, and that he used some strange weapons. For Team 7 there were no more doubts. Sai had spoken with Danzo. Minato, what do you mean? Civilian, we heard that Team 7 brought this man to our village. So what? He's just a man who helped them. We should thank him. Shikaku, problematic. Civilian, what we should do is put him in prison and take his weapons for ourselves. Moreover, we should make him confess where his village is. Surely he has many more of those strange weapons where that man comes from. Danzo, I think that would be counterproductive, since no one would know how to handle them. I propose that he be handed over to me with those weapons, so that I can make him loyal to the village, and we will have those weapons for Konoha. The civilians in the room began to shout euphorically in support. Minato at that moment stood up angrily next to Kushina. The civilian leaders were somewhat intrigued by what they were seeing. Minato, you would be capable of putting a potential ally in jail. Are you stupid, or did a Teletubbies give birth to you? Civilian, Lord Hokage, your weapons could greatly benefit the people, and we could also go to your village to seize all your weapons. Besides, you are just a man. No one would care if you disappeared. Minato, I think it's time you knew something. This left everyone bewildered, and the 3 elders were now in trouble. Their plans were being put to the test, and not only were they succeeding, they were becoming complicated. Minato, as you all know, 12 years ago, the Kyubi attacked Konoha and there was someone behind it who manipulated it into destroying our village. The council nodded as they recalled such an event. Minato continued. Thanks to the sacrifice of the Sandaime Hokage, the Kyubi was defeated. But what many of you don't know is, before the attack something else happened. My wife, Kushina, gave birth to my true heir to the Namikaze/Uzumaki clan, my son. Luck and Akira, who were present, smiled. Sasuke at that moment smiled much more than Madara, seeing a warrior who could give him a good dance. Akira was like his little sister, and at the whim of those greedy shits, they would make her suffer. The civilians were terrified. Their plans were fading. They could no longer compromise their Uchiha tool, nor access the fortune of the Yondaime and his wife. Minato, however, something has caught my attention deeply that has left me surprised. The council was upset, but they still paid attention to Minato, but I think I'll let him explain it. Captain Jason Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki between. Once Minato ordered Naruto to enter the council chamber, the double doors leading in and out of the room opened. Just at that moment, a young man in his late teens walked into the council room. He was wearing his blue uniform with medals and symbols, which to them was a bit strange. When he walked into the room, he entered as if he were a soldier, full of pride, courage, determination, etc. He was holding his white navy hat with the Marine Corps symbol. When Naruto entered, the Shinobi clan heads were shocked at how the teenager looked like a younger 4th Hokage when they were younger. The civilian council was surprised. They wanted to see a 12 or 14-year-old boy, but they also knew that the way he held his face was serious, strong, and fearless. Naruto, sir! Saluting like any military man, his hand at head height. Minato, everyone, this is my son, my heir, my firstborn, Jason Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Danzo at that moment knew that his plans of even wanting to control him. Danzo, Hokage-sama, although the return of your son and heir to the Namikaze clan is an extraordinary event for your family, and for Konoha, I wonder if it is true since he could be a spy. Minato, Tsunade, can you answer? Tsunade, as ordered by the Yondaime. Almost a week ago, before Team 7 arrived with Naruto, Kakashi sent a knife with a blood sample that the person in front of us was willing to give him. After receiving the blood sample, I began the tests, which came back positive for being related to the blood of Minato and Kushina. I thought it would be Akira's, but when the chromosomes were revealed, I saw that it was from a man, and I compared it to Naruto's samples at birth kept by Biwako Sarutobi, late wife of the Sandaime, being 100% Naruto. Once Tsunade finished explaining her findings, the Shinobi clan heads looked at Naruto and gladly accepted him as Minato's heir. The civilian council was not as pleased with the discovery, as it dashed their hopes of trying to seize the Uzumaki and Namikaze fortune. Mabuki Haruno, Hokage-sama, although it is exciting news that your son has been returned to you and Lady Kushina, I wonder why he looks 17 or 18 when he is supposed to be 14, she said with venom in her voice, since if that were true the boy was the container of the Kyubi. Minato, well, that's one of the reasons I brought him here, since where he was is what I'd like him to explain. And even though he's 22, he's actually 28. This made everyone surprised and curious about what he meant. Minato decided to start things off with Naruto to speak for himself. Minato, Captain. Naruto, Lord. Minato, rest and explain. Naruto, upon hearing that, placed his arms behind his back. Minato, Captain. Naruto, explain who you are and the current military state you were trained in. Naruto, I am Naruto Uzumaki, also known as Jason Miller, Captain of the Marines, promoted at the age of 24. I am a citizen of the United States of America, a country in which I lived in one of the states, or for all of you to understand, a terror of the country called California, in the city of Los Angeles. I have lived in the state for 18 years. Since in the army I lived outside the country with orders to do missions for my nation, which include everything from exploration missions to individual black operations missions, which include assassinations. In the military state, I am a soldier at the Camp Pendleton base of the U.S. Navy. I am an expert in the use of various weapons ranging from lightweight close-range weapons to heavyweight ranged weapons and sniper, as well as an expert in mixed martial arts. Thus Naruto fell silent at a gesture from his father. Minato, if you're wondering what country he lived in, I'll tell you that he didn't live in any country we know of, or to be precise, he didn't live in this world. My son lived in another world, as Jiraiya the Sannin has justified, since he hasn't been able to locate him even using his network of spies. This shocked the council to learn that the fourth son was raised in another world, one they were unfamiliar with. They all began conversing with each other, only to be met with silence by Minato, who began to explain that his son actually lived in another world or dimension with far more advanced technological knowledge. Minato, Captain, there is something else under your belt. Naruto, yes, sir. I'm a computer expert, an engineer in several well-known fields, both civil and military. I'm also a mechanical technician, an expert in counterterrorism, urban warfare, and explosive remediation. I'm also an experienced helicopter pilot. Civilian, are you telling us that he is even someone considered a war hero? Minato also had doubts. Kakashi, Hokage-sama, if you allow me to answer, I can confirm that the boy is already a war hero. The medals on his chest explain each achievement obtained in combat. Now everyone was shocked. The three advisors were sweating and thinking their plans were in trouble, while Danzo wanted to get rid of him at all costs. But he knew those weapons would be useful, so he put those thoughts aside. The civilians were already stunned and upset. Their plans had fallen apart. Minato, can you explain them? Kakashi? Kakashi took out Naruto's book where his medals were. Kakashi, well, looking for the pages. The medal with a purple heart, known as the Purple Heart, is a decoration awarded for being mortally wounded or killed in some action against enemies of the United States or as a result of an enemy action or foreign armed force. Shikaku, amazing but troublesome. Hayashi, amazing. Kakashi continued, the Silver Star, pointing to the medal in Naruto, is the third highest decoration of the United States Armed Forces. The medal is awarded for courage in the face of an enemy of the United States. Minato was proud. Wow, what a good track record the boy has. Kakashi. The Navy Cross pointing at him is the second highest decoration that can be awarded by the United States Department of the Navy, as well as the second highest decoration awarded for valor. Just like this one pointing at it, the Air Force Cross is the second highest military medal that can be awarded to a member of the United States Air Force. Kushina was very happy and proud. Luck and Sasuke saw Naruto as their role model. Jiraiya was already mentally depressed. He wouldn't be able to train his godson. Kakashi. I continue with the last and most important of all, pointing at it Medal of Honor, Order of the Collar of the Soul rank. Awarded only to military personnel. It is awarded for gallantry and intrepidity at risk of one's life, above and beyond the call of duty, while in combat against an enemy of the United States. Hamura. He is a war hero surprised. Koharu. No cave duda. Inoichi. Amazing. Minato. That's my son, I'm proud. Civilian. So if you're really trained in what you say, then you either tell us or show us something about what you can do. Naruto stood still, unblinking, as the council member asked his question. Naruto stood there for a moment without saying a word, which made the council member grow angry until he had had enough. Civilian, why don't you answer me? I'm asking you a question, now answer it. Naruto just remained silent. Answer it, brat, now. Minato was already starting to get angry. Civilians always thought they were gods for having that position. Naruto, I don't answer to civilians. As a well-trained and disciplined Marine, I only answer to high-ranking officers or high-ranking military personnel, which in this case would be high-ranking shinobi, like my father or the shinobi clan chief, since they are high-ranking military officers. You are either of them, so I don't have to answer to you at all. The shinobi clan head smiled at Naruto's response, while Minato looked at him with pride, since from the way he's handling himself, he knew his son can take care of himself against the civilian council. Before the civilian could comment on what Naruto said, Shikaku Nara spoke up. Shikaku, I'll ask the same question the civilian tried to ask you. Naruto, yes, sir, I can show you what I do if it pleases the fourth Hokage. I have some of my own things as well. It also shows what we were trained to do, as well as the history and pride we Marines carry. The Shinobi Council nodded in satisfaction, knowing that Naruto is fine to show examples of his combat skills, not to mention the curiosity to see what technical knowledge he has to show them. Hayashi, I would like to know what the Marines are. Naruto, as you wish, sir. A Marine is a warrior of the United States. We are elite warriors. Whenever war breaks out, we will be the first to arrive to fight, so you could say we are the first line of defense. Before this took any longer, Minato spoke. Minato, thank you, Captain. You may leave and remain out of this meeting room until further notice. Naruto then left the room with the same proud demeanor. Once outside, the council began to murmur until Minato called them to order. Hayashi, Hokage-sama, your son's return is truly significant to your family, but now his return is significant to the village. Your son has returned not only with the technology of the world he came from, but likely new hand-to-hand fighting styles and techniques along with his weapons and new types of taijutsu training and such. Hayashi's statement was something the council agreed on. Naruto's return isn't all that bad, as he could be the key to improving the state of Konoha a few more levels with his knowledge. Minato, yes, I agree, but I am more interested in my son's status as a shinobi, since I will see that he enlists in our forces. With this, the council could no longer approach Naruto, since all shinobi matters are the Hokage's concern, which is exactly what he wanted. Not only could the civilian no longer touch him, the Hokage's advisors can't approach him now, since they knew that Hamura, Danzo, and Koharu would try to control him, most of all Danzo. Of course, seeing how Naruto, who was holding himself back, doubted they could do so, he wasn't a child, made that clear to them. Before Minato finished the meeting, another discussion began. Danzo, Hokage-sama, we must discuss your son's condition. Kakashi was now serious. He knew that the Kyubi would not give his power to Naruto, because the fox considered that the boy could take care of himself, and he had seen it. Minato, and what state would that be? Danzo, your son is the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko. That made the civilians start shouting that the boy should die for being a demon. Sasuke and Luck were stunned while Kushina covered Akira's ears. Minato, Silence, my son may be the Jinchuriki of the fox, but under no circumstances is he a demon, much less a weapon, so that is the last topic to discuss, so I end the meeting for this day. The status of my son will be classified as a SSS rank secret, so if the villagers and other shinobi know, the civilian council and advisors to the Hokage will be executed for treason to Konoha. And before you say anything, I am the Hokage and my word is the law, now out. With that the meeting was ended, while Hayashi invited the Yandame's family to an evening gathering at his compound. Chapter 8. Previously, at the end of the council meeting, Hayashi invited the Namikaze family to an evening at his compound, while the rest of the council retired, where the civilians along with the Hokage's advisors left very upset. At the moment, Minato was leaving the room where the meeting was held and saw his son thoughtfully. Minato, son, who happens? Naruto. I was just thinking about past missions, changing the subject. Everyone in the village will see me in this outfit. Minato, even if I told you to wear something more civilian. Naruto, I only have my formal suits and combat clothes. I must get clothes or look for my civilian clothes, although I will undoubtedly attract attention. Luck, brother, were you really in combat? Naruto, of course, Ototo. What do you think is the massacre I did in the wave? Luck, big brother, will you train me? Naruto, of course. At that his expression changes, seeing his father. By the way, father, I would like to see about freeing who you know. Besides, I'm sure it would be good for you if Nine had fun teaching the children, since without offending you two I see many flaws in your military forces. Minato, we'll talk later, okay? That being said, it's time to go home. So the Namikaze Uzumaki family, for the first time after several years, was finally complete. The villagers saw them and more when they saw that Naruto, who was half a head taller than Minato, more muscular, and in the words of the women, hexier, they thought he was the Yandame's brother. But everything went away and left them in a state of shock when Naruto called Minato father. Civil 1. I didn't know the fourth had a brother. Girl 1. He's very handsome. Naruto, father, do you think we can speed up the trip home? Minato, no, why? Naruto, okay, get in looking at the Humvee. Luck, forward. Sasuke, over my dead body dog. Luck, I will beat you fear. Minato, wow. Kushina, how interesting. Akira, wow, and Isen is amazing. Naruto, father, you will come ahead, so you can show me the way. So everyone got into the vehicle, where Kushina had little Akira riding on her back. Minato, is this thing safe? Naruto, sure, just goes to Luck with his cell phone, give me that. Sasuke, put on some music, I can't stand the idiot with only one song. Sasuke, ha ha ha, I told you dog. Luck, fear. The ride was somewhat uneventful. Minato expected it to be bumpy, but instead it was pleasant. Minato, that's it, son. Naruto, few whistle that looks old-fashioned for my taste, but meh, I've been in worse situations. Minato and Kushina, how must he have lived? Luck, hey bro, let's train, okay. Naruto, sure? Minato, calm down guys, you should rest first. Luck, good. Upon entering, Naruto was somewhat impressed. He saw that his home was not that old. For better or worse, there was technology. It was not what he had had, but there was some. Minato, welcome home, son. Well, this would be the house where you would have grown up if that hadn't happened, hee. Naruto, don't worry, at least they have technology. I'm surprised they have electricity and don't use it as a weapon. Minato, indeed. Naruto, I'm not talking about shinobi magic tricks, but weapons. Minato was left thinking about that. It was better that the civilians and the three that came out of a sarcophagus did not know how to use electricity as a weapon. Kushina, well, I think we should guide you to your room. We haven't opened it in years, except when your birthday came around and… Naruto, I understand mother, you don't have to worry, I'm here hugging her. Kushina, okay, let's go up. Naruto, wait, Nala. A dog appeared running next to everyone, surprising those present. Minato and Luck, Nala petting the dog. Naruto, she is my best friend, partner and family member who has always been by my side. Nala. That surprised everyone, but Akira threw himself at her and petted her, so they decided to put aside any thoughts about it. As they went upstairs, Minato, no one has opened it by my order, tracing hand seals. We sealed it with your mother with Fuinjutsu to avoid problems. Luck, I hope you don't mind that you're in front of my fourth brother. Kushina, I hope you like it opening the door to be stunned like everyone else. Naruto, oh, but it's my room at home in Los Angeles. Minato, Kohao. Naruto, I told you it was Hagoromo and an archangel who got me out of here, so they could have done it without you noticing. At that, Luck approached the nightstand trying to grab the Darth Vader. Naruto, Luck, if you don't want me to break everything called your face and give you a training that will make you wish it was a genjutsu from Sasuke's brother, don't touch that Darth Vader figure. Luck, high afraid of his brother's seriousness. Naruto, I'm glad you understood. Calm and happy. I'll give you a figure later so you can protect something invaluable. Luck was amazed at that facet. Akira, brother, what is that? Pointing at his desk. Naruto, it's my desk and my desktop computer. I have 2 laptops if you want, plus I have movies and pictures of myself there. Not knowing that he dug his own grave, Kushina then asked to see photos, but that moment was interrupted with the arrival of Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizen, where the latter blushed upon seeing Naruto without them noticing, while Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at Naruto's technology. Jiraiya, Gaki, this is surprising, showing a rare kind of object. Luck, and Isen, what is that? Naruto, it's a drone, and it's used to spy or record scenes from the skies. With this control showing the controller, if you want we can fly it later, little brother. Luck, HAI. Jiraiya, you know what we could use it for, right? Nosebleeds and perverted thoughts. Naruto, first of all, no, and secondly, why go to such lengths to use a lady to write rubbish? Tsunade, you see your own godson tells you Jijoho. Jiraiya, not even the elder respects me. Kushina, and we wanted to see photos, so go ahead son. Naruto, I'm turning on the computer now. Tsunade, I'm not going to miss this. Naruto turned on his computer, and immediately upon turning it on they saw many icons they weren't familiar with, so the blonde had to explain one by one what they meant, especially the one that caught Luck and Sasuke's attention, a fighting video game called Mortal Kombat, which at Naruto's suggestion they would play later. The first folder they selected was Childhood, which only had 4 images. Kushina, I want to see the first one. Naruto only did what was asked so that it could be heard loudly. Women, kawaii. Naruto just blushed at the photo and the reaction. Minato, wow, you're just as handsome as your old man. Kushina, when was that? Naruto, it was when I started with kinder, where I grew up. There are several educational levels. The first of them, kinder, is where you go when you are 4 years old, where you make your first friends. At 7 you are sent to a school called primary school, where they teach you to read, write and so on, where when you finish at 12 or 13 years old, you go to secondary school or high school, where you finish your studies at 18 years old. In my case I was a prodigy that at 16 I finished it, and I was able to do my university studies as a computer engineer and my technical degree as a mechanic in 2 years. Jiraiya, how come you are such a prodigy? Naruto, I have photographic memory and auditory memory. Why do you ask? Luck, Sasuke, because the dobe is the last dead in our class. He spends his time making jokes and doesn't even study. Luck, you already showed me off, fear. Naruto, in fact, if it's any consolation, brother, as a child I was like you. Luck, and what happened to you? Naruto, grow up. Kushina, well, I would like to see more photos. Naruto, okay. Luck, wow. Naruto, as a child I liked orange. Luck, in that case I'll continue. Naruto, you won't do it with you in charge, you'll be the first to die if you don't change it. And father, that's a mistake. Assign or change the uniforms, and go to Kushina. Don't be offended mother, but remove the red swirl from the vests. Minato, Jiraiya, Tsunade, what Naruto, what you heard, I could see that the ninjas, by hiding, let it be seen, which on the battlefield is certain death. Everyone was left with a pale expression upon seeing that. He was right, and very right. Kushina, well, more photos. Shizen had a nosebleed. It was a maniac carved by the gods themselves. Jiraiya saw those well-worked muscles and found himself feeling envious. Minato, I knew he was my son proudly. Kushina, but Nicuchio is much more marked than you. Minato had a Hashirama-style depressive aura and went to a corner to make little circles. Naruto, Tusan, I will give you my training. With that maybe you will be like this and improve your life with Oka-san. Luck, hey brother, you train me. I want to be like you. I want to attract Sakura-chan. Sasuke, not only you, I want to surprise. Kushina, to my niece Karen. Sasuke would just blush. Jiraiya, what strange clothes by the way. Naruto, that's from my high school team. The sport you see there is called basketball, where we won several championships, and last year I was assigned as team captain. I must have a video. Akira, here he is playing on the computer. Naruto, let's see playing, enjoy. Author's note, Ignore the topic and use Troy Bolton as Naruto. Minato, incredible. Tsunade, you could definitely introduce that sport into the academy. Sasuke and Luck, you teach us watching Naruto. Naruto, of course, then he sees the photo that fits him. The last photo looks good. Kushina, son, who is she? She said with motherly jealousy. Minato, that's my son, a real heartthrob like his father. Jiraiya, look at those opes with nosebleeds and writing in their notebook for a new Ika. Tsunade hits him hard, pervert. Naruto, hey, she's not my ex, he said with a grimace of disgust. Minato, you. Kushina X. Naruto, do you think I haven't had hex in almost 28 years? Jiraiya, how many? Naruto, how many what? Jiraiya, how many gaki girlfriends have you had? Naruto, 4 of which I only fell in love with one. Minato, my son is a heartbreaker. Naruto, that's nothing when you have fangirls. Sasuke, you had that with fear. Naruto, yes, and even more so when you worked as a model for fashion magazines showing a photo. Kushina, how cute is my Sochi? Minato, son, you're just like your old man, he said proudly. Jiraiya, Gaki, you don't want to go out and break hearts. Naruto, I'm not ready yet, I haven't recovered from the death of the woman I fell in love with. Kushina and Tsunade, what happened? Naruto, we were on vacation in Nice, a city in a country called France, which that bucking day, clenching their fists, they carried out an attack tapping the keys of the PC. Look how it went. Kushina and Tsunade covered their mouths. Naruto, she managed to film it while we were at a concert, where those bastards came in with that truck. She was. Minato, a victim. I'm sorry, putting a hand on his shoulder. Kushina, poor young girl. Naruto, don't worry, smiles, I always remember her. Minato, well, I think we should have dinner, right? At that, Akira runs out of the room. Minato, Akira, what's wrong? Akira, Tusan, what is this door? Naruto, a basement? Kushina, we didn't have one. Naruto, I think some of my things are there, including my clothes from when I was their age, so I'll probably give them to them and give them to be replicated and sold in the village. So everyone went to continue talking in the dining room while Kushina prepared ramen. Chapter 9. After some revelations, a ramen celebration for the return of a prodigal son and a comforting night for 2 parents, because their family was complete again. It was a new day in Konoha, where the sun rose freely, the birds sang, and the clock struck 6 in the morning. Naruto, well, a new day, time for some morning exercise. After getting dressed, he left his room, and when he saw his brother's door, he decided to go in and pick him up. He wanted to receive training from him, which consisted of a white muscle shirt, black shorts, and Adidas running shoes. Naruto, look up. Sleepy Luck, what's up? Naruto, look up, it's time to go out and train. Luck, but Dad wakes me up at 9. What time is it? Naruto, it's 6 in the morning up. Luck, let me sleep, throwing a slight tantrum. Naruto, I guess I should use it, sighing, well, if you don't train now, forget about training with me and going out with that pink-haired girl you like. As if Luck knew the Horatian, he woke up and went to change his clothes in the bathroom. Naruto, nope, not those clothes, I'll give you some of my boy clothes to train in. Plus if girls see you they'll tell you you're cool, so you can attract them. Sasuke was just getting up to go to the bathroom, but when he heard the conversation he joined in. Sasuke, you won't leave me behind, dope. Luck, will team come? Naruto, if he wants, yes, I don't see anything wrong with it. Sasuke, in this case. Naruto, you'll put on these clothes, we'll go out without breakfast and we'll do a physical exercise routine. 10 minutes later, you can see Sasuke's white outfit, a muscle shirt and shorts, while Menma wore an orange outfit, both wearing fluorescent yellow Adidas running shoes. Luck, wow bro, these clothes are amazing. Sasuke, I don't want any more fangirls. Naruto, we'll now go out to stretch and jog around the village. All without realizing it were observed by Kushina and Minato who, due to the noise, got up to see what was happening. The redhead, seeing that what happened yesterday was not a dream, shed a few tears, while Minato just hugged her and watched his boys go out for a morning exercise. Minato, it seems that Luck managed to have a figure to admire. Kushina, I thought it was a dream. Minato, come on, we'll sleep a little longer. We have 2 hours until they get back, right? The couple went back to sleep to get a break from what they've seen. Well, Minato, so he wouldn't have to be signing papers early. With Naruto, okay, stretch as I show you, making movements to loosen the muscles and remove tension, avoiding future injuries. Luck and Sasuke mimicked his movements while Naruto corrected them as needed. All this was watched by two people. Two dark-haired men with bowl cuts and thick eyebrows, dressed in green spandex and orange leg warmers. Naruto: okay, that's it. Both Genin nod. Okay, we'll take a gentle trot around the village. Gentle, calm, without forcing our bodies for now. Lost 2, HAI. The return of the village at a gentle trot as Naruto made them do was somewhat exhausting for them, even for both of the brows who followed them using that training as an example. Naruto: well, seize them. Are you tired now? Luck: I think so. Sasuke: yes. Naruto: nonsense. Where we can train comfortably. Luck: at training camp number 7. Naruto: okay, let's go there and we'll do it jogging at a higher speed. So they went at a medium trot being guided by Luck and Sasuke, whereupon arriving Naruto asked for some logs to be fixed at a somewhat long distance. Naruto: okay, let's do this exercise. We'll go all the way to each log, touch them, and then trot backwards to the other one. 5 passes. It's an exercise called suicide. So everyone did, and they were surprised to see both eyebrows. Naruto: excuse me, are you? I am the great Mato guy, and let me tell you that your exercises demonstrate your flames of youth. Naruto: thanks, but it's just a warm-up with a drop of sweat. Guy sensei: your flames burn like 1,000 suns. Guy: that's right, Lee. Naruto: okay, don't make weird scenes and let's keep warming up. All good idea. So doing the suicides where even Guy and Lee were a bit tired. Naruto: well, I think we've warmed up enough. Looking at his watch: well, we have an hour for physical training, so we'll do 5 sets of 15 sit-ups, 5 sets of 10 push-ups, 5 sets of 8 squats, 5 sets of 6 lunges, all alternating so that the muscle doesn't work to failure and the exercise is useful. Luck and Sasuke: we're going to die, they thought. Lee and Guy: it's an exercise full of youth. 50 minutes later, everyone was panting from how tired they were, except Naruto, who did the double, and seeing him they felt somewhat inspired, especially 2 eyebrows, because they wanted to do those exercises. Naruto: well, we'll jog to relax our muscles on the way home and then we'll have breakfast there. Guy: wait, didn't you have breakfast? Naruto: no, morning exercise is more effective on an empty stomach. After that, the original group went to the Uzumaki mansion since it was time for breakfast. When they arrived, the couple was preparing for breakfast while they saw both Genin enter. As soon as they saw the sofa, they collapsed on it. Naruto, for his part, managed to take off his muscle shirt, revealing his already formed, inflated and marked body, making Kushina blush, and Minato somewhat jealous, since his son was more handsome than him. Minato: wow, you son. Kushina: he's a real baby, so I wouldn't be surprised if he had a daughter-in-law so quickly. Naruto: Dad, what's wrong? Minato: do you have a tattoo? Naruto: of course, why? Kushina: no, my baby is a rebel. Luck: wow, I'll get a tattoo like an Isan. Naruto: it's okay. I got it when I joined the Marines. It symbolizes the pride I have in being a Marine. The eagle also symbolizes the United States. Minato: wow, you have pride. Naruto: sure. Oh, by the way, Dad, I've already prepared our exercise routine, so it's time for you to go to the office and I'll accompany you. You'll leave clones there for the paperwork and we'll go train. Minato: of course. At that, Naruto whispered, Naruto, you'll also be able to attract Mom more and be more disrespectful. Minato: it's okay, don't complain about a new brother or sister later, ha ha ha. So everyone had breakfast. Naruto showered and went with his father to the office, where after leaving clones, Naruto gave him the same routine he did that morning. Everyone looked at Naruto because he was wearing a black muscle shirt with black shorts and orange running shoes, plus a ninja bandana on his forehead, because Minato, without thinking, gave the rank of Jounin to his son as soon as he entered the office, assigning him as sensei of Team 7. Also, it is not known how, but he agreed to be an examiner in the Chunin exams that would take place in 2 months. After 2 hours of torture for Minato, Naruto decided to return home, because he had to clean the basement, which he did with the help of little Akira and a boy, Konohamaru Sarutobi, Minato's godson and grandson of the late 3rd Hokage, who, thanks to the last arrangements of Minato and Kushina, would live in the mansion since his uncle Asuma could not be taking care of him due to the missions. Among all the order, Naruto found his old toy police equipment, who, seeing Konohamaru, decided to give it to him, since he was too old to use toys. The child, seeing that gesture, hugged him, calling him an Ai-chan. When Naruto hugged him without thinking, His mother already told him that he was an orphan of parents, but that as his family they protected him as much as they could. The basement was well prepared as a gym where, upon seeing that there were even kegs of craft beer, with its nitrogen equipment to keep it cold, they removed it from the place because they would ask their father for a place to open a small bar. Konoha Maru, wow, looks amazing. Ni-chan. Naruto, of course, after all, the family is going to train here, and that includes you ruffling his hair. So time passed where Naruto discovered that the house next to his parents' mansion was his. So together with Kushina they managed to store the things they took out and take out some drinks for children that were very well enjoyed by the four of them. The best part of the night was a gala in the Hyuga district. Kushina, come on Minato, you'll look good dressed in a kimono. Minato, well, it's better to prepare. And Naruto, luck changing. Sasuke, I think so. Konoha Maru, how will Ni-chan dress? Akira, no se. Footsteps were heard coming down the stairs and they were amazed to see him. He was wearing a white uniform with military symbols that he wore with pride, even his medals. Naruto, what's wrong? Minato, how handsome you look. Luck, and I-san, what is that suit? Naruto, it's my gala suit. I only wear it on important occasions like important dinners, events that involve. Minato, in that case we're leaving. 20-minute time skip. The family had arrived at the Hyuga district where they were greeted by the Hyuga patriarch, his daughters and nephew, Niji Hyuga, who fortunately, thanks to the quick action of Hayashi and Minato, prevented him from being marked with the caged bird seal. Upon entering, everyone's eyes focused on the young Namikaze. Because of his clothing, the elders made a grimace of disgust, because they were traditionalists, and seeing a young man without wearing a kimono, it bothered them, something that Hayashi and Minato noticed. So Hayashi took the option of taking him to the table and together with his father asked him questions in front of all the elders, even Shikaku Nara with his family. The Akimichi family, Inuzuka, Aburame and Yamanaka were present, who wanted to talk to the young man. Even the genins were eager to hear the stories, so they sat down to listen. Hayashi, Naruto-san, it's a pleasure that you came with your family. I know you must be making up for lost time. Naruto, it's no problem, Mr. Hayashi. After all, according to my father you are a close friend, so if I had grown up here I would surely be like a nephew to you. The formality with which the boy spoke was such that the elders were surprised. They recognized that the boy had manners, since they thought they would be disrespectful like the eldest Uzumaki. Hayashi's father, young Namikaze, it is a pleasure to have you with us. But something raises doubts in me. As you have surely heard, the Hyuga clan is traditionalist, so their clothing intrigues me. Hayashi mentally patted himself for his father's directness with this. While the elders wanted to know, I would like to know why you wear it. Naruto, it's a pleasure to meet you. You see, for us Marines, the uniform is important. As disciplined and trained soldiers, we are taught that there are times when we wear civilian clothes, when to wear combat clothes and dress uniforms. In this case being a civil event, close to an important evening or dinner, we are taught to dress in white. In case of events related to the visit of leaders or patriotic events of the nation, we have the blue uniform, which was the one I wore before the village council. Also with the uniform we show the pride as warriors that we carry. I hope that answer helps, sir. Hayashi's father, not at all. It's more than clear. Surprised like the elders, they must have admitted that the boy was disciplined. I'm also intrigued by the medals you wear. Could you tell us about them? Naruto, of course. Medals are decorations that our country's government gives us for acts of bravery on the battlefield. The Purple Heart, pointing to the medal, is a decoration awarded for being mortally wounded or killed in some action against enemies of the United States or as a result of enemy action or foreign armed force. Hayashi's father, amazing. The others. Kiba, can you tell us a mission? Interrupting. Naruto, sure kid, just wait until I finish pointing out the achievements of each assigned medal. Hayashi, you have the book that proves what you say, so that the elders can know what it means and that you are not lying. Naruto, sure, handing the book. I hope it helps. Hayashi would just pass the book around while the elders read it. The good thing about the book was that it was written in kanji. Hayashi's father, continue. Naruto, as I say, this is the Silver Star. Pointing at it, it is the third highest decoration of the United States Armed Forces. The medal is awarded for courage in the face of an enemy of the United States. This other one pointing at it is the Navy Cross. It is the second highest decoration that can be awarded by the United States Department of the Navy, as well as the second highest decoration awarded for valor, which, although the elders read in the book, are 3 different medals, one for each branch of the military that my country has: the Air Force, which is the army of the skies, since we have machines that fly; the Navy, where I belong, which is in charge of defending the coasts and projecting power in the waters; and of course and without fail, the army or ground force. Old man Hyuga, you're right, boy, you can continue. Naruto: yes sir, this other one pointing at it is the Air Force Cross. How do you get it, you may wonder? It is similar to the Navy Cross, and I have obtained it since of the Marines. I am one of the few who can fly in those machines, specifically, helicopters. Hayashi's father, and that other one you have? Naruto: this is the Medal of Honor, a unique rank order of the collar, awarded only to military personnel. It is awarded for gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of one's life, above and beyond the call of duty, while in combat against an enemy of the United States. Kiba: amazing, you are a war hero. Shikamaru: troublesome but brilliant. Ino: incredible, and on top of that he's handsome. Hinata and Niji: surprising. Konohamaru: who is this? The elders were speechless. They'd read everything in the book. This boy was a war hero. They thought he was a threat, but now, seeing it, he had milestones to tell. Elder Hyuga: he believes that you will be able to count if you have fought in a war. Naruto: with pleasure, I have participated in several military operations, if that is what you mean. Wars as such where I grew up ended a long time ago, sadly. Not so the conflicts with terrorist organizations where I have fought against at least 2 groups related to it. An example are, Luck, you once said the Taliban? Naruto: the Taliban are a civil group of Islamic creed. They believe in a single God called Allah. They are one of the most combative wings of that religion, since they tend to be violent, sexist, and very attached to their religious principles, and to what they call the Quran, their religious book. Elder Hyuga: and what do they usually do? Naruto: they usually kill women, just for the slightest complaint from a man, usually without investigating to know if it is true or false. They kill the accused, even without giving her a decent burial. They give weapons to children to fight, without letting them have a proper childhood. That in social terms, in political terms, they are groups of power where they settle, and very respected by the rulers, who accept in social matters where life is paramount, even that of women and children. They usually clash. Kiba: you fought them. Luck, you don't have to say it. I know you're suffering from it. Naruto: calm down, brother, no problem. You see, the Taliban caused a civil war in a country called Afghanistan, where a team and I had to go in to rescue diplomatic personnel of our nation. My unit had 7 men including me. Only 2 of us survived, and that's where I was mortally wounded, since a bullet grazed near the femoral artery, but I was treated in time. Another war we fight is the war against terrorism itself, against groups that cause terror in a violent way, justifying their actions through religious, ideological, and even political means. A famous group of this is ISIS, who carried out 3 attacks, where I was present in one, while I was enjoying a vacation. Kiba: how was it? Naruto: I was at a concert with my late girlfriend when one of our freight vehicles was stolen and used as a weapon, ramming into a crowd of thousands of people. After doing so, they blew themselves up, shouting the name of their god. ISIS is a terrorist group, but not the only one. Another is Al-Qaeda. I also fought in a war against drug trafficking, since where I was there were cartels with political power and guerrillas. I even fought against soldiers from other nations in poor countries. Countries with poverty always emerge because of politicians who take over by force, causing deaths and impoverishment of their people. Hayashi: I think it's time to say something. Minato: I think you're right. Kushina: if it's about our children's marriage. Naruto: I oppose it. I am personally against forced union, but I think there is a couple of lovebirds who have not been together for a while. Niji: where is Hinata? Kiba: I think he's with Luck. Hayashi: in this case, Minato. Minato: I accept. Luck and Hinata will get married. Naruto: after all, they love each other. Personally, I am not in favor of a forced marriage, and more so for a political reason. Besides, I am twice Miss Hinata's age. It would be rude of me, and not to mention sick, to marry a minor. So everyone, surprised, continued with the evening. Ino was mentally holding back since her current attempt at love was far away due to her age, so she decided to look for someone better. Chapter 10. It was 6 in the morning, and the sun was already beginning to rise all over Konoha. Almost everyone was asleep, but for the mini-marines, they were awake. He did the training with his younger brother, including Konohamaru, Sasuke and his father, which made Minato adapt to the exercise faster. Even the pair of eyebrows joined the physical routine of the morning. It was hard. Little Konohamaru had to do an exercise similar to theirs, but reduced by age, how to help Naruto, and with his father's assent he released Kurama, who took a human form to avoid problems. Even Jiraiya, who was at that moment hiding watching the physical training to try to find a mistake and be able to offer his training to the boy, was surprised and more to see such a feat by the Biju. Kurama, since it's good to be free. Minato, won't you attack the village? Kurama, and why would I attack her? I don't give a damn what happens to this village. Minato, and why? Kurama, why did I attack? Ask that idiot of your former student Uchiha who controlled me. Minato, but Obito is dead. Kurama, are you serious? Your wife is a censor, tell me, have you never analyzed her presence? Minato remained silent because he never overlooked the fact and never thought about it. Guy, the Biju has a point, he thought. Jiraiya, it can't be, this is impossible. If Obito died, he thought shocked. Naruto, let's leave that aside, and Konohamaru, your instructor will be Kurama. Kurama, I hope you put me in the academy. I have to correct some things, and more so with the hands of civilians there. There are a lot of mediocre ninja, and this village that was the strongest declined a lot, pointing to Minato. Don't deny me, nor you, perverted white-haired man, because they know that since Tobirama the village has fallen apart. Minato, you will be an instructor at the academy. Kurama, fabulous. I hope they don't drive me crazy. Guy, what methods do you use, Kurama-san? Kurama, I will teach them discipline, which is lacking a lot, camaraderie, since they depend a lot on the fulfillment of the mission and not on their companions, and I am also a supporter of the idea that physical punishment is a good learning method. Minato, the civilians are going to kill me for this. Kurama, they didn't do it when they instigated the Uchiha to rise up, much less will they do it now. Minato, well, leaving that aside, today will be your test, son. Naruto, and what will it be about? Minato, they'll want to see you in a mission simulation field, since they don't believe you use chakra. Kurama, Minato and Dai look at him strangely. Minato, what's wrong? Kurama, wait, those mummies think that. Let me laugh louder, ha 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 ha. Do you really think he doesn't know how to use his chakra? I trained him, puffing out his chest with pride, and let me tell you he's better than many at using it. After that, they spent 2 hours of morning training to return home, where he had a light breakfast and went outside. He was stretching his body, drinking water, preparing for his shinobi skills test. Since he arrived at the village, he didn't waste time studying who was there, each clan, each possible shinobi. He only accepted the help of his brother and cousin figure Sasuke, along with some from his parents in terms of information. Even his mother accepted some kenjutsu lessons. Even with his younger sister, he was creating the bond that unites them. He even bothered her as if he were the overprotective older brother. Even after his test, he offered to accompany her to the shinobi school, on the occasions she wants. For the youngest, it was something good because she would get rid of the idiots who bother her with scares. Everything was going quite well for everyone in the Namikaze house. Everyone was prepared for the test, since the Yondaime wanted to see his son's abilities. It would be a short mission to fulfill the objective, while they would put Genin, Chunin and Jounin teams to see this, always under the negativity of the civilian advisors for the boy. Minato and Kushina arrived with Naruto and the others from the mansion to the training camp. The Marine was wearing his Central Marine combat uniform, forest/jungle version, to which he added his new kunai holster on his right hip, while his shuriken holster on his left thigh. In his camouflage pockets, he also carried 2 scrolls that had sealed items inside. Finally, he placed 2 of his knives around his left arm, while he had his 2 extra knives inside his combat boots. Plus his inseparable M4 rifle, some grenades and his 2 support pistols along with their chargers and communication equipment, because with Minato they would communicate to demonstrate that the High Command must get involved in the missions and be in quick and reliable contact, not wait for birds or summon dogs. When Naruto saw that it was a mixture of forest and jungle, he couldn't help but feel like he was on a mission in the jungles of Colombia or during his encounters with the Brazilian National Guard, BOP, in the Amazon for joint efforts. Minato gave Naruto a small map of the area, in addition to showing a larger version in front of him. He explained the area affected by the mission, and what he needed to do, so Naruto ended up entering the forest itself under the watchful eyes of everyone, worried about his parents, and the civilians eager to see him fail and demonstrate the weakness of their leader, while Luck and Sasuke along with Jiraiya used Naruto's drone to follow him while in front of the other Konoha rookies. They showed what happened to him from the air. Minato, seeing the considerable entrance time, ordered his shinobi, who would be the hunters for this test, to look for his son in the training area, where they would locate and take the scroll he gave to his son that was marked with the leaf symbol. He also gave them conditions for doing so. There were 3 groups of genin, 2 of Chunin and 1 of jounin, who entered and took their assigned places. Through the drone, the rookies, accompanied by Guy, saw Naruto place one of the grenades, scaring Team 7 because they knew what they were capable of. The others were surprised by their nervousness when they saw those weapons, which seemed harmless, while the civilians mocked them, saying that they were useless weapons. Only Danzo and Hamura realized from what Sai had narrated that harmless weapons were the most dangerous. After placing and demonstrating a phantom tactic by hiding in plain sight with the foliage of the vegetation, he waited for about 2 minutes. Since the test began, only 30 minutes had passed. As the genin groups passed by, a roar was heard throughout the forest, wiping out the genin in a single instance. Despite the presence of 2 Inuzuka and a Hyuga, they did not see the explosions coming. With the observers, everyone was stunned to see the explosion and even more so the civilians to hear it. They were scared. The boy was much smarter than their shinobi. To the jealousy of the council, Sakura remembered the carnage Nami had done. Danzo and Hamura confirmed her theories. He had truly powerful weapons. Jiraiya, holy god, Tsunade blew those things up. Minato, it's surprising. If I'm honest, I thought he would use bomb seals. Among them all was the Biju, without them noticing. Kurama, ha 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 ha, did you really think the Gaki would use his predictable explosive seal papers? He knows that's the first thing they'll look for, so he's prepared to nullify whoever is necessary. And as you can see, despite 1 Byakugan and 2 Inuzuka, Naruto showed intelligence by completely evading that tracking group. Danzo, it's amazing. Hamura, by the way, who are you? Kurama, my name is Kurama Otsutsuki and thanks to Yandame-sama I will be your new instructor at the academy, smiling macabrely, scaring the civilians. Danzo, what exactly are you planning to do? Kurama, what do you think? I've seen many advances in this village's fields and setbacks in many others, especially the loss of quality among shinobi. You'd have to be an idiot not to see it. Hamura, somewhat annoyed, explained yourself? Kurama, what do you think will happen if they prioritize quantity over quality? Koharu, realizing our strength would decline considerably. Civilian 1, please, what stupidity, it's obvious that numbers beat anything. Danzo knew it. The guy was right. Quantity is not superior to quality. In the past, Konoha had shinobi like Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju who alone could destroy entire armies if they wanted to, something that declined since their judgment was clouded when fulfilling that civil whim, made them want quantity and not quality. How was it possible that he, the old war eagle, could not see that great mistake? The genin were surprised. That guy silenced all the civilians with simple arguments, leaving them boiling with rage, because one of the Hokage's 3 advisors agreed with him. With Naruto, the blonde continued his way through the forest while leaving footprints on purpose, from the outside, saving Kurama, Luck and Sasuke from the stories they told, just like Kiba, Konohamaru, Shikamaru and Niji. They thought he was doing. With the observers, Kurama, so you give them a ghost to hunt, eh? Ingenious. Civil 2, what do you mean? Shikamaru, leaves signs that confuse those who pursue him. Niji, that means I would distract them so I could eliminate them. With Naruto, one of the Chunin groups was looking for clues because when they heard the explosion and received news from an Umbu, they knew that the 9 genin were eliminated, which surprised them, but they continued searching. While with the second group they met, while from some muddy rocks some eyes were observed, because Naruto had camouflaged himself with mud to eliminate his presence. While without being noticed he took his M4 rifle to pull the trigger, leaving bullet impacts on the 6 Chunins. Without giving them time to continue, giving a deafening noise for them, and scaring the civilians who watched. with the observers. Kakashi, who was present on impulse, threw himself to the ground, as did Kurama, Sasuke, Luck and Sakura, including the pale Sai, Zabuza and Haku, while everyone looked at him strangely and scared by the sound of Naruto's gun opening fire. Minato, Kakashi, what's going on? Iruka, what's wrong Kakashi? Kakashi, that noise, I still can't get that noise out of my mind when I destroyed Gado's thugs. Sasuke, he killed them with great ease. Civil 3, it's surely a useless weapon. Civil 4, of course it is, like the idiot Hokage we have, just like the third one. Everyone was amazed. The civilians were showing their true colors when they saw this. The clan leaders did not like it at all. Minato, you too will be executed for treason to Konoha and for defaming the leader, and I will do it because I am the Hokage and my word is law. In addition to that, I will take away the powers of the Civil Council of the Ninja Academy, and all matters that deal with that subject are civil. From today it will return to how it was in the times of Naidame Hokage Tobirama Senju. The civilians, instead of ranting, left angrily while ordering Danzo to send his roots to prevent what the boy did. While the mummy shook his head, he wanted Naruto as an ally, at least until he learned about his weapons, which generated annoyance in the civilians and Hamura, for taking away his allies. Hamura would whisper to Danzo, "What are you doing, Danzo? I don't want to lose an ally to learn how to use those weapons, so we must ally ourselves momentarily with the boy." Hamura understood perfectly and calmed down to pass the plan on to the civilians, who snorted in annoyance at the reality they were facing. With Naruto, after leaving the Chunin on the ground while they complained of pain, Naruto just looked at them and said, "Naruto, sorry, I want to win and show what a marine can do, then I'll open a bar and the first ones are on the house." After saying that, he started jumping from branch to branch while the drone followed him. At this point time was still running out, and only 2 hours had passed, and in that time only the Jounin group remained without having attacked him. With the Jounin team, they were already waiting for him in an area close to the central tower. Due to the distance from the start and the place, they estimated that he would arrive in about 2 hours, assuming that he did not fight against the ninjas who were in the way, which would last 6 hours if he passed. The chosen Jounins were Kurenai Yui, Genma Shiranui and Asuma Sarutobi, who had volunteered to fight. There was even a fourth person, an Umbu, Yugao Yuzuki. Will Asuma be coming soon? Genma, I don't think he can. I know that Hokage-sama gave him the rank of Jounin, but does he really have it? Kurenai, I have that doubt. Yugao, from what Kushina-sensei told me, her son is a military man already experienced in combat, so we should not underestimate him. Genma, I don't think it's that bad. Yugao, he has several missions in various fields, and fights in at least 4 places that, according to the reports that Kushina read taking from Naruto's room, are literally war zones. This for him, although it may be new, we are against someone already prepared and who has already killed and does not need that. Asuma, besides the fact that he eliminated the 3 genin groups without problems, let's hope the Chunin slow him down a bit. Unfortunately for the Jounin, Naruto was quite agile in his movement, combining what he had been taught about chakra by Kurama, parkour classes, his physical condition, the envy of many men, along with his agility acquired as a soldier in war zones, jungle and wooded areas, plus combat in desert and swampy areas, made him someone difficult to underestimate, causing him to be close to them in 40 minutes. With the observers, Luck was amazed at his brother's agility. Despite having a wet, swampy, muddy area, and having several things against him, he managed to be agile and cross the place. Sasuke definitely wanted to learn from him. There was no doubt that he wanted him as a teacher. Guy and Lee were crying and saying things about the flames of youth while Kakashi smirked. Enko, seeing Naruto, licked her lips, saying she wanted the blonde in bed, sweat drops breaking out from how direct the snake tamer was. Minato and Kushina were surprised and could be seen smiling with pride at what they saw. Jiraiya was making circles Hashirama style while saying things like, "His godson didn't appreciate him training him," or, "My godson is a man who doesn't appreciate his family," which made Tsunade hit him. The honey-eyed blonde saw this, worried since she should be worried about the blonde's health. With Naruto decided to observe the opponents while they made their plans or talked about life, so secretly, without being noticed, he threw several smoke grenades, generating a thick fog from which Naruto emerged in front of Kurenai, leaving her unconscious with a blow to the neck without the Jounin realizing that she hit him. Asuma approached where the woman was. He saw her knocked out, assuming it was a trick by the boy, so with the ram's seal he whispered Kai, in case it was a genjutsu. But when he didn't see it, he was surprised and put his senses on full alert. Gunma and Yugao began to explore the area, where they found the smoke grenades. Gunma, they're like smoke bombs. Yugao, but bigger and more colorful. Gunma, he separated us, this guy is smart. With Naruto, this one was starting to approach Asuma, who instinctively turned around to dodge a blow and block another. Asuma, wow, you're good. Naruto, you took me to fight, not just anyone could fool my stealth. Asuma, let's see how well you fight taking out his knife. Naruto, knife fight pulling one out of his shoulder, I think this will be interesting. Both of them engaged in a knife fight while both of them stabbed, cut, stitched, giving each other wounds, as well as hitting each other with their bare fists whenever they could. The blows and screams of both of them in the fight were heard by the other two Jounin and Umbu, who chose to go against them, regardless of the fact that a trap was triggered capturing Yugao, which left her out of the game. Gunma, are you okay? Yugao, yes. Gunma, I'll help you get down. Yugao, no, the mission is more important, remember. Gunma, whatever you say, leaving with the observers. Kurama, what a low camaraderie. The mission is accomplished, but you must take care of the casualties. You cannot abandon a comrade even if he asks you to. Konohamaru, wow. Kurama, surprise yourself, puppy, because this is something that will change from the academy. Back with Naruto, Asuma and Naruto continued in their combat dance, while both by the work of the other lost their knives to remain in a hand-to-hand combat. Before the taijutsu of the Shinobi, Naruto countered it with Krav Maga, leaving no openings to Naruto's defense, putting Asuma in trouble, who after almost losing his leg in a blow that Naruto with substitution dodged, which ended up hitting a tree. Naruto began to punch him like a boxer, leaving Asuma knocked out with a blow to the chin. With the others, everyone watched the fight fascinated. Luck, that's a cool fighting style imitating punches. Kakashi, so he used the fighting style he taught the boy on Nami. Jiraiya, what fighting style is it? Interested like Danzo, Guy, and Lee. Kakashi, it's called boxing. It's a fighting style that prevents kicks. It's quite strong, since in what he taught the boy, more to defend himself than to compete, since that fighting style where he comes from is used as a sport. It prevents low blows, prohibits rabbit punches, eye pokes, and other dishonorable actions in a fight. Lee, wow, is a style full of youth. Guy, you already said it, Lee. Back with Naruto. Naruto had already left Asuma on the ground leaning against a tree when he dodged some shurikens that were going towards him. When he turned around he saw the remaining Jounin. He assumed he had nullified the fourth with the trap, so he prepared to approach using his M4, stopping and destroying the shurikens to approach the Jounin, who with kunai in hand approached him, fighting hand to hand. When Naruto took the kunai's arm when it wanted to attack him as if it were a knife, to turn it to the ground, where the Jounin without giving up wanted to do the same to him, achieving it for a few moments, where Naruto, making use of the opponent's strength, sitting on his chest, with one leg immobilizing his hip, holding one arm with his own and with the other leg holding his head, to with his free arm give him a punch in the forehead, leaving him unconscious. With the observers, the drone recorded everything, including that fight. No one thought someone would take down 3 Jounin and an Umbu so easily, using their opponent's intelligence and strength against them. So, to the fury of the civilian council, the boy had already passed and was high-ranking Jounin material, so they all decided to go after the boy and the wounded to end the test. So, using the Hiraishin no Jutsu, they went in several groups to the downtown area. With Naruto, the mustachioed blonde was approaching the finish line of the test, where he was seen arriving. All those who hadn't seen him before were surprised. There he was. It was Minato, but younger and covered in dried mud. After looking more closely, they saw that he had whisker marks on his cheeks, along with a taller, toned, and defined body, with a bearing that indicated that the boy was stronger than him. Everyone seeing him had different reactions. Kurama only showed pride, since his container was admirable, his parents proud of his achievement, the civilians envious of what they saw, Danzo because he was making his plans to take over the boy, Konohamaru, Luck, Sasuke, and surprisingly Kiba began to admire the blonde. Kiba had decided he wanted to train with him and become strong. As for the women, with the exception of his sister, mother and godmother, they were blushing and some with nosebleeds, because the fights had pierced their clothes, revealing some of their 6 well-worked and marked abs, their muscular and strong arms, as well as his face that made him look like an Adonis. That day two things arose: the group of Naruto fangirls and their entourage of apprentices or aspirants to it to seek to improve their condition both physically and in combat. Minato thinking, maybe I should ask Naruto how he got those abs. I think Kushina would really like it if she can feel my muscles like she used to. Besides, she'd probably do something special if I do. After that, 2 days passed where Naruto, by order of Tsunade, was kept under surveillance in the hospital. He was sitting on an examination table wearing only large athletic shorts. Currently, Naruto was receiving a physical examination from Shizen, since Tsunade could not be present, to make sure he was completely okay. While taking the exam, Shizen was having a hard time trying not to drool while examining Naruto's body. The nurses couldn't blame Shizen for fantasizing about touching Naruto's body since his body was one of the things that women wouldn't mind fantasizing about. Naruto, Miss Shizen, how much longer are you going to examine me? Shizen, oh, just a little bit more and we're done with your physical. Naruto wasn't that embarrassed to be in those situations since it was normal for the nurses not to see the soldiers even naked for checkups and such, especially when Naruto was already made to have sex with them because of how sexy he was. Naruto, well, that's good, since I don't know how much longer I can stand being put up with here. I was never an indoor person. Shizen, Miss Tsunade said your father was like that when she saw him checking. After that little chat, it was time to check the lower area. Shizen blushed a little as Naruto stood up and began to untie her shorts, so she turned around to prepare to do the final check. Once Naruto dropped his shorts, he said he was ready. When they turned around, all the nurses present screamed to the heavens, "Oh my god, I've never seen one so big." Shizen, he is definitely Minato-sama's son, I thought. Shizen's loud voice echoed throughout the hospital. Minato, Kushina, and Jiraiya were standing outside the examination room when they heard Shizen's outburst. Kushina blushed because she guessed she was examining Naruto's private parts, and assumed he was the same size as his father. Minato blushed a little, but smiled and thought, he's definitely my son, remembering when Tsunade used to examine him as his doctor before Kushina took over, and said the exact same thing but without blasting it all over the hospital. Jiraiya just thought, lucky. Chapter 11. After Naruto's victory in the test, and an embarrassing moment for the Namikaze family in the hospital, because several nurses saw firsthand what the Narakonda is, causing the entourage of fangirls that until then were few in the village, to expand astronomically, generating the rumor of the son of the fourth and his powerful weapon of seduction of women to expand beyond the shinobi villages, generating doubt, bewilderment and some annoyance in rival villages, mainly IWA, who thanks to their spies were able to learn that the eldest son of the fourth had been found. Inoki, after knowing that the son of the fourth had disappeared or been kidnapped, was happy. His sworn enemy after the Third Shinobi War was suffering from what the old man called karma, not like that in Kumo, where the Raikage knew how to put their differences aside and help in the search for the boy. In Inoki's case, he helped look for him, but with another purpose, to make him loyal to IWA as revenge on the Yellow Lightning. But that vanished over the years, giving him up for dead, until the arrival of the rumors. His granddaughter Kuratsuchi, like any woman upon hearing the rumors and how well equipped he was said to be, could not help but have unholy thoughts and force her grandfather to go to Konoha to meet him, and if the girl likes it, force a political marriage. In Kumo, Raikage, upon hearing the rumors of how strong the boy was, took the side of what he didn't care about, and wanted a fight against him, not to prove that he was stronger than Minato, but to feel the excitement of a good battle, against an opponent whose abilities he doesn't know. Back in Konoha, Minato, the day after Naruto returned from the hospital, was signing papers and finalizing details to include Kurama as an instructor, and analyzing the ranks that Naruto showed him, Kurama due to his experience as a Biju, and what he learned from Naruto's world, gave him the rank of colonel. So after closing everything and calling Iruka because some time ago Mitsuki had betrayed Konoha wanting to sabotage luck, which he did, and forcing him to steal the forbidden jutsu scroll from the Hokage's office, being prevented by Iruka and the traitor killed by Minato. Since that moment they have tried to put everyone they could, but everyone failed. Kakashi was one, but he read Ika. Ebisu was losing his authority, Genma was arrogant, Hate was sick, and Iruka was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Minato, I already sent for Irika, Colonel. Kurama. I hope the brats are what I expect. Naruto. I guess, mommy's boys, daddy's girls, arrogant, conceited, used to easy things, and above all, crybabies. Kurama. Nothing that a few months with me can't correct. Naruto. Kurama, you are evil. That would include a Chunin with a pineapple hairstyle and a scar in the nose area. Irika. Hokage-sama called me. Minato. Sure, Irika, come in. I want you to introduce yourself to the others. Irika. Of course, I'm Irika Umino, Chunin sensei of the Shinobi Academy. Kurama. Konoha Kurama outs. Naruto. Captain Jason Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Minato. Well, in that case, drawing silent seals, leaving out all the embus, including about 3 of Root who were hidden. Irika. What are the silent seals for? Minato. Well, Kurama-san is none other than the Biju of the 9 Tails, who as a colonel will be assigned as an instructor at the academy, since you will remember that the Biju at the time of attacking Irika, he was controlled, yes. Kurama. If I killed someone close to you, I apologize, but that Uchiha Madara, who is none other than Obito Uchiha, used his Sharingan to control me after taking me away from Kushina, the previous Jinchuriki. Irika. And why are you telling me this? Minato. Because Kurama will enter as an instructor in the academy. You need help. Look at your dark circles from attending to them. Also, I tell you because I know that you will not tell the civil council and that you will not be looking for a fight with him, that you will get along professionally within the academy and will not cause problems on a personal level. Irika. I see. Minato. Well, that's all, you can leave. Kurama. As the words. Irika. Follow me, please. So Minato removed the silent seals. Naruto. Okay, Dad. I want you to give me a piece of land near my house. Minato. What do you want to do? Naruto. A bar. I have alcoholic beverages that I want to put into circulation. Minato. Will you tell Tsunade? Naruto. Knowing what my mom told me about her, well, no. At that moment Jiraiya and Luck would fall from the roof. Luck. And I-san, will you let me drink? Naruto. If you become a Chunin, yes. Luck. But I'm already a genin. Naruto. And what's that? Luck. Age to kill, age to drink. Naruto. If I followed the rules of this world, I would give it to you. But since I don't, it will be Chunin and I will give you your first beer. And we will make it special, because it will be the first drink between brothers hugging Luck's arm. Luck, you promise? Naruto. Of course. And you know something, I never break my promises. Jiraiya. From what I see, that phrase runs in the family. Jijoho. Naruto. What do you want, perverted sage? And I won't accept an Ika. I have too much on my books with a series of novels titled 50 Shades of Grey. Jiraiya. By any chance, could you lend them to me? Naruto. You'll publish it as your own novel, right? With a drop of sweat. Jiraiya. Of course. Minato. You're hopeless. Sensei and Naruto have the keys to this abandoned warehouse near home. Naruto. You come with me, Luck, and we'll also do our combat training ring in the back. Luck. And what's that for? Naruto. To train fighting styles. Also taking him by the neck and rubbing his knuckles on his scalp. I know you want me to teach you how to be a marine. Luck. I'm going, but stop hitting him. Minato just watched this with a smile. No doubt they got along like brothers. After that, Naruto and Luck left the Hokage Tower, while Jiraiya went to get those books to plagiarize them in the shinobi world, because if that book was as good as Naruto described, even women would buy it. While with Kurama. So that's what happens, huh? Irika. Yes. Kurama. That Mizuki guy, ever since I heard about him with my previous Jinchuriki, never seemed like a good guy to me. Plus he smelled like a snake. Irika. Yes, he deceived poor Luck, even though he was already approved as a genin. Kurama. If I'm honest, the boy was a genius at outwitting those umbus. Irika. If he had shown those skills at the academy. Kurama. He was the last dead, right? Irika. Yes, remembering the blonde, I wonder what Naruto would have been like as a genin. Kurama. The Gaki was one of the best in his class. Besides being a joker and pulling pranks that would be similar to breaking into an umbu barracks and painting their outfits pink, the Gaki always had, despite growing up alone in that orphanage, the friends he needed, and the attention required to get to where he is. His mind was brilliant. When I saw that in 2 years he obtained 2 different degrees, professional careers that last at least 5 years, the truth is a true prodigy in theory, and in practice as a soldier, quite brave although somewhat hard-headed when following orders, especially when wanting to leave someone behind. They continued talking about various topics until they reached the Shinobi Academy. Kurama sniffed the area and knew what he was up against. Kurama, from what I smell, several of them are crybabies and believe that mommy and daddy will solve everything. Added to the fact that they believe that everything that exists in the world is between 40 pages maybe, they are very innocent and gullible. If they continue with those ideas just by crossing the line that separates the village from the nearby forest outside the entrance, they will be killed at the slightest stone. Irika, wow, I didn't think you'd bring that up so soon. Kurama, nothing that can't be fixed smelling this aroma. So little Konohamaru is here, eh? Irika, I was one of the most eager to learn directly from luck, but about 2 days ago I noticed a substantial change. Kurama, what can I say? One day with me has already shaped him into a little soldier ready to fight, not only for his home, but for his family and comrades. Plus, Gaki has been training him for 3 days now. Irika, well, I think we'd better go inside. Upon entering the classroom, everything was chaos. The children were making paper airplanes without knowing what they were and throwing them. They shouted a lot. While they played, they said what they did that morning. The girls talked about how cute they thought the graduating genin were. Irika, silence. Everyone continues talking except for Konohamaru and Hanabi. One, upon seeing his sensei and at the same time superior, just stood next to his desk firmly, while Hanabi, due to the teachings of the house and the instilled respect, always obeyed her elders. Irika, silence. Everything remained the same, while Kurama was beginning to get impatient, as a vein was appearing on his forehead. The situation was worse than he imagined, but nothing he couldn't fix or correct. Irika, silence. Using the demon head jutsu, everyone fell silent while Kurama mentally tried not to laugh at the Chunin's bad luck. Irika, good morning. Students, good morning. Irika, today, thanks to Mizuki's betrayal and execution at the hands of Hokage-sama, we will have a new instructor, Student 1, and that new sensei reads that orange-covered book. Irika, Kakashi, if I see you, I'll strangle you. He thought for such a selfless act to young innocent minds. No, he doesn't read it. So I ask you to stand up to receive it. Go ahead, Colonel Kurama Otsutsuki. From the doors, a red-haired man, with what looked like fox ears, some foxtails that the girls found cute, black sunglasses, a seriousness that would scare Tobarama himself, walking slowly and firmly, feeling throughout the room that due to the impression fell into a deep silence. Kurama, good morning. Konohamaru and Hanabi, good morning. The other students did not greet out of fear. Kurama, I didn't know I had entered a cemetery, he commented, looking at Irika. Good morning, cadets. The children, good morning, sensei. Kurama, that's what I wanted to hear. Allow me to speak. Irika, receiving a nod. From now on you will address me as Lord, not as sensei. Is that clear? The shy students, yes, sir. Kurama, did I hear something? Chunin-san? Irika, don't listen, Colonel. Kurama, I said understood. The children, sir, yes, sir. Kurama, now I like it. From now on you will be under my claws, making the gesture with his hands. For you I will be sir, and you will be cadets for me. It was clear. The children, SIR, yes, SIR. Kurama, I am the Alpha and the Omega. I command and you obey. The children would start to get scared and complain. Kurama, come on, enough of complaints. They are very weak children. They have no discipline. I have news for you. They are mine now. They belong to me. Mom will no longer be behind you. Dad will no longer be there to protect you if someone does something to you. It's time to change those weak and pathetic bodies for muscles, and no more complaints, and no more mommy and daddy's boys and girls, and no more easy way. The first thing this group has to understand is that it is now a unit, and in my unit there are no weaklings and crybabies, so it seems to me a nice day to go out, don't you think, Mr. Irika? Irika, of course. Kurama, well, we'll go out to tour the surroundings of the village, at a gentle trot now. Child 2. But he can't do that, the civil council won't let him. Kurama, oh, it looks like we have a brave boy. As sarcastically, congratulations, everyone applaud, your dear friend has won something for the whole group. The children would start clapping and the boy would smile arrogantly. Kurama, 3 extra laps around the village, just 1. Udan, what did you do, idiot? Konohamaru, ASU order. SIR preparing to leave. Hanabi just followed Konohamaru out of the classroom. Moegi, you're an idiot, now we're going to die. 3 hours later, all the students are normalizing their breathing. It's one thing to take short laps around the academy, but it's another to do it around the village. It was crazy. Unfortunately, Kurama and Iruka weren't even tired. Konohamaru was somewhat used to it, but he was still struggling to breathe. Kurama, very well, now we will do a strength and muscle toning workout. You will do 3 sets of 15 sit-ups, 3 sets of 10 push-ups, 3 sets of 10 lunges, 4 sets of 10 squats, and 3 sets of 8 pull-ups, and whoever tells me something will duplicate the exercise for the entire group. The arrogant children, fearful of their own classmates, who looked at them with a desire to hit them, remained silent. So they began to perform the exercises with great difficulty. 2 hours later, Kurama, okay, now that our warm-up is over, it's time for a little combat training. You'll be paired up in groups of 2. The children, as best they could due to tiredness, paired off in pairs, where Konohamaru teamed up with Udan. Kurama, Iruka, I need you here. Okay, let's demonstrate some simple moves to learn. Since I took a look at the Academy's taijutsu style, it's just not strong enough, so I'm going to show you a martial art known as boxing. We'll start working on punches. Whoever I see so much as use their legs and feet to hit in the way that I won't tell you. I hope they know how to pray, because the punishment I'll give to the entire unit will make them really beat them. Cadets, SIR, yes SIR. So they proceeded to start doing the exercises that Kurama gave them. He had to talk to Naruto about some boxing bags to be able to teach them how to hit and take out their fury on them. But he would see it later. Iruka was surprised. In just one day he lowered those airs of greatness that the civilians instilled in their heads and also taught them life lessons. Because of one, all will pay. And it was only the beginning. 3 hours later, Kurama, that's all for today, cadets. Remember that you must practice what you learn at home. And from now on, I want you to memorize it well, since I will greet you that way. It's clear. The cadets, SIR, yes SIR. Kurama proceeded to salute them militarily, making the children imitate the position of the arm, while Kurama, when some wanted to use the opposite arm to the one he used, looked at them so that they did it properly. So everyone left the academy, unaware that in a week of such training, the civilians would be the losers, as one of Danzo's Umbu roots was able to see the training and relay what he had seen to his master. Chapter 12. After what happened at the Ninja Academy, the villagers were upset with the Hokage for hiring a man as his children's teacher, something that, thanks to Kurama, Minato knew how to ignore their complaints, causing the civilians to use their counselors and being able to return to the easy way out as before. Naruto during those hours was doing the work to open his bar. Thanks to seeing Luck use the multi-shadow clone jutsu, they managed to clean the place and build the training area for themselves, plus the bar area, where thanks to buying furniture from other customers, and requesting certain things for the bar and the shelf, they managed to have 75% of the bar, while the gym with its respective ring was already prepared at 100%. Luck, wow, Naruto and I-san looks great, but what are those things? Naruto, those, little brother, are sandbags. They serve to train your blows. They work as if you were hitting a person. Luck, and that's for Naruto. I told you I would teach you to fight like a marine, right? Luck, yes, wait, is that true? He said nervously and excitedly. Naruto, of course, what do you think? I don't see how Kakashi abandons you because of favoritism to Sasuke, although he prefers to train with me and you, despite the fact that Kakashi is a former student of Dad. Luck, I will become strong like my brother. That's incredible, Dadabayo. Naruto, ha 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 ha. Luck, what's up? Naruto, your verbal tick blushing with embarrassment to Luck reminds me of myself at your age. I had the same verbal tick as you. Luck, and what happened? Naruto, in the Navy while training, I lost it, but I gained another one that is better, UHRA. Luck, and what does that mean? Naruto, UHRA means to the death. Luck, you never say it, Saint. Naruto, I only say it when I go on missions since I've managed to moderate where I use it. Luck, okay, what are we going to see now? Naruto, the bar, and between us, I'll give you a sip of a cocktail I know how to make. Luck, really? Naruto, of course, after all, we do it behind Mom's back. Plus the one I prepare is for kids, he thought the last thing. At the bar. Luck, we really showed off, brother. Naruto, I believe it, and about the drinks. Luck, not a word to Tsunade Obuchan. Naruto, that's my Oturo ruffling his hair. Luck, well, and my drink. Naruto, of course, I'll also teach you how to prepare it, and maybe I'll teach you how to be a bartending, the art of cocktails and drinks, and that way you'll shine in front of the Hyuga. Luck blushed. I don't know what you're talking about. Naruto, I'm not an idiot, I know you like him, you're obvious. But I want you to know something, the first one isn't always the right one. Love life isn't just one romance in your life, and when you get married you live happily ever after. There are times when you have to meet other people, and in our case go out with more girls. Luck. And how many did you go out with? Naruto. 7, of which mom only knows 4. Luck, you are a Naruto. It's my playboy era, and I always attracted girls because of these, pointing to his mustache marks. They said they were tender, and since I was always gentle with women, it wasn't always a courtship, hehe. Luck. So you're not like Ero Sennin says, virgin? Naruto. No, I haven't been since I was 14. Don't tell that to mom, because she'll assume I'm following Ero Sennin's advice and I'll help you get girlfriends and stop being a virgin. Luck, brother, I'm just too young for that. Then he takes the cell phone and sees a photo. Who is she? Naruto, my first girlfriend, and currently one of my exes. Why do you ask? Luck, she's cute. She's also a redhead like mom. And wait, you used to wear orange before? Naruto, yes, I used to wear it. It's my favorite color. And yes, she was the best girl I had at the time, but we broke up. Luck, it runs in the family about the color, hehe. But why did they break up? Naruto, ain't we both cheated on each other the same day, hehe. She was with a guy called Issei, and I was with her best friend Sona. We both cheated on each other and well, we decided to remain friends. Although we got together sometimes to feel pleasure because we wanted to remain lovers, until she went to another country to an academy called Kwa. From there I didn't see her again. Luck, if you are perverted. Naruto, of course not. It's the art of conquering a woman without appealing to her body, but using the charm that we blondes have. Luck, yes, of course. Naruto, okay, let's put that aside, shall we? I'll show you how to make your drink. We'll use ice, strawberry pulp, a little sugar, and multi-fruit juice. Using this device, a blender, you put everything in there and let it all come together. After 5 minutes, Naruto, voila! A daiquiri. Luck, wow, taking a sip from the straw, it's incredible. Naruto, and this one's for me. Uncorking a beer, cheers. Both brothers would clink their drinks to see Kurama, Minato, Jiraiya and Kakashi walk through the door. Naruto, I see you arrived, huh? Minato, I escaped from the villagers because they are angry about Kurama. Kurama, I already told you, if they are ninjas, send the civilians to hell. By the way, give me a beer. Naruto, I didn't bring any bottles, just one, but I have this one showing a barrel. Kurama, and what are you waiting for, Gaki? We must stop the thirst. Minato, Luck, you drink. Luck, a drink that N-I-sen taught me to make. Naruto, it doesn't have alcohol. Luck, I'm not a child with a pout. Naruto, yes, of course. And I am a shinobi. Everyone sees it, not in the sense of rank, I say it. Everyone says HHHHH like idiots except Kurama. While Naruto was preparing 3 pints of beer, Naruto, good to drink. Everyone would drink the beer, except Luck because he was younger. Jiraiya, wow, it's bitter, less than sake, but its flavor is exquisite. Minato, you already said it, sensei. Kakashi with an eye smile said nothing and nodded. At that moment Naruto dropped a tear. Minato, what's going on? Naruto, what I thought was impossible, the first beer shared with my old man, smiling where I come from, is sometimes a special moment. At that moment father and son would clash their drinking spleens, giving a scene that both would share more than once, and when Luck becomes Chunin, he would integrate. Without knowing, several weeks would pass since that event. While Luck and Sasuke spent their time at Naruto's gym, the blonde attended to his bar at night, in addition to spending time with his old man. Since his shinobi test, Naruto was granted the rank of Jounin Sensei, placing him with Kakashi's team, something that the silver-haired man congratulated. But everyone saw that Naruto took the orange-covered book, deciding not to give it to him until the end of training. All the Jounin applauded the blonde's act, since nobody did that. Guy, his flames burn like 1,000 suns. Naruto, and neither you nor your pupil are safe. What do you think would happen if they wore orange leg warmers and green spandex on a mission? Guy, would we look great? Naruto, they would be easy targets, and I think you wouldn't like your pupil to at least die in his mission. Guy, no, what do you propose? Naruto, let him change his wardrobe, at least for the mission, for something camouflaged. Guy, I will. Everyone present, including the clan leaders, began to sing. That made Naruto's sweat drop, because it was strange. Minato, son, you don't know how much we've all tried to make you change those clothes. Naruto, seriously, you never could? Oh no, we always tried. Naruto, well, what can we do, Guy-san? If he wants to use the gym, it's available. If he wants, let him know. Guy, sure. Minato, you may as well leave, son, I would like you to stay. Everyone leaves except Naruto. Naruto, Dad is ready, right? Minato, yes, everyone from the cinema, under your stipulations, has made the necessary changes. Naruto, we might as well start the entertainment here. Minato, what movie are you planning to show? Naruto, I was thinking about showing cartoons, especially these ones showing cowgirls, Bear Country and Atlantis the Lost Empire dash. I know your advisors will want movies with weapons, but I think it's the best to start. Minato, true son. After that, Naruto retired to the Konoha cinema, where they hung the premiere banners with the first movie, which would last 1 week, almost 2, in case some didn't see it. The children were somewhat curious to see it, so the theater was packed at the first screenings. By the end of the movie, the children were playing around talking like cowboys in the Old West. Naruto's intros to upcoming movie trailers only added to the excitement. Naruto, it seems they like it. In a few weeks they will see superheroes. I imagine how they will react. While that was happening in the civil arena, at the academy, Kurama had broken all the children on a mental level. They were no longer the stereotype of civilian children who cannot differentiate a kunai from the scroll that contains it. They were cadets. They already knew discipline, authority, and camaraderie. That always made the civilian council complain, but Kurama always sent them flying or punished them. And more so when they complained about the songs he taught them, because he always saw them passing by singing. The one who stood out the most was Konohamaru, who always excelled in hand-to-hand combat. In addition to starting to use Naruto's weapons, the boy wanted nothing to do with the shinobi life. He wanted to be a marine. Even Kurama took some of Naruto's weapons since they were heavy. He did not teach him how to use them except as physical exercise, when he divided them into groups of 2 while they ran carrying a mortar, singing. This caused the civilian council to meet with all the jounin present, Naruto and Kurama, who were wearing the corresponding American uniform, as well as the children, who, thanks to Naruto and Kurama, were wearing a uniform similar to theirs, with great pride for them, since they were Konoha soldiers, no longer shinobis. Minato M. Kurama, cadets, cheers. The cadets would salute the Hokage in a military manner under the watchful eye of everyone. The shinobi clans were happy, because someone had set in motion a plan to sweep civilians from their affairs, while on the civilian side, and the counselors except Danzo, looked on with fury. Danzo, for his part, saw the fruits of those trainings, and agreed with that training. It was profitable, and obtained good results. Not complete to the point of leaving them as lifeless beings without soul like a doll, but something was something. Minato, rest cadets while the children put their arms behind his back. Well, why have you called this meeting? Hamura, it was us Hokage-sama, he said angrily, pointing at Koharu, and the civilians, since Danzo was against this time-wasting meeting. Minato, and well, what is the situation? Civilian 1, easy, we want Kurama Otsutsuki out of the academy. The previous program back and his son expelled from the village without his weapons, he said furiously. Hamura, what? That last one isn't like that. Civil 2, that is only a requirement of the civil party, not yours. Civil 3, we want the demon out that made Naruto and Kurama angry. Also, we want that evil man out of the academy. He poisons the minds of children with those ideas of being a true warrior. Shikaku, troublesome, but that's false. You have no power in that matter. Civilian 1, of course. We are the Honorable Council of Konoha. Kurama, don't laugh, don't rip them apart, don't kill them, he thought, appealing to calm. Naruto, don't draw, don't kill them, he thought. The genin did not believe it. The civilians were wanting to remove the Hokage's son, for being a threat to them, as the civilians said, since he had ruined several opportunities to gain more power, take power away from the Leaf clans, eliminate shinobis who were not loyal to them. Hayashi, well, that won't happen. Naruto-san is a shinobi as such, and you have no say. Civilian 2, silence. The Kyubi brat attacked our civilians. That's false. All he did was take out 2 drunks who were only bellowing things about being friends of the civil council, for wanting to protect 2 women from the village from being raped. Villager 2, that's a lie. Enko, you are the one lying. Yugao, that bastard attacked Kurenai and me, she said furiously. Naruto only defended us, and as the owner of the establishment, he exercised his right of admission. Minato, Colonel, any opinions? Kurama, In my most humble and sincere opinion, the honorable, making quotes with my fingers Konoha Council, are nothing more than a group of greedy, corrupt, and ambitious people in power, who have seen how all their plans have fallen apart, and want to eliminate someone as a scapegoat. Civil 4. How dare you? We are honorable members of this council. Kurama. Yes, honorable, he said sarcastically. I must remember that several of us here have blackmailed merchants with high taxes. I think honorable has nothing. Minato, Captain. Naruto. They are simply politicians who abuse their power. If they were honorable, they would do it in an ad honorem way. Since analyzing the income from missions, the shinobi only receive 50% of the value of the mission, when the remaining 50% goes to the village, of which only 10% goes to it, and the remaining 40% to the hands of the civil counselors. Minato, in view of the falsehoods they present, false accusations, defamation, and clear abuses of authority, the civil council and counselors Hamura and Koharu will be removed from their positions, while I begin an investigation of the former civil counselors, to determine all their actions. Mabuki, damn demon, the eldest Banshee shrieked, launching herself at Naruto with a knife. But something happened. Mabuki's hand was stopped, not by the Hokage or his family, who were about to jump, but by the members of Teams 8, 9, and 10, who were holding her back with their abilities. What surprised everyone was that Sakura was holding her back. Minato, in view of what you're doing, Mabuki, you'll be imprisoned for attempted murder, and arrested. Umbus, take all these guys away. The Umbus went out and took the aforementioned into their power. Minato, while the civil council is dissolved, you can withdraw. Cadets, As Hokage-sama orders saluting in a military manner and withdrawing. Kurama, I'm leaving saluting. Chapter 13. After the council meeting where Minato, for the first time in his life since the Sandaime, managed to put on his pants and stand up to the civilian council and the Hokage's advisors, saving Danzo, who the one-eyed man had to admit, he had to do something Tobirama-style with them. Not at that level, but something was something. Naruto, it's clear that both Danzo and you are affected by these meetings. Danzo, I hate to admit it, but you're right, kid. I hope that from all those movies you brought back some of them with battles and wars. Naruto, I brought some, but they are on the fantasy side. If you like, I can pass them to you so you can see them. Danzo, I accept Uzumaki. Naruto, I'll leave them in your office tomorrow. Danzo, I'm retiring. Hokage-sama retiring, believing that the boy would give him movies with the weapons the boy uses. After Danzo left, Minato drew silent seals. Minato, are you sure you want to give it to him? Naruto, he said he wanted movies with battles. He never specified if they were from my time or from ancient times or something fantasy, downplaying it. I think I'll give him a trilogy called The Lord of the Rings to at least get him excited. Minato, you are cruel, somewhat sadistic. If Anko Mitarashi saw you, Naruto, you'd want me to be your husband, right? You hint at it a lot, but I still haven't found the right one. I won't lie to you, Anko is beautiful, but I don't want to start something. Minato, the pain in that heart has to be healed at some point, son. Naruto, I know. Thus Minato would remove the silence seals, while both of them retired to the bar and their home later. The next day, Naruto was in the gym with Luck and Sasuke, while Kakashi, without finding his favorite student, had to train the pink-haired girl, who with the physical routine that Naruto left her was looking stronger and stronger, shaping up to an outfit of an athletic, developed woman. As for Naruto, the blonde was teaching each of his students different martial arts. Surprisingly, Kiba was present along with Konohamaru, who thanks to Kurama was on leave from the academy, while the fox contemplated the clouds with Anara. Naruto, well, let's start learning boxing. As you know or have heard from everything I've explained, in this discipline there are different ways of hitting, the basic boxing punches, straight and curved, with the main ones being the jab, the direct, the hook, the uppercut, and the swing. All this was seen by the three who imitated the poses that Naruto made. Kiba, doubt what happens with the movement. Naruto, to learn this system you must forget for the moment about using your legs to hit. The idea is to be agile and strong at the same time, agile legs, to move well, and strong when delivering blows. For this, we must establish a well-prepared routine that includes not only learning to fight, but also working on physique and resistance. This is how they started the routine. Kiba, sensei, is it possible to kill with this type of combat? Naruto, yes, a poorly connected blow to the face can kill. Luck, brother, in which martial art do you usually excel? Naruto, Although I am American, I stand out as a user of a style known as Sambo, a martial art from a rival nation to my country. Its name is Russia. Kiba, did you use it against Asuma-sensei? Naruto. I didn't use Krav Maga against him. Know this: even though each nation may have its own fighting style, that is not a factor that prevents learning. Ino would enter accompanied by Hinata, since the girls had wanted to train with Naruto, to strengthen themselves, in addition to having done a somewhat heavy routine and an exhaustive warm-up. Hinata, Naruto-sensei, we are ready. Naruto, well, it's time for you to focus on learning how to fight. From what I saw, without offending you and your clan, the Juken seems like an incomplete style, since it's missing something that no one dares to explain, its philosophy. Every martial art, every form of combat, has it. Ino, really? Naruto. Of course, not all of them are easy. An example is Jeet Kune Do, whose philosophy is the way of the intercepting fist. It is not you who adapts to the combat style, but it who adapts to you. Each being has its way of fighting. Hinata, I see. Naruto, okay, let's practice. So he put everyone to do exercises like hitting punching bags, jumping rope, doing weight training. Ino, thanks to Naruto, began to be instructed in Wing Chun, a Chinese martial art, while Hinata learned some of the basics of what little Naruto knew of Jeet Kune Do. They were like that for 1 hour, where Ino and Hinata left while Kiba left half an hour later, leaving Sasuke and Luck with Konohamaru. Naruto began to teach them Muay Thai and Jiu-Jitsu, where the three without any show of mercy were trained for 2 hours, leaving the trio with bruises. Even Luck had a black eye. Naruto, on the other hand, did get scratches, but they were minimal. It was noon in Konoha, a quiet noon, except in the Namikaze mansion, because Kushina was angry. Her crimson-red hair was raised in the shape of 9 tails because she saw how the boys arrived from training all morning of that day. Kushina, how did you think you could train and end up like that, you quartet of idiots? Both Minato and the Genins and Konohamaru were hugging each other with great fear, while Naruto had a drop of sweat on his neck seeing his mother's reaction. Look, this is that Anai-san helped us in a fighting style, and when we faced each other we hit each other, as he suggested. Kushina, Naruto. Minato, run, he whispered. Naruto, and what did you want me to do when training them? Show them a video and tell them that's how they should fight without showing them or teaching them physically. Kushina, I don't mean that. Naruto, if that's how they ended up, that duo is capable of fighting until one of the two ends up unconscious and dead. Their rivalry saves them from that. I only stopped them. Kushina, well, she said calmly, as for you two in Havana mode against Sasuke and Luck, learned to give up or give in a fight. Luck and Sasuke, yes, mom/aunt. Minato, my son is not afraid of the beast. He has been raised very well, thinking somewhat scared. After that, they proceeded to have ramen lunch typical of the Uzumakis, where Naruto was already resigned, although he only looked at Luck, telling him to enjoy his last ramens, because he would put him on a rather strict eating regimen. The younger Namikaze could only look at his ramen with tears, something that made Kushina suspect what Naruto would do. After lunch, Naruto and Minato headed to the Hokage's office, where Naruto gave 3 DVDs to Danzo, telling him that it was one movie saga for him to enjoy. As for the cinema, I'm adding 2 other films to the Vacas Vaqueras movie, Atlantis: The Lost Empire, Dumbo, in addition to complementing with a premiere of entertainment for adults, Alegria. The children came out laughing and excited with the first premieres, and even more so with the story of Dumbo. The villagers were surprised with the first one. They did not believe that greed and war had been the cause of the sinking of Atlantis, while with joy everyone came out amazed by the artistic skills and songs of Cirque du Soleil. Thus passed 2 weeks where the movies were kept for the villagers, while in training, each genin that Naruto took as a student in his gym made formidable progress. Kiba combined boxing with his clan's taijutsu. Hinata stopped being a weak girl by showing herself more determined, strong, something that intrigued her father and cousin Neji. Regarding Luck and Sasuke, both were quite strong in hand-to-hand combat, so he put them on a diet, beginning to form their small bodies. Hokage office. We can see all the Jounin senseis, Minato, Kurama and Naruto looking at some papers, pointing out that the Chunin exams were approaching. Minato, okay, let's proceed. Asuma Sarutobi, Jounin sensei of Team 10, proposed the same for the Chunin exams. Mato Gai, Jounin sensei of Team 9, proposed my youthful team for the Chunin exams. Kurinai Yihi, Jounin sensei del equipo 8. Propongo a mis genin para los examens Chunin. Kakashi. I, Kakashi Hataki, Jounin sensei of Team 7. Propose my genin team for the Chunin exams. Minato, Naruto, what do you think? Naruto. I, Naruto Namikaze, Jounin sensei of Team 7. Propose the team for the Chunin exams. Iruka, you're sure, right? You know you can kill each other in them, and you know it. I'm not arguing that you prepared them, but you're still too young for that. Naruto, maybe I should give that pair a gun, with extra ammunition in case things get complicated, he thought, remembering how he taught them to shoot with a 9mm gun. Naruto, I am aware that they are children, and I am worried about the fact that they already kill or train for it. I grew up, as you all know, in a place where at this age they would be in a school still completing their education. Kurama, I understand the Gaki, but shinobi life is like that, unfortunately. Minato, in that case, I, Yandame Hokage of Konoha, authorized the teams to participate. So everyone left. Naruto and Kurama headed to the bar to get something to drink since they needed a good shot of whiskey when they heard a scream. Upon hearing it, they headed there and found a cat-like boy, who looked effeminate due to the paint on his face, on the floor, while Konohamaru held him tightly, applying a submission hold. Konohamaru, I already told you I'm sorry, I just bumped into you. Kangaroo, you'll see when I get my hands on you. Kurama and Naruto had a proud smile, an 8-year-old boy leaving a 16-year-old on the floor, while the blonde next to him watched in disbelief at how a minor who hadn't even graduated from the academy had beaten her brother. Kuroda, Konohamaru, Colonel releasing Kangaroo and firmly saluting his superior. This caught the attention of everyone in the place. Naruto, Luck, Sasuke and red-haired boy get down from the tree. It's annoying that you're watching. Luck, wow, and Isen discovered us. Sasuke HMP, Kankuro, damn kid lunging at him. Naruto, you know, you don't want to cause a war, right? He's the grandson of the late Sandaime, making the Sunanin open his eyes. Gaara, Kankuro, stop it. You're bringing shame on our village. Kankuro, I'm sorry. Gaara, shut up or I'll kill you. Naruto and Kurama immediately became serious. Gaara, who are you? Naruto, Captain Jason Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Kurama, Koronel Kurama outs. Inside, Gaara the Tanuki, the one-tailed Biju, was surprised to see his brother out of the seal and with a human appearance and imposing respect on a child who obeyed his call for attention, causing his Jinchuriki to have to leave, warning him of the danger. Gaara, you? Naruto, I'm a Jounin, so you won't prove your existence to please. Kurama, to my psychopathic brother, the idiot showing the 9 tails. After that, Team 7, who was there, retreated while the Suna shinobi were stunned. There was the Kyubi, the 9-tailed fox, standing in front of them, like a human. While that was happening outside the Namikaze mansion, in the mansion, we can see Kushina, Tsunade and Shizen with Akira, using Naruto's computer looking at his photos and videos. Tsunade, let's see, what will we see? Kushina, no SE. Akira, Mom, what does this thing that says beach mean? Kushina, oh, it's from Naruchan's vacation. Shizen, let's see them with a trickle of blood on her nose. Akira, Onisama looks handsome. Kushina, it looks like he had it there. Tsunade, the folder says 15 years. Shizen only had hearts in her eyes. Kushina, let's see another one. They all nod. Kushina, reminds me of Minato when he was young. Tsunade, at 15, was she already like this? Incredulous. Akira, wow, and Isama looks happy. Tsunade, yes, for everything she lived through, without knowing her origins. Shizen, he's an Adonis with a blush and a bloody nose. Kushina, Anko and Yugao go out, you two Kurinai and Hana. Anko, he found us, hee hee hee. Yugao, we were watching, hee hee. Hana, now that's an alpha. Kurinai, I'm dating Asuma, although I won't say that your sensei's son isn't bad at all. Akira, next. Kushina, 12 years old. Anko, phew, daddy, what time are you going to get the bread? Tsunade and Kushina, crate a robber. Akira, why doesn't Luck look like that? He's all skinny and scrawny. Kushina, let Naruchan take care of it. He'll leave your brother and Sasuke on the path to becoming his equals physically. Kurinai, wow, Hinata must have someone that good who would say it. Tsunade, let's continue. Yugao, Shizen and Anko had unholy thoughts, with massive blushing and nosebleeds. Yugao, for a 12-year-old, she is rapeable. Anko, I do give him advice, but not advice. Akira, wow, It's the clothes that Enai-sama gave to Luck and I. Anko. Those clothes make him look sexy. Yugao, bad boy. Kushina, rebel comically crying. Tsunade. I'd better continue, she said nervously. Akira. That's Konohamaru Enai-san's board. Kushina. So my Sochi was in that thing, huh? Yugao. What age does it mark? Tsunade 13. Akira. Here's a video of Enai-san. Kushina. I think it's a video. Boy. Hey Narubro. Naruto. What a wave, bro. Boy. Remember we were going to make this video while you were doing one of your skateboard tricks? Naruto. Do you really want us to do it in Switzerland? Boy, sure. Also look at the landscape. Naruto, okay. End of video. Kushina. It's good that Konohamaru doesn't imitate him when he teaches him how to use his skateboard. Anko. It's a good place. Yugao. It seems that the boy is reckless. Tsunade, let's continue. Tsunade, wow, 17 years. Yugao, what is that? Kushina, it's Naruto's guitar, but, Akira. Enai-sama has two, one hanging in his room where he usually sings me songs before bed, and another one stored away while he teaches Luck and I how to play. Anko, I give it to him. Yugao and Kurinai, control yourself. Hana, he's an alpha. I'll tell Kiba to introduce me to him, said Sam's eldest son in heat. Shizen, let's continue. Jealous. Akira, the clothes that Sasuke and I took from Naruto Onisama. Kushina, how do they take it out? Tsunade, it shouldn't fit him. Besides, it's not bad, or is it? Akira, Mom, Onisama doesn't wear those clothes, so I'll give them to him. Besides, I heard that Naruto Enai-sama will teach you how to get a girlfriend in the coolest way. Kushina, did she join Jiraiya? Tsunade, no, that pervert only asked him for a series of books called 50 Shades of Grey, since the pervert wants to publish it as his own, apart from the Ika making them want to grind the salmon, but Naruto says that women like it a lot. I think I have the book. Akira, what about today? Saving Kushina, Tsunade and Akira, they fainted with silly smiles, threads of blood and Hinata-style reds. Tsunade, I must admit, Jiraiya envies him for something. Naruto has been a heartthrob since he was 15. Akira, Mom, it says my ex here. What's an ex? Kushina, ex-girlfriend will it be? Kushina, great, one of Naruchan's ex-girlfriends. At that moment a deep silence was heard in the room, while they heard Naruto, with Luck and Sasuke, plus Konohamaru enter talking, after a day of training for the Genin exams the next day. But between what they heard, Kushina got a little angry. Her eldest son was teaching some tricks to her youngest son. Naruto, Luck, if you want to make a girl fall in love, talk to her about nice things, invite her out, movies, food and ice cream. If she wants something more, you accompany her for a walk, and if you find the right moment, steal a kiss. Kushina, so you want to pervert your brother, huh? Luck, he was just giving me dating advice, Mom. Naruto, although she shouldn't go out with just one before getting married, but with more, he whispered. Luck, you said you wouldn't say you had 3 lovers and 4 exes, he whispered, but unfortunately for both of them, Kushina heard them. Kushina, so my son is perv. Naruto, nope, the fact that I was a playboy from the age of 13 until before joining the army doesn't make me a pervert. Besides, being blonde and having marks always helped, and I never went too far or acted pervertedly, and in whispers, at least not while I wasn't having hex. Kushina, so my Sochi is not a virgin, huh? Naruto, I'm going to die. He thought Mom is not what she seems. I had that, but I used protection. Kushina, you better be. Without realizing it, Minato heard everything and could only say in a low voice, that's my son, a handsome man like his father. Chapter 14. After a few small scenes of Kushina and Naruto arguing about, in Kushina's words, wanting to corrupt her youngest baby, because Naruto wanted Luck to start being something of a playboy to get a girlfriend before marrying Hinata. After those comical fights, the Namikaze Uzumaki family proceeded to have dinner and go to sleep because in the morning, Luck and Sasuke had to go to the academy for the Chunin exams, while Naruto had to accompany his little sister on a picnic, because she had succumbed to the most lethal weapon of a younger sister, the puppy dog eyes on the verge of tears. The next day, Naruto did nothing more than his routine at 6 in the morning, only instead of going out, he decided to use the basement gym, doing a routine without realizing that his father followed in his footsteps because, since he started training with Naruto, he was getting more toned than he already was, in addition to feeling more contact with Kushina. Author's note: use the exercises seen in the video. Father and son were running on the treadmill to warm up, with some instructions from Naruto. Minato knew how to use it, Both were running at 12 kilometers per hour, sweat falling from their foreheads, as they had been running for 15 minutes. Naruto, I didn't think you would follow me in this routine. Minato, I asked you for help with my physique and we've only been doing physical exercise outside. I think it's time to use the gym, don't you think? Naruto, yes, but don't brag, the first day isn't as smooth as you think. Minato, I'm a shinobi, I'll tolerate it. Naruto, if you tolerate one of my exercises, you will tolerate guys. Minato, I don't see myself saying things about the flames of youth. Naruto then sees the time and begins to slow down until he stops the belt. Minato, what are you talking about? Naruto, yes, I also have to prepare. I have a picnic with Akira and he made me bring my guitar. Minato, I'm letting you know he has some bullies. Naruto, I'll keep that in mind, looking forward to killing those idiots who mess with his little sister. Naruto's room. Naruto was changing after taking a shower but stopped when he saw a closet. Naruto, I'll have to be prepared to deal with those idiots looking at the contents of the closet. Luck, wow, and ice, and you have all that. Naruto, and since when are you here? And when do I give you permission to enter my room? Luck, he nervously practicing the Hurration. I left a sign here. Naruto, as long as you don't touch the weapons I don't give you, everything's fine. Luck, Ufa, I wanted to use those weapons with a pout. Naruto, if that's how you end up with a black eye like when I made you use the gun you carry, by the way, here, throws one at him, and here are these chargers. I have a bad feeling, throws another at him, give it to Sasuke and use it carefully. And if you need me use this, throws a flare at him, I know the Hurration, and you have a mark of my method, so if you throw it I'll go. Luck, well I'm leaving, goodbye Anai-san. Naruto, good luck dwarf. At that moment, a scream is heard from the kitchen. Akira, Anai-san, I'm already here. Naruto, I'll go down right away, taking the 9mm, the M4 that was sealed in a scroll, this will be enough, and takes the guitar. Naruto went down to the living room where Akira was dressed in her orange jumpsuit and red pants, as well as a 2-pigtail hairstyle and a happy smile. Akira, I'm already Anai-san. Naruto, that's what I see, little Amato. So what do you want to take? Akira, I have ramen. Another ramen, aim. Naruto, you only carried ramen, right? Akira, he nervous, yes. Naruto, let's see what else is in the house. Naruto proceeded to look for some things, finding a tripod, with a lighter, a pot, some water in a can, and found some sausages and a bread that Naruto taught Kushina how to make. Naruto, well, at least we can eat some hot dogs there. Are you ready? Akira, yes. Naruto, okay, let's go. I'll use my motorcycle. Akira, why walk with my Anai-san? Naruto, okay, let's go. Both brothers headed to the house where Naruto usually keeps his things that he doesn't use at the moment, heading to the garage where Naruto, with his little sister's puppy eyes, drank some soda from some drawers, because who can resist the tender eyes of a girl? Naruto, okay, are you ready? Akira, yes. Naruto, okay, get on. Akira, why? Both of them headed towards an area of the Forest of Death because Naruto had spotted a very large and beautiful clearing on the shores of a lake during his travels, where he could rest, play with his little sister, make up for lost time and avoid thugs who might want to take his little sister away from him. On the way, they managed to reach a park where they saw several children and Akira wanted to get off to say hello. Akira, hello, she sees her best friend being bothered. What are you doing to Hanabi-chan? Child 1, wow, if she is the useless yandere, I don't know why your brothers put up with you making a tear want to come out. Child 2, oh, you saw, he wants to cry. Child 3, she's a crybaby. Naruto, so you are the little bastards who bother my Amato-chan, serious, and showing his weapon. Child 1, that's Naruto-sama admiring him. Naruto, so you admire me, huh? Receiving a nod, if you admire me, why do you bother my little sister, huh? Child 1, my parents asked me for forgiveness, Akira-san. Akira, I forgive you. Child 2, let's go. Child 3, we're leaving now. Naruto, you're not going anywhere. You bothered my little sister, and you have to pay, so give me 20. Children, we have no money, scared. Naruto, I never asked for money, so get down on the floor and give me 20. So the children, with much suffering and laughter from Akira and Hanabi, did 20 push-ups to compensate for the fact that they bothered a marine's sister. While this was happening, at the Shinobi Academy, Ibiki, Marino, and Kurama had just finished tormenting the Genins with the information-gathering exam, where luckily for Ibiki there were few groups left, and even more so when Kurama terrified them like an American military instructor, where he made several of them pee in their pants, even Kabuto, and even more so when he asked a normal genin the question in an orderly tone. Kurama, out Satsuki. Genin, SIR and no SIR. At that, Kurama hits him, causing 3 groups to abandon the exam. Kurama, is he just a normal civilian? Did you say anything? Genin, I just said NOSIR. Kurama hits him again, 2 groups leave the room. Kurama, I will reformulate my question. Do you believe in the most holy rabbit goddess? Genin, SIR yes SIR. Kurama, how much ignorance? Well, retreat to the forest of death. All SIR yes SIR. Everyone would run out along with a stunned Anko Mitarashi and an expectant Ibiki, who decided to praise her commanding voice and go through the entrances under Anko's instruction. Back with Naruto. Both brothers had resumed the path to the forest of death, where several teams saw them pass by with that strange vehicle for them. Even Orochimaru felt interest in it, until they reached a clearing where they decided to get out of the vehicle and arrange things for a picnic, lighting a lighter with a carafe, placing the pot, while Akira placed the tablecloth and took out the sodas and glasses, as well as taking out the food for their day. Akira, brother, I'm done. Naruto, okay Yamato-chan, it's time for us to wait for the water to heat up, to cook the hot dogs. Akira, this brother. Naruto, yes? Akira, can you play me a song? That was heard by the Konoha teams, plus the Suna team, and a couple of groups from other villages that had passed by. Naruto, of course, taking out his guitar and playing something. Akira, she's beautiful, and Aizen jumping for joy. In the bushes, all the kunoichi sighed in love, drawing drops of sweat from the male shinobi. While something unprecedented happened to Gaara, a treacherous tear fell. His brothers saw a face of happiness for that song. It was like a younger brother listening and spending a beautiful moment with his older brother. In the field, Akira, another. Naruto, really? Akira, yes. Naruto proceeded to play another song. Akira, I liked another one. Naruto, first the ponchos. Akira, and the ramen? Naruto, after my hot dogs. So Naruto started to prepare the hot dogs for both of them, where Akira watched Naruto cook. Naruto, itadakimasu. Akira, itadakimasu. Both would proceed to eat, and Naruto, being a censor, placed another 20 on a tray, and with a knowing look from his sister left it near some trees where Team 7, 9 and 10 took one each and left, so that Gaara's team could take theirs and try delicious food for themselves, although luck wouldn't admit it was richer than ramen. While that was happening in the forest of death, at the Namikaze mansion, Kushina Tsunade and a group of admirers of the blonde were on her computer watching another session of photos and videos of the past of her son, godson and love interest of the younger kunoichis, causing Kushina to call them cradle robbers, because for her, Naruto was her baby. Kushina, let's see. Tsunade, this says golden, it will be something. Kushina, what do you think, Nala? The dog would just move his head and lie down on the ground. Name Kawaii. Kushina, her first pet. Tsunade, a Pez? Anko, let's continue. Kurinai, you shouldn't be there for the exam anyway. Anko, I'm a clone of her, so I'll enjoy this. Kushina, let's see. Kurinai, what a rebel. Tsunade, Primera Moto. Kushina, says she had it when she was 16. Yugao, another. Tsunade, I think the same. Kushina, via. Minato, what a handsome man like his father. Kushina, and what are you doing here? Minato, I left clones with the paperwork. I wanted to see how my son grew up. Jiraiya, oh, more inspiration, hee. Tsunade, pervert, hitting him. Kushina, here's a video. It says exit and dance. Yugao, put it on. Kushina, I have to admit she dances well, but I'm intrigued by who she is. Minato, it must be an ex-girlfriend without taking it seriously. Tsunade, we should ask him to teach us how to dance. And Kushina, have a celebration? Minato, interesting. Kushina, this one says prom. Minato, it must be from high school like he said, so put it. Kushina, I keep saying it, it moves very well. Minato, this is another one. Anko, I give him and his friends from his world, but not advice, she said in a perverted way. Jiraiya wasted no time and put all the passes in his new Ika book series. Anko, is there more? Tsunade, let's see. Minato, just like his father with great pride. Kushina, and this is how you're getting Minakun. Tsunade, ahem, let's keep watching. All the lovers. Kurinai, how rebellious, I like that. Minato, that's my son. Jiraiya, he's my godson. Kushina, cradle robber, and you don't encourage him too much that he is a playboy. Tsunade, Kushina is a man now. Anko, I repeat, I give you advice and not advice. Yugao. Calm down, Yugao. Think about the Bible, she said somewhat excitedly. Kushina. Stay away from my baby. Minato. I'll definitely ask for her clothes so I can model them for you. Akushi-chan, that made the little-haired girl blush furiously. Tsunade. The last one's in the folder. Minato. Wow. He was always athletic, you can see that. Kushina. My baby will attract many cradle-raiding bitches, she said with maternal jealousy. Jiraiya. I'm defeated by my own godson Hashirama-style depression. Yugao. Let's see the last one. Kushina. Aim. Minato. That's my son, a real Casanova. Tsunade. What is the name of the image? Jiraiya. It says here caught at school. Minato. You fill me with pride, son, and with thoughts. I hope you teach Luck your steps before he marries Hinata. Back with Naruto. Naruto. Why do I have the feeling that my godfather will want to make a book with my Luck, and that my mother wants women to stay away from me, he thought. Akira, what are you thinking, Anai-san? Naruto. Maybe I'll let you watch a movie on my computer, he lied. Akira, why? Chapter 15. We find ourselves in the Forest of Death while Naruto spends time with his little sister throwing stones into the lake while they do Sapito, the little jump of the stones on the water. For those who don't understand, they had already eaten some hot dogs and were playing. Despite being older, Naruto would always be somewhat childish with his younger sister, and in a few years he would become somewhat overprotective of her about the boyfriend issue. But that's in a few years. Akira, Anai-san, another song, okay? Using the cutest jutsu in the world, puppy eyes. Naruto, of course, in the trees. Gaara, please one more, he said in a whisper that his brothers heard. Temari made Gaara happy, said with a couple of tears of happiness. Kangaroo. Gaara smiles, and it's not because he's sadistic, he's happy. Mom would like to see it, but I'm a failure as an older brother. That should be my job. I'll ask that blonde for lessons on that instrument, he thought, somewhat dejected and determined. With Naruto. Akira, another. Naruto. Does that seem a little crazy to you? Akira, what is that? Naruto. You'll see, playing the guitar strings. Akira, I love you, Anai-san. Naruto. Me too, Amato-chan. With Team 7. Sasuke, any news? Sakura. No, Sasuke-kun. Luck. We have a problem. Sakura. What would Luck be? Luck, someone with a horrible presence is following us. Kakuku, I see that I have been detected. Sasuke, what do you want, Grass Ninja? And you're welcome. Sasuke, I'm sorry, but I don't go out with ugly women and boards. No offense to you about the board, Sakura, since you are pretty. Sakura, I support you. Uncomfortable by Tabla's insult. Luck, that feeling. It's the Sannin of the snakes. He thought, I know it's you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Kakuku, you found out about me, Luck-kun. That means I'll kill you. I was going to do it anyway, though. Kakuku. Luck, team. Sakura-chan, entertain him. Sakura, what for? Sasuke, do you have the flare? Luck, yes. Sasuke, we'll get as much time as possible. Both genin launched themselves with taijutsu and a little jiu-jitsu from Sasuke against Orochimaru, while Sakura hit the Sannin a little, who was just playing with them. Sasuke managed to face her, surprising the Sannin because he never saw his fighting style, which increased the desire to have his body. But he never expected that the youngest son of the Yondaime would use a strange weapon, up throwing a kind of red fire sphere into the sky. With Naruto. Akira was playing in the water because they had found some snails and fish which the little girl found cute, when by reflex she sees a red flash in the sky. Akira, Anai-san, what is that? Naruto. Akira, I'll leave a clone with you. Left needs my help. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, taking out 3 Narutos, you stay with her. Clone 1 and 2, yes boss. Naruto. And you will fix the seal of the redhead over there, and you will be by his side as if he were an older brother. Clone 3, yes boss. So each of the Narutos went to do their mission. Clone 3, hey, you're Gaara, right? Gaara. How do you know my name? Ichibi, kill him. I want his blood. Gaara, mother asks for your. Clone 3. So Shikaku asks for my blood. Welcome, you need help. Come closer. I don't bite. And if you want, I'll spend some time with you as an older brother, since I've felt how you smile while you listen to how I am with my Amato-chan. Special, yes. Thus the clone began to improve before the eyes of the 2 Sabaku brothers. The seal, where at the end. Gaara. The voice is no longer there. Surprised now. Yawn, I'm sleepy, falling asleep. Clone 3. How long has he not slept? Temari. A long time. Clone 3. I'll stay close, because I promised something and I never break a promise. Kangaroo, hey, could you teach me music? It makes me jealous that your sister has an older brother like you and I, who am older, can't even cheer them up. Clone 3 OK. Kan Naruto Original. He had used the Hiraishin to go with his brother, with Team 7. They were getting beaten up by the Sannin. Luck had a trickle of blood running down his forehead and lip. Sakura was knocked out, and Sasuke was caught in a snake jutsu from the Sannin, while the aforementioned stretched his neck to leave the curse mark as if it were a hickey. Orochimaru, Kukuku, I'll leave you this gift so you can get revenge. Great was everyone's surprise when a yellow flash surprised the Sannin by the color, thinking it was the fourth. But when he looked closely, he saw a blonde who just in time put his arm between the neck of the black-haired man and the Sannin. Naruto, damn unhappy bastard, holding his bitten arm in pain. Orochimaru, Kukuku, but he is Naruto-kun, the lost son of the fourth. In the Hokage Tower, Kurama felt something disturbing the atmosphere. Minato, Colonel who succeeds. Kurama, I feel a disgusting chakra in the forest of death. Minato, how much? Kurama, more disgusting than that of the Tokubetsu Jounin snake summoner. An arg, damn crawling snake touching his arm. Since his chakra, despite being outside, he shares it with Naruto. Damn. Minato, what's going on? Worried. Kurama, just bit Naruto. Faster than Jiraiya fleeing from a mob of women, he grabbed his kunais and took Kurama by the shoulder to go in a Hiraishin to the forest of death. With Naruto. Naruto, when I lay a hand on you. Orochimaru, what are you going to do to me? Kukukuku. Naruto, I'll show you what a marine is, you damn pedophile snake, taking a pair of knuckle dusters out of his pocket. Orochimaru, how violent you are, Kukuku, but you have interfered with my plan to acquire the Sharingan. Kukuku. Both of them threw themselves into fighting each other, but unfortunately for the Sannin, Naruto kept beating Orochimaru, showing no mercy, forcing the Sannin to shed his skin several times. Orochimaru, wow, you're good panting. Naruto, and you haven't seen anything, launching himself into pure sambo and managing to connect a kick to the Sannin's chest. Orochimaru, damn TSK, shedding his skin again and thinking, I'm running low on chakra. Naruto, are you going to stop crying and fighting, or are you going to run away like a faggot in fighting pose? Orochimaru, I'll kill you, he said angrily. The Sannin stopped before throwing himself against the blonde-haired boy, since a second yellow flash accompanied by a redhead, both with unfriendly faces. Kurama, damn snake, I'll kill you slowly and painfully. Minato, son, are you okay? Naruto, yes I am. Luck's team needs help holding his arm. Orochimaru, it's time for a strategic retreat, hiding with a Doton Jutsu. Minato, bastard, and he sees Naruto, are you okay? Kurama, Naruto, let me see your arm, checking it. Damn. Minato, what's going on? Kurama, see for yourself. Minato, curse mark, then he approaches a tree and in fury breaks it with a chakra-charged blow. Damn it. Cursed crawling snake, how dare you? Naruto, Dad, I'm fine, just sore, that's all. Minato, how do you feel? Naruto, I'm not saying I don't feel like breaking that guy's face, because I really do, but oh well. Minato, and Akira? Naruto, I left her with a clone and I think the Suna people were there. At that moment Naruto and Minato would disappear. Kurama, take that madman's scroll and head straight to the center tower. Luck, yes, Colonel. Kurama, Luck, the sound people are following you and something tells me that no one will like what you do to the girl in front of you. Make sure your chakra doesn't feel it, and wait for them. Luck, why Sasuke HAI? With Naruto. Naruto and Minato would have returned with Akira, who was with a clone next to the Suna team eating the leftover hot dogs, while Gaara had a smile of pure happiness. Akira, and I-chan. Tu-chan, what's wrong? Gaara, Naruto and I, it's good to have you back. That last thing surprised Minato, but seeing that Naruto knew what was going on, he could only suspect something, because Gaara and the clone after waking up unloaded everything in tears. So after retiring with Akira and his motorcycle with Minato and saying goodbye to the Suna team, Naruto commented on what he discovered about the boy, and the seal's failure on him, making Minato angry with Raza, because they were friends in their youth, and seeing that he treats his own son like shit made his blood boil. Namikaze's mansion. Kushina, good, she was about to see more images of her son, but she noticed that Naruto, Minato and Akira would appear in the window. But when she saw her son with his arm bandaged, she was surprised, so she went out to greet them. What happened? Minato, Orochimaru, he said annoyed. Naruto, he'll appear and I'll blow his head off. Father, Kushina, I want every detail. Both, after covering Akira's ears, commented on what happened, making the redhead obtain her Biju mode with her hair. But she calmed down since thanks to Jiraiya and Naruto's quick learning these days he was able to remove the mark himself. In addition to commenting on Gaara, Kushina was in shock. The son of a friend from outside the Leaf Village, being treated like that generated a lot of anger in her. So before her son and husband she swore to keep that bastard away from the son of the Kunoichi of the Sand with whom she had been friends in the past, Kurura. Kushina, okay, are we ready? Is there anything else? Naruto, no mother. At that moment, Tsunade, Shizen, Yugao and Kurenai arrived, and they greeted the family kindly, except for Naruto's stalkers. Kushina, it's time to see more pictures he. Naruto, I'll need a beer later. Jiraiya, oh Naruto, if you want I'll go with you with that he. Naruto, of course Erosenin, on the computer. Naruto, I don't know how I got into this. Akira, do it Enai-chan with puppy eyes. Naruto, of course. Kushina, what an athletic son. Naruto, wow, I didn't remember I had that photo. Minato, son of what would it be? Naruto, as you know, I was an athlete in high school, and there were several sports that I played. One of them is soccer. Another would be volleyball, of which they recorded me in a reception. Jiraiya, it even stung me. Minato, that must have hurt. Naruto, as you can't imagine, my arm was the color of my mom's hair for a week because of how red she left it. That groan really hit the finishers hard. Akira, you said there were superheroes in your world. That's where Konohamaru and his friends would come in. Konohamaru and Ai-chan, really? Naruto, only in the movies, although I think I've dressed up once. Konohamaru, amazing with stars in his eyes, like Akira, Hanabi, Moegi and Udon. Akira, that's good, and Ai-chan. Anko, look at those muscles as the suit shows them fufufu. Naruto, I did it to cheer up the children at the orphanage where I grew up, because some of them had birthdays and as a gift, I dressed up and spent time with them. Kushina, what a big heart. Sochi. Kurenai, another photo please. Naruto, yes, as you say. Minato, son, that's a warm suit, isn't it? Naruto, yes, it's a snowsuit since I went on vacation to places where it snowed several times and well, it was cold he. Anko, meh boring, I want another one touching the mouse, and placing a photo that caused the young woman present to have a nosebleed. Anko, fufufu, I gave him she couldn't speak since Tsunade covered her mouth with a tape so she wouldn't say anything perverted. Naruto, I think she's kind of crazy but meh. Minato, and what is that? Jiraiya, I'm here for dinosaurs. Naruto, I was a model for a while and they paid me to take those photos. Plus those little marks always told me they were cute and being blonde helped. At least I attracted girls and the occasional gay guy out there. But I went out with whoever I could and I don't regret it. Jiraiya, Daki, you and I will make a fortune. Tell me every detail of every relationship, he said with a perverted face. Tsunade, shut up pervert, hitting him. Naruto, okay, I'll show you the places I know. Kushina, please Sochi. Naruto, well the first city is London. Kushina, she's beautiful. Naruto, London is wonderful, the Rome of today. There is no more beautiful city today. Minato, how? Naruto, sorry, I spoke in the language I grew up with, English he. Tsunade, and what does it mean? Naruto, London is wonderful, the Rome of today. There is no more beautiful city today. Shizen, is there any considered romantic? Naruto, of course. Naruto, Paris, city of love. Minato, how many languages do you speak? Naruto, at least 10? Tsunade, she's beautiful. Naruto, well, Paris is the city of love. Kushina, wow, is there any other nice area? Naruto, there is the Louvre Museum, where the most beautiful paintings are kept, the Arc de Triomphe and Notre Dame Cathedral, as well as the Eiffel Tower seen in the photo. Minato, beautiful cathedral. Jiraiya, but what is that? Naruto, in simple words, a church, a temple where religious people worshipped God. Well, they continue to do so, since despite being a historical monument they still hold celebrations. Anko, sounds like the Akatsuki religious. Yugao, but I remember that he believes in a certain Jashin. Minato, there is another one. Naruto, if a rival country to the one I grew up in. Minato, incredible place. Naruto, that's Red Square and St. Basil's Basilica in Moscow, the capital of America's military rival, Russia. Kushina, do you speak Russian? Naruto, somewhat, since I have practiced Sambo, a martial art that I use a lot and its origin is Russian. Jiraiya, let's see? Naruto, My godfather is a hopeless pervert. All, huh? Naruto. Konoha is a good place to live. Jiraiya. Let's say I understood you. Naruto. The first is that my godfather is a hopeless pervert. Author's note. Thanks, Saint Translator. Jiraiya. Hey, I'm not a pervert. I'm dramatic pause a super pervert. Naruto. Of course, with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck, and the second is Konoha is a good place to live. Minato, another city? Naruto. Of course, he's from my country, New York. Minato, what a statue. Naruto. Welcome to the Big Apple, Manhattan Island, New York, and in front of the Statue of Liberty, the symbol of the city. The Statue of Liberty, New York. Kushina. What other languages do you know? Naruto. Italian, Spanish, Japanese, Chinese, German, Portuguese, Polish, and Greek. Why? Kushina. I was asking. Naruto. I think I have a song in Italian. I think it's from a World Cup. As fortunately until my death there were no wars, nations are rivals by sport, among them the World Cup. Where is the song I have from? Kushina. Put it on. They were all crying from such a beautiful song, while Jiraiya and Minato hugged each other along with the children and moved from one side to the other humming the song. Naruto. The world, including the elemental nations, is one big palette of colors, right, father? Minato. I think so. Just in case, could you translate for me? Naruto. The world, including the elemental nations, is one big palette of colors, isn't it, father? Minato. No doubt, son. Chapter 16. After seeing the photos at the Namikaze mansion, we can see Kurama, Naruto, and Minato in the latter's office. They were talking because the blonde's kindness towards the Sabaka brothers made the revelation about Orochimaru and Suna against Konoha. Minato. And what do you want to do? Naruto. You know as well as I do what Gaara is. At least protect him. He's like me. He grew up without love or anyone to help him. Minato. That will bring a war. Naruto. And they committed treason against their own, if Suna found out. Minato. They will kill them. But if the invasion happens, Konoha would do it too. Kurama. Not necessarily. In this case it is an option to use Danzo. Naruto. A ESA Momia? Minato. Danzo is not easy to manipulate or cooperate with anything. Kurama. Just by convincing him that the Sunanin is a Jinchuriki, he will look for him to stay, at least for the route, which we can ignore if someone were designated as a tutor and observer, so that they can be cared for by the villagers, to prevent them from seeing them with hatred or killing them. Minato. It could work, but there are no departments. Naruto. There's my house, father, we can use it, and if we need to take care of them, I'll be with them. Also Akira might become fond of Gaara, like the redhead already became fond of me. Minato, and the Tanuki? Kurama. I couldn't tell you that. Naruto. I fixed the seal when I left a clone to help with the snake. Kurama. Even if it's not to everyone's liking, my stupid brother will want to come out, although I can work with your wife on a seal that can get him out without killing him, in his small form, of course smiling with some evil. Minato. Why does that smile intrigue me? Kurama. If anything the stupid Tanuki hates, it's that they see him stupid and hug him hajijajajij. Naruto. Kurama, you are evil. Minato. Anyway, we must go to the Tower of the Forest of Death, because in 2 days the exam there ends, and in a few hours the Raikage and the Tsuchikage will arrive. While they were talking, Konohamaru managed to get Naruto's permission to use his room with his friends and steal the console he had there, using the game they watched with great happiness, Street Fighter, as well as Dragon Ball Budokai Tenkaichi, all fighting games that they decided to use to entertain themselves, in addition to the fact that Konohamaru managed to take one of Naruto's laptops to his room to use as a television. Watching superhero movies. In the Forest of Death, Team 7 was running following Kurama's instructions, until they reached a cave where by twists of fate, they met up with the Suna team and Teams 8, 9 and 10 from Konoha, where to the surprise of many the redhead from Suna approached Luck. Gaara, are you Naruto and I's brother? Luck, yes, why? Gaara, okay, well I want to thank you for fixing my seal. Luck, I see, well you're welcome, Naruto and I-chan cares about everyone Niji. Although his fate is uncertain because the village, at least from the civil-political side, hates him along with the new instructor Kurama. Lee, they say he broke the academy by generating new prospects to be shinobi, that is full of youth. Sasuke, they are not wrong in fact, Kurama was not at all merciful with the boys, because in the eyes of the civil council he is a monster, and whenever they reproached him they ended up with at least a black eye. In that, under a game of rock, paper, scissors, they decide who will stand guard during the first hours since night had already fallen, and, given the laziness of many, they decided to stay, with luck, Gaara, and Lee being the first to stand guard. Lee, this will be full of youth with eyes on fire. Gaara, I hope this is going to be peaceful as far as we go. Luck, they've already said it. Gaara, could you tell me what Naruto is like? Luck, he's the best older brother I could ask for. He cares, he helps me train, he gives me advice, and he's also admirable. Even though he's a Jinchuriki, he refuses to use his Biju as a weapon. He lied a little since not everyone knows that the Kyubi is free. Gaara, why do you say that? Lee, I also have that curiosity. Many say they are weapons, but I don't see it that way, just going with the flow. Luck, the times that Naruto lets it out, the Kyubi usually talks to him, since he usually says that there will be situations in which Naruto will have to use the power of the Biju, but out of pride and ice and will not use it. I want to be like him. I want to be a marine like him. Lee, it's true, his Biju usually smiles when he comes out. Even the group of children led by the grandson of the deceased Sandame are with him, calling him boss. Besides, the Kyubi trains them and does not hold back in it. Inside Gaara, Shikaku, so lazy Kurama is a teacher, huh? Ha ha ha, he's a babysitter, ha 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 ha. Outside Gaara's seal, the conversation would have continued if not for a girl's scream that woke several members of the group. Luck, did you hear that? Special, yes. Lee, we should go see. Sasuke, go. Shikamaru and Kiba will stay. Kankuro, Temari, what do you feel? Sakura, girls have the same thought, right? Women, yes. With the trio, Luck, Gaara and Lee were heading in the direction where they heard the scream, where they saw a group of genin with the insignia of the Sound Village, a new village founded not long ago. But what truly filled them with rage was seeing the two male members hit the female member, as if she were just a hindrance. Sakura may have a degree of uselessness due to her Uchiha fanaticism, but they would never go so far as to do that to the girl with their emo friend. Luck, those bastards. Read how few flames of youth. At that moment her other companions arrived. Seeing the situation, the women of the group clenched their fists with anger seeing this. But that increased when they saw one of them tear his clothes while the young girl begged them to please stop, in addition to touching her private parts, while one of them showed his manhood in order to grape her. That was the last straw for the group. Everyone jumped to help the girl, while by chance 10-10 with a kunai cut the exposed member of the Sound Shinobi, making him scream in pain, while the girls with the help of their companions stopped the other shinobi and took out the girl who was crying. Sasuke, girls, go to the tower. Luck, we'll teach these guys not to mess with a woman. With a quick movement by Gaara, the two shinobi were trapped by the sand of his gourd, while with a quick movement by Kiba and Niji, they managed to touch a point where the other shinobi's member remained erect, which made Sasuke cut it off with a kunai heated with a Katon jutsu, causing a soundless cry of pain, while Kankuro and Lee beat the other until they were exhausted, leaving his face disfigured and unconscious. Shikamaru for his part held the other with his shadow, since he wanted to escape, while Chuji and Luck performed a jutsu from their clan to hit the shinobi, leaving both unconscious and proceeding to tie them both naked to a tree, so that Shino with an insect jutsu left torturing them both. The jutsu dealt with carnivorous ants trained to cause pain while they devoured their genitals and the severed limbs of both violins, thus leaving the two boys tied up. While they were torturing the violins, the girls ran with a crying sound, kunoichi reaching the tower where several shinobi saw the situation and became tense, more so when they saw that Kushina was present with Tsunade. Upon hearing what had happened, who did not think about it, and with the girls went in to help her while the boys arrived and joined the scrolls obtained, their senseis came out with the exception of Naruto, congratulating their return, although Gaara looked angrily at Baki, who only smiled evilly, while Luck worried about his new friend. The day passed and it was time for the preliminary battles. Minato gave a speech on the will of fire, A on the will of lightning, Anoki on the will of rock, and Meitarumi on the will of water. The three Kages present were surprised by Raza's absence, but they let him pass assuming that he was late, a serious mistake because Orochimaru, taking advantage of the fact that all the Kages would be at the final of the Chunin exams, used Raza as a puppet, while Kabuto with a henge used the disguise of the Kage of Sound, would get rid of them, in order to cause chaos in the shinobi world. Minato, go ahead Naruto. At that moment, the one who would be the examiner of the preliminaries entered, His clothing was strange for shinobi standards, but his bearing of being someone strong was striking. For the rakeage that bearing made him understand that he was not a weakling. For Inoki, he had to admit that it was something surprising, and for his granddaughter, well, it confirmed that some of the rumors were true. Naruto, well, I will be your examiner. As Hokage-sama has said, many have passed this stage, so we will have preliminary battles to see who is strong and deserves to move on to the next stage. The rules are simple. Those who want to withdraw may do so, and no one, and I repeat, and no one with a commanding voice that scared the Kages a little can or should attack them. They must fight until their opponent dies, gives up, is unconscious, or admits defeat and decides to withdraw. If the judge on duty decides to end the fight, he may do so without any impediment. The pairings will appear on the board. 1. Yoroi Akato vs Sasuke Uchiha. 2. Shino Aburame vs Iwa Ninja, sole survivor of his team after an encounter with the sound. 3. Kumo Ninja, same as Iwa Ninja, vs Kankuro. 4. Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. 5. Ten vs Sabaka no Temari. 6. Shikamaru Nara vs Ninja de Takigakure. 7. Luck Namikaze Uzumaki vs Kiba Inuzuka. 8. Hinata Hyuga vs Niji Hyuga. 9. Sabaka no Gara vs Rock Lee. 10. Akimichi Chuji vs Ninja de Takigakure. Everyone was surprised by the boards. Naruto, prepare for the first fight. The others can go up to the stands. Everyone except Sasuke and Yoroi would do what was asked, leaving the young Uchiha and the sound shinobi. Naruto, ready? Sasuke, yes. Yoroi would nod. Naruto, begin. Sasuke chose to use a Gyojutsu stance, while the sound shinobi launched himself at Sasuke, who was waiting for him, taking his arm and holding it with his legs, reducing him without the possibility of moving, while the opponent did everything possible, until Sasuke decided to suffocate him a little with the grip between his legs, since he was holding his head with them, leaving him fainted. Naruto, winner Uchiha Sasuke, he said, hiding his pride that one of his disciples had won. The following fights were somewhat simple. In Shino's case, he won using the insect jutsu plus some hand-to-hand fighting tips that Naruto gave him a few days before the exam. Kankuro using his puppets in the next fight won, leaving the Kumo Nin incapacitated by injecting him with a paralyzing poison. The tough fight came between Sakura and Ino, who hid their fanaticism for Sasuke, and fought worthily, ending in a draw. Ino showed to be at a good level, for just learning Wing Chun, and Sakura by training with Kakashi obtained a good level, added to the fact that she never left Naruto's routine. The following fights were won by Temari and Shikamaru, which were similar to the original canon, and it was very difficult for Shikamaru to surrender. Naruto, next fighters Namikaze Uzumaki Luck vs Inuzuka Kiba. Those mentioned get into a boxing stance. Ready? Both, yes, bumping their fists in a sign of respect. Naruto, begin. Author's note: imagine the fight as if it were Rocky Balboa vs Ivan Drago. The first to jump and hit was Kiba, who connected several punches to Luck, who was able to return a blow for every 10 he received. This worried Naruto, because despite being a referee he was his brother, and he did not want to see his little brother suffer like that. But as luck would have it, Luck managed to start throwing punches, making Kiba back down, to the misfortune of both and fortune of the kunoichis present. Their shirts and vests were torn, revealing their slightly sculpted bodies. After all the training received from Naruto, both were beginning to mark and swell, generating massive blushes. Hinata, seeing her fiancé, had a nosebleed and fainted with a goofy smile on her face. Temari was trying to hide it, while Lee was saying things about the flames of youth. The Jounin sensei were surprised by such a fight because they decided to use something that only a blonde would have taught. The Kages were surprised, and Minato, seeing some of the results of Luck's training with Naruto, feeling proud. Inoki, what fighting style is that? A. I must admit it's a good fight. Excited. B. Oh yeah, this fight is exciting. A. Shut up. B. May, fufufu, but look at those papuchos licking her lips. Minato, Naruto, you're making me feel so proud. Luck is getting the Mizuki's attention with your training. He's becoming a heartthrob like you, he thought proudly. With the Jounins, Kakashi, this has Naruto's name all over it. Guy, his flames of youth burn brightly. Kurenai, I didn't think he would leave them like that, said Red. Asuma would look a bit fat and got depressed and thought about asking him for the exercise routine. In the fight, Luck continued hitting Kiba, but in a stroke of luck he took Luck and changed places with him, starting to massacre the blonde again, where with every 10 hits he returned to give, only 1 or in the best case 2 he received. But luckily for the blonde, Kyubi stumbled over his feet and Akamaru, where the Inuzuka's luck was lost when he began to receive about 8 hits for each hit he gave. Until both began an equal exchange of blows, drawing a lot of blood from their mouths and noses, while they had some cuts on their eyebrows, until an uppercut to the Inuzuka's lower jaw knocked him out. As the Inuzuka fell, Naruto took the boy's pulse to see if he was still standing, nodding that the boy was out of the fight and still alive. Naruto, Lucky Gundam Namikaze Uzumaki. The entire audience present applauded such a majestic fight. One thing was certain, the Inuzuka would be promoted for such beauty. It was a great fight. Minato, you're right and in thoughts. Kushina is going to kill you guys. Anoki, a fight worth watching. Mei, Hokage-dano, we could talk about your boys later. Fufufu with a lustful look. Minato, of course hehe, as long as Kushina doesn't kill them, thinking the latter because something told him there would be danger. Naruto, doctors please take both of them to the infirmary. Luck, I want to see the fight standing with difficulty. Naruto, your condition is not very good, brother. Luck, I don't care, breathing heavily. Naruto, fine, Sasuke, I'll leave it to you. Sasuke, claro. Naruto, okay, if we're all in agreement, it's time for the next fight. Hyuga Neji vs. Hyuga Hinata. Come to the arena. The aforementioned went on to fight. Naruto, ready, both nod, start. The fight was similar to the previous one, against Neji's Juken. Hinata managed to put him in trouble with her Jeet Kyun-do, managing to surprise everyone with her progress. But what the excitement did not see was that the battle began to be one of resistance, with Neji being the winner, while the pearl-eyed man lifted the Hyuga on his back to take her to the infirmary. Naruto, okay. It's time for the next fight, Sabaku no Gaara vs. Rock Lee. The fight was like in the anime, only without the excessive aggression and the possibility of disability, and Lee managed to surprise everyone because he added Muay Thai punches to his Goken, taught by the mustachioed blonde. The next fight was one of endurance, as the Grass Village ninja made things difficult for Chuji, but the Akimichi managed to win with great difficulty. After those battles, which many considered unforgettable, Minato proceeded to say that they were given 1 month of rest and training, while he, the accompanying Kages and their children, plus Kuratsuchi, spoke a little with Naruto, coming to the conclusion that something would happen between them. At the Namikaze mansion, Minato and the others had arrived only to feel Kushina's killing intent upon seeing Luck's state, as her hair waved in 9 tails, while she scolded those present without caring. Konohamaru, how did it go, Ni-chan's? Naruto, I'd say good. Luck, and I-san, didn't you say we'd see more of your world? Naruto, if the Kages are willing, I will show the military parades from where I grew up, and I want to tell them to prepare to be surprised. Hehe. A, let's see this. B, let's see, brother. Anoki, let's see how you were raised. Naruto, without further ado, placed everything while he watched who was joining, since Kiba, Sasuke, Kakashi, Lee, the Sabaku brothers and Gai Sensei had appeared at the place, all settled to see something they would never expect to see, armies much more modern than theirs as well as more capable. Naruto, okay, time to enjoy pressing play on the video. On screen, off screen. Everyone was amazed to see what the video described as the 12 best military parades in the world. The older ones, like Inoki, were scared, much more so than standing next to their greatest rival, the Yellow Lightning Bolt. Minato, number 2 was Naruto, Red Square in Moscow. Minato, Russia. Naruto, yes. Inoki, the coordination is amazing, especially looking at number 1 in the video. And I'm amazed by those things that look like transports. Naruto, more than transports, some are combat vehicles. Hehe. Minato, China, where do you celebrate it? Naruto, in its capital Beijing, where it was formerly known as the Imperial City, in its time as an empire before being a republic, it is celebrated in front of the Tiananmen gates. Sasuke, I don't know why I'm a little scared. Several would nod, except the little ones because they had stars in their eyes. Naruto, only a few of them are military powers to be feared. Kiba, Naruto-sensei, would you show us the strongest ones? Guy, let's see who is younger. Naruto, I don't know if youth. I'm telling you now that you will see part of what is known, what I can. On screen, off screen. Minato, Russia and the United States? I didn't know your nation was one of the strongest. Naruto, actually the most powerful. Minato, I envy you, son. Luck, that's great, bro. Inoki, the number of troops and weapons they have is also surprising. In terms of personnel, the villages should barely reach between 5 and 100,000. Don't even mention it. Naruto, what do you think? Kuratsuchi, I would look pretty in some military uniform from your world. Blushing. Naruto, but you're beautiful without that hee. That made the aforementioned blush and Inoki prepare a peace agreement for Konoha marriage. Chapter 17. We find ourselves at the Namikaze mansion after seeing the amazing military powers of the nations in the world where Naruto had grown up, and also seeing how Naruto and Kuratsuchi begin to talk, perhaps not so aggressively, being seen by everyone, while Inoki had a small attack of grandfatherly jealousy when he saw a boy near his granddaughter, and more so if the boy is the son of his sworn enemy. Naruto, hey Kuro, would you like to go out one of these days? Kuratsuchi, yeah, I guess, maybe you're not like Yellow Lightning. Naruto, hey, maybe I don't know what the third Shinobi War was, but I do know that resentment damages people's lives, and even more so if it's that of a beautiful lady. Those words made Kuratsuchi blush, causing her to tell him the meeting time for the date. Inoki and Minato saw this. Inoki snorted somewhat annoyed and Minato smiled with pride. Inoki, I guess if that relationship goes well, we'll make a political marriage for the alliance of Konoha and IWA. Minato, of course. After that, grandfather and granddaughter left with the other visitors from other villages who participated out of courtesy to meet the blonde. Naruto, that was tiring. Minato, son of a tiger hugging Naruto. Naruto, if you're saying that to ask a girl out, well, I'm doing it to follow your advice, Dad. Kushina, so another one, well, I hope he doesn't do anything bad to you. Tsunade, by the way, Naruto, do you think we could have a party? Naruto, you say that because you've seen the videos in which I appear dancing, right? All those present except the men would nod. Naruto, I have no problem. Kushina, in that case I'll learn to dance. Naruto, you guys see the party date, and I'll take care of livening it up and so on. Luck, well, I think I'll go to sleep yawning. Naruto, go and I'll give you and Sasuke 3 days of rest. Relax because I won't be merciful during training. The mentioned ones, of course, sensei. So everyone went to sleep to rest from such a hectic day. The next morning, Naruto had woken up at the same time as always and together with his father, who had become accustomed to his son's routine, they headed to the home gym where they proceeded to do a 15-minute routine on the treadmill, another 15 on the stationary bike, plus several weight and dumbbell lifts on the benches and machinery they owned. Both decided to do it shirtless, showing off their physiques for obvious reasons. Naruto stood out more than his father, but Minato was not far behind because, thanks to the Shinobi experience, and secretly training his physique by sending clones to the Hokage Tower, he was already shaping the same. This translated into several nights of love and passion that he and Kushina had, avoiding the screams of his children with silent seals in his room. After that exercise routine, both had breakfast, cleaned up and proceeded to do their daily chores. Among them, Naruto brought a dress and sandals to Kuratsuchi, a gift for her, avoiding her to always dress like a ninja all the time and giving her space to be feminine. He even avoided seeing her because he wanted to surprise her in the afternoon, so he proceeded to leave, because he had to deliver some videotapes to Danzo, meet with Gaara, because he promised to spend some time with him, in addition to changing the billboard at the Konoha cinema, where he selected some movie series, now yes, superheroes and princesses for girls and some more adventures for adults. Of heroes he chose Captain America the First Avenger. There wasn't much to look for in terms of princesses, but she decided to put Cinderella and the Little Mermaid first. In his first function, which he decided to watch with Gaara, the redhead liked watching superheroes with his now blonde adopted brother, and even more so Captain America, which nobody expected that two pair of eyebrows would come out shouting out loud things about the flames of youth, and about the princess movies. The girls came out singing the beautiful melodies of the songs from the movies. Regarding adventure films for adults, he decided to put on something closer to them, Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark. This last film made the public start to fantasize. Even women managed to see how idiotic the men themselves became. Needless to say that even Koki Kazuhana herself saw it on its premiere day and planned to make a version of it, with a female protagonist. So the time came when Naruto returned home, to proceed to bathe, and get ready for the evening with his date. He had decided to give the recipe for a meal to Nicuchio of Ichiraku's ramen. In order to have a beautiful evening, the old owner of the restaurant, decided to try the new acquisition, and since it worked, he himself would promote it as a dish in the same place. Naruto had dressed in a black t-shirt along with a white shirt over it, along with a pair of black jeans and gray sneakers. Minato, just like his father. Naruto, that's what you wish, father, since I have always relied on my personal charm, something that always worked, and which I know I should not abuse. Kushina, Naruto-chan, you look amazing. Minato, and wait for the clothes I ordered to arrive, hugging her. Luck, wow, and Isan's clothes look amazing on us. Sasuke, you already said it, now, both, to break hearts. Naruto, follow my instructions, guys. Both, of course. So the two friends withdrew. Naruto, well, I'll leave you, since Akira is at Tsunade's house, Konoha Maru is at Asuma's house. If you want advice, take advantage of the fact that we are not here. Minato and Kushina blushed profusely at that comment, while Naruto walked out the door. Minato, well, they're gone. Kushina, Minaku-kun, she said sensually. Minato, not short or lazy, took Kushina bridal style, and as a precaution and with privacy seals, sealed her room where they began to act disrespectfully. Con luck, why Sasuke? Both friends/brothers were walking while all the kunoichis and civilians of their age were close. Seeing them dressed that way seemed strange to them, but those thoughts, when seeing them so viable, made them sigh in love. That was where Sasuke by a stroke of luck saw Karen Uzumaki, a redhead with glasses, Kushina's niece, who some time ago had been rescued by Kusa's dealings, by Bloody Habanero herself, who by the treatment of her sister and niece almost destroyed the village if it weren't for Minato, who with the Hiraishin took the redhead and took her away from the place. This was seen by Sakura, who felt a very hard pang in her chest, so with tears she ran away from there, being followed by Luck, who, taking advantage of his brother's advice, began to calm her down, until the pink head blushed at seeing him. Hinata for her part was training at the Hyuga mansion since, according to Minato and Hayashi, they both wanted their children to experience dating other people before getting married, avoiding a courtship, and that marriage be nothing more than a union without love. Hinata had had a date that day with a civilian boy who some thought was handsome and others thought was a loser, but for Hinata, it was not the case. She knew that her first time would be with Lux, so she kept to herself in that aspect. With Naruto, he had arrived at the apartments where his date was, went up to the girl's apartment, and after knocking there he saw her, coming out wearing the dress and shoes he had given her. Needless to say, he was blushing when he saw her. She was very beautiful. Kuratsuchi, and how do I look? Naruto, very beautiful and in thoughts, so beautiful that I would split you in two all night. Naruto had two sides, one romantic and one that would make Jiraiya give him a thumbs up and at least 5 Ika books be written in honor of his godson, but also one that would make Kushina furious and want to castrate him, or hit Jiraiya. Either way, Naruto knew who to blame to get rid of his mother's anger. So Naruto extended his hand to invite her to leave, an action that was reciprocated by the IWA Nin, and the two of them walked out to a nearby park, hand in hand like a couple. Both of them were blushing at the situation, as they hardly knew each other, but the other's gesture made them feel somewhat connected. Walking, they both arrived at Ichiraku's ramen, where Ayam was waiting for them with a table decorated for the occasion, where Naruto, like any good gentleman, made Kuratsuchi sit down and push the chair, while he sat down, all while watching how Ayam brought the entrance to the evening, spring rolls accompanied by a few glasses of red wine. Kuratsuchi, wow, this is something I've never tried. Naruto, I just thought I'd bring some dishes from home, and share them with a beautiful lady. Kuratsuchi, gee, thank you, blushing. Naruto, and what do you think of the drink? Kuratsuchi, it tastes better than sake. Naruto, it is a fine vintage of Malbec and properly aged. It is the perfect drink for a special occasion like an evening. Kuratsuchi, I just hope you give my grandfather a bottle, so that when I can, I'll delight myself with a glass, clinking his glass with Naruto's. They continued talking until Ayam brought the main course, roast beef with fine herbs and a salad. So the two continued the night, talking to each other, getting to know each other better, and sharing anecdotes, all accompanied by good wine and slow music. At the end of the evening, Naruto accompanied Kuratsuchi to the apartment, and before entering she kissed him on the cheek to say goodbye, while the blonde touched his cheek in surprise, so he proceeded to retire to the Namikaze mansion, While on the way he met Sasuke with his face full of lipstick and a couple of hickeys on his neck and luck in similar conditions, and both with a big smile. To enter the mansion and go to their rooms and rest while in their parents' room, Minato and Kushina continued with the sport and action, thanking the silent seals in their room. Chapter 18. After a few beautiful evenings between attempts at a girlfriend by Naruto, and with his romantic interests by the two members of Team 7, we found ourselves in Naruto's room, who, despite having been fine for several hours of sleep, until around 4 in the morning, where he mysteriously began to have nightmares about old memories, this caused Kurama's chakra to start to get out of control and be emitted from his body. While the blonde writhed in pain and sweated cold, Kushina and Minato's room, the couple had woken up with a start upon sensing the chakra, thankful that their homes suppressed the outside sensors. Minato, this chakra is from Kushina. I don't think Naruto has turned to him. Unbeknownst to him, Kurama was outside his room, somewhat scared, and banging on the door. Kurama, Minato, Kushina, it's Naruto, open the door. The couple would do as requested. Minato, what do you mean it's Naruto? Kurama, something's going on, and I don't like what's happening to him. Kushina, what do you mean? Kurama, Naruto was in combat, in a war, and lost several friends in it. I think both of them as shinobis know what problem he could have. Minato, but since he never said it. Kurama, that's because thanks to my interventions I managed to change those memories with genjutsu from within the seal. Sasuke, dude, and what's wrong? Luck, what's happening to Anai-san? Kurama, we must go in and calm him down. At that, Kushina would be the first to pass, which in her motherly instincts hugged the boy, ignoring the Kyubi chakra that was harming her. Kushina, Naru-chan, calm down, mom is here. Those simple words made Naruto stop writhing and screaming in pain from the released chakra, as the orange cloak faded away. Kurama, he must have remembered that war. Minato, what war are you talking about? The two minors were attentive. At this moment they were thankful that Kurenai was taking care of Akira and that Konohamaru wasn't there. Kurama, I'm talking about the Taiwan War. Minato, can we see her? Kurama, it's possible, but to do it I need the genjutsu teacher and the Yamanaka leader, and for safety and some excitement invite Konohamaru and Nami's boy who wants the blonde as an older brother, he said, smiling. Minato, anything else? Kurama, if we need a crossbow, an hourglass, and 3 goats, one will learn to play the trumpet while the other does this, making a game with his hands. Minato, I know someone with a goat, not understanding the reference. Kurama, and I know how to do this, doing the same thing as before. Luck, ha 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 ha. Sasuke, jajajajaja. Kurama, what I've never seen in my life is an Uchiha laughing. Let me see something touching his arm. No, I don't have a pulse. Sasuke, I'm not an emo. I can laugh too. After that, several hours later, they were all gathered at the Namikaze mansion. Of course, the 12 from Konoha plus the Sabaka brothers were there, along with Tazuna, Tsunami and Inari, Hayashi Hyuga, Suminazuka, Shikaka Nara, the Aburame leader, and of course the Yamanaka leader with the genjutsu user. Kurama, well, so that no one misses out, you will see a true war from the world of Naruto. With what we are going to do, unlike the use of the Yamanaka's mind-reading jutsu, we will see it from a third person, so I ask you to be calm and not shout. Now in Noichi and Kurenai, I need you to copy the hand seals that I will do for this to work. Also, Naruto is asleep and sedated thanks to Tsunade, so do not worry. Thus he instructed them to trace the seals: dragon, monkey, pig, horse and tiger. Kurama, art of the kitsuns, fox transmission, launching the jutsu against the projector. The projector began to cast light onto a white cloth in preparation for broadcasting movie-style video. Konohamaru, how nice it will be to see Nichan fight. Inari, you already said it with stars in her eyes. Asuma, calm down. On screen, journalists. The rise of tensions between the United States and China has never been so high to the current point. The increasing visit of the Speaker of the House of Representatives to Taipei City only served to attenuate the already tense relations between both giants. Off-screen, Minato, we're starting something strong. I don't think this will stay peaceful. Anoki, war was apparently imminent. On-screen, journalist, while Beijing refuses to accept that Taiwan is an independent state, the United States does nothing but recognize the island's sovereignty and offer support in the event of an invasion by China, which Beijing claims has crossed a red line. In response to the warning, the head of the United Nations calls for dialogue, as tensions appear poised to escalate into a war that could lead to a world war. But both nations ignore the warning and make moves. The United States orders its assets in the Indo-Pacific region to be on alert, and orders its allies to be prepared for a Chinese invasion of Taiwan, while China conducts large-scale military exercises, causing the President of the United States to mobilize the aircraft carrier Ronald Reagan and its entire strike group. President Tsai Ing-wen denounces that these exercises carried out around the island are nothing more than preparations for the invasion and asks for help from the international community, while affirming that her country is ready to defend its sovereignty. Off-screen, Asuma, this is something strange. Guy, you're right, but the truth is, those weapons show millions of flames of youth. Lee, yes Guy-sensei. Anoki, war looks imminent. Kuratsuchi, I feel sorry for how she must have gone through it stroking Naruto's hair. On screen, the military exercises are condemned worldwide, and China ends the exercises, prompting Chinese leaders to declare their readiness for an invasion, preparing plans for the invasion of the island, considered a rebel province. 5 months later, China is beginning to mobilize and concentrate a large amount of military resources in the Taiwan Strait. However, Chinese leaders claim that these are mobilizations to conduct military exercises, urging reassurance from the international community. However, U.S. satellites are able to see a large concentration of Chinese ships and aircraft around the island, which is causing serious concern, and the U.S. is warning its allies to be on alert and to mobilize another aircraft carrier and its strike group to counter the Chinese army. China's intelligence services are warning of the mobilization of the second U.S. aircraft carrier. China, President Xi Jinping orders an invasion of Taiwan and warns of unprecedented consequences if a country intervenes in the conflict. Tens of thousands of Chinese troops are preparing to depart for the island, while others board various vehicles and helicopters. Several vessels stationed in the vicinity of the island impose a naval and air blockade thanks to the aircraft carrier Liaoning, initiating a massive bombardment to weaken the island's defensive system, ports, and airports. Off-screen, Minato, it's terrifying. Anoki, why am I trembling? It's amazing. The Genins, they told us about the 3 Shinobi Wars, but this is something out of our scope. Luck, Inari and Konohamaru, incredible with stars in their eyes. Kushina, the island surrounded by sea and air? On screen, in Taiwan, air raid alarms begin to sound, alerting the civilian population to seek shelter while the anti-aircraft system is activated, protecting what it can. The Taiwanese military targets Chinese warships, starting a naval battle and a battle for control of the skies above Taiwan, pitting Taiwanese F-16s against the Chinese military's J-10s. Meanwhile, massive hacking attacks are taking place virtually from both sides, paralyzing the banking, government, and military systems. The island's military is fiercely resisting. On the other side of the world, the U.S. government receives news that China has attacked Taiwan, prompting the president to contact his Asian allies and order U.S. forces in the Indo-Pacific to prepare for military conflict. After a fierce air and naval combat, the Taiwanese Navy and Air Force managed to defeat the Chinese aircraft and ships that had entered their airspace and sea, but suffered the loss of many aircraft and ships. After fierce fighting, Chinese forces captured the small islands of Kinmen and Penghu. Taking advantage of the situation, the Chinese army carried out a second massive bombing campaign against Taiwan, using hypersonic missiles targeting ports and airports, while at sea, submarines and ships hunted for Taiwanese vessels. The bombing managed to destroy most of Taiwan's airports and ports, thus incapacitating the Taiwanese Air Force. Meanwhile, Chinese submarines and ships destroyed the most important ships of the Taiwanese Navy. The second air combat between the two air forces took place in the skies over Taiwan, where China emerged victorious. The few fighter bombers that remained in the air were destroyed. Off-screen, ruled the sea and they will have no escape or help. Anoki, he dominates the skies and has surrounded all that space. Only the fight on the ground remains. Luck and Ni-sen will fight. Konohamaru, are the Chinese the bad guys? Kurama, you'll see in thinking I can't tell you that World War III almost started after that, although in the end you might see it. On screen, the United States and Japan agree to a coalition to aid Taiwan. The two countries mobilize warships and aircraft to the Philippine Sea. Off screen, Anoki, I think the collaboration in that world is much better than in ours. Hey, I believe it, Minato. My son's world sounds more and more like a fantasy world to us. Kushina. It's easy to recognize the American flag, since Naruto owns several uniforms with it. Kurama. And to think that in the past Japan and the United States were enemies. The 2 bombs they received put them on their side. He thought, remembering the history classes in the blonde's mind. On screen, after the massive bombings, China assumes that Taiwan's strength has softened sufficiently, so Xi Jinping orders the invasion of Taiwan. Following the order, airborne troops parachuted in with the aim of disrupting logistics and reserves, as well as eliminating high-level commanders and political figures and seizing key locations. The Taiwanese president has been alerted to the start of the invasion and has ordered the mobilization of reserve soldiers and the dispatch of supplies to cities and mountains in preparation for a prolonged and violent war. In the Taiwan Strait, hundreds of Chinese ships begin crossing, loaded with thousands of soldiers, heading for the Taiwanese coast to disembark. However, reaching the coast is an extremely difficult challenge since the Taiwanese defenses have laid hundreds of mines, while the army launches a barrage of missiles of various types and combat artillery, inflicting great damage on the invading fleet but in return, suffering great attrition. In the air, the Chinese Air Force, with air superiority, is supporting the landing forces. The Chinese ships that managed to survive reach the Taiwanese coast and manage to disembark with their armored vehicles to head for land. But as they begin the landing, they are met by strong resistance that greets them with a combination of artillery and missile fire. Off-screen, Anoki. They fiercely defend those men. I believe it, they have entered a strong defensive. Kiba. Wow, if we learn that from Naruto-sensei we will be alphas or not Akamaru. Akamaru, Gual, Inari. Incredibly, on screen, an aircraft carrier and 2 helicopter carriers from the United States and Japan arrive in the Philippine Sea and prepare to come to the aid of Taiwan. As thousands of Chinese soldiers land on the coast, the Taiwanese army retreats to the mountains and cities, drawing Chinese forces into a protracted conflict. Tsai Ing-wen is deeply concerned about the Chinese landing and pleads for U.S. intervention. The United States comes to Taiwan's aid, while its warships and submarines attack Chinese ships blockading Taiwan, successfully breaching the Chinese Navy barrier blocking northern and northeastern Taiwan. Meanwhile, the United States Air Force begins a fierce battle against the Chinese Air Force for control of Taiwanese airspace. For their part, U.S. submarines cause great damage to the amphibious troops crossing the strait toward the island. China is furious, so in response, it orders an attack on the military bases on Guam and Okinawa. Several ballistic missiles launch from land toward the bases, but they pass through Taiwanese airspace. Taiwanese forces notify their allies of the missiles, prompting the United States to move valuable assets from the bases. Thanks to its anti-aircraft defenses, some missiles even hit the bases. The United States takes the attack calmly, knowing that China must retaliate in some way, so they avoid a direct response in order not to escalate the conflict. After a fierce air battle, the Japanese and U.S. Air Forces emerge victorious, causing the Chinese Air Force to abandon Taiwanese airspace. Australia announces it joins the Taiwan Aid Coalition. Off-screen, Anoki. I don't want to say it, but I think we're approaching a global conflict. The more nations intervene, the more inevitable it will be. Minato, that's right. Gaara, what about Naruto? On screen, fierce fighting is taking place off the coast of Taiwan, as Chinese troops attempt to advance toward the cities, but the Taiwanese army puts up strong resistance. To the east and southeast of Taiwan, the Japanese and U.S. navies, along with a pair of Australian ships, managed to drive away the Chinese vessels surrounding the island. Taiwanese territory in the Philippine Sea was thus free of China, and fuel, supplies, and weapons began to be pumped to the island. In China, its rulers are furious at the humiliation suffered, so they also focus a second objective north of their lands in case they fail in Taiwan, to invade and annex Mongolia while they decide to deal a hard blow to the United States, spotting with their intelligence the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier group in the south of Taiwan, so it launches a massive attack against the group of American ships with missiles, causing that despite the anti-aircraft defenses of the naval group the fleet is disabled. On a helicopter carrier, a unit of Marines prepares to take off and assist on the front lines, their leader being the recently promoted Captain Jason Miller. Admiral, boy, get your men on the Osprey, They'll be out front in 20 minutes. Author's note. The translation will be in underlined and highlighted font. Naruto, yes sir. At your service, sir. Off-screen. Minato, Naruto participates. Kiba, Naruto was called Jason? Cool. Kushina, in fact, Naruchan wanted to keep it even today. Kankuro, so what's his name? Luck, Jason Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Sasuke, I hope to see a fight. Shikamaru, I don't understand the language you speak, but I appreciate the translation. Kurama, it's the language the Gaki was raised with. I speak it too, but it's not difficult. On screen, helicopter carrier. Naruto, boys, it's time to board. I want you to make sure of something. Sergeant, what captain? What thing, captain? Naruto, that they don't kill them the first day. The Osprey would take off with at least 7 aerial vehicles of the same model flying towards the city of Taipei. With them were 3 Humvee-style vehicles armed with the Browning 50 Malawian Quachas mm. After 15 minutes of flight, the vehicle was arriving at the city while a battle was seen taking place nearby. Naruto, brother Roadblock, any words? Block. In the immortal words of Jay's, it doesn't matter which deity guides my life. But Lord, don't let me die today. But if I died before waking up, my destiny will know how to accept. R.A. In the immortal words of Jay's, it doesn't matter which deity guides my life. But Lord, don't let me die today. But if I died before waking up, my destiny will know how to accept. R.A. The soldiers plus Naruto, UHRA, off-screen. Kiba, Luck, Konohamaru and Inari, Sug. Minato, what a speech. Anoki, inspiring. Luck, it's an Isan's verbal tick. Kushina, I wish Databane had said something similar. Luck, he said Databeo, but he went with the UHRA. Sasuke, let's keep watching. On screen. Pilot, we need you to hold on. At that point the Ospreys began to be attacked while 2 fell with their propellers on fire. Naruto, pilot, open the hatches, and soldiers prepare your parachutes. After that everyone started to take their parachutes. Naruto, is something wrong, Jax? Secede Algo Jax? Jax, I'm nervous, sir. I've never jumped out of an Osprey before. Naruto, the first time I jumped I put a bullet in my mouth. The boy would do what Naruto said. Naruto, how is it? How are you? Jax, delicious? Delicious. One by one the soldiers threw themselves from the Osprey as their parachutes opened, reaching the ground and joining the fight. Naruto, pay attention. They would then be met by Chinese fire as Naruto's soldiers were joined by Taiwanese troops. Jax, they gave her hopin', wake up hopin'. They gave her hopin', wake up hopin'. While dragging the corpse of the boy who had been shot. Naruto, take cover. Lieutenant, cover 3 men on the right flank. Sergeant, take 4 and cover the left. The others stay alert and shoot any red flag with yellow star you see. The battles continued while Naruto's group was decimated, leaving about 18 of the 30 men who landed. For Naruto, his first mission as captain was a failure. They were his men. He didn't care about receiving a bullet impact in his leg and torso, as he never took his finger off the trigger. While on the rest of the island, the Taiwanese army, accompanied by Japanese troops and other groups of American soldiers plus 2 Australian contingents, forced the Chinese back. When the last contingent left the island, after 4 days of battles and China, humiliated, wanted to launch an attack on the island, a skirmish with the Mongolian army to the north occurred, in which at least 500 Chinese soldiers participated, killing about 50 Mongolians and 10 Russians. Therefore, faced with the threat that their ally would turn against them and the conflict would escalate into a world war, as several Russian contingents were approaching the border, they called an armistice and signed a surrender, not before threatening that if any nation entered their territory there would be nuclear war. The video turns off. Inoichi, so the boy was in battle. Luck, wow, and Isan is amazing. The 12 rookies plus the Sabaka and the children present said the same thing. Kuratsuchi, she's brave. Minato, you still blame yourself for those kids, right? Kurama, unfortunately yes, it is not something that I have not been able to overcome. Tsunade, battle wounds, when they are psychological, hardly fade away. Jiraiya, I think it's best to end this. With a ram seal, Kurama plus Inoichi and Kurinai dispelled the jutsu, while Naruto awoke to be surprised by a short kiss on the lips from Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi, don't worry anymore, I'll help you overcome your pain. Naruto, if it's for my men in the Taiwan War, I accept giving her a kiss that the girl reciprocated. By the way, do you want to be my girlfriend? Kuratsuchi, yes, I want. Anoki, take care of her, brat, he said seriously. Naruto, sure, although I would like to have more dates with you, Kuro, since despite having one I would like to go out with you more, before the others know about the relationship. Kuratsuchi, claro. So the attendees left while the Namikaze celebrated Naruto's engagement to the Tsuchikage's granddaughter, and Luck, along with Konohamaru, Inari and Sasuke, asked him a couple of million questions. Chapter 19. The relationship itself, or what is called masturbation, explaining what it produces, is pleasure. That is why people also go to Hex for pleasure. Luck, so, Naruto, look, I'm telling you this as advice. If you're going to do it, make sure you're not seen, especially by a woman, and hide evidence. The same goes for you, Konohamaru, but for you to understand, you have to wait until you grow up to do it. Don't get ahead of your development. Hugging both of them. I'm sorry you saw this, Konohamaru. It will be hard to erase it from your mind. Nervous. Luck, so, who did you have this conversation with? Naruto, don't ask, I figured it out on my own, and this talk should normally have come from Dad. So they both left the gym. Later that day at the Namikaze mansion, Minato put privacy seals on his office, and Naruto proceeded to tell everything. Minato, and how did they take it? Resigned. Naruto, I know you're upset, but you took it better than I expected. Minato, I'm not upset. Naruto, I wasn't even thinking about having Hex with her yet, Dad. Minato, do you know that Anoki might kill you? Naruto, I'll take the risk, and if it turns out she got pregnant, I'll take care of it. I was raised that way, just don't tell Mom. Minato, and the children? Naruto, Luck talked about his problem, and since Konohamaru saw it, I gave them the talk so they wouldn't get scared. Minato, you know that was my job, right? Naruto, yes, I know, but they wouldn't see the way to tell you, and before they think about the Ika or read it, it's better for them to discover and ask. I answered as a brother, advocating their curiosity. Thus, both resigned themselves since they knew that what happened would have no return, without knowing that this encounter would begin to form a small life in Kuratsuchi's womb. Chapter 20. After Naruto's uncomfortable talk with his two younger brothers, as well as talking to Minato about important things, clarifying what had happened, 3 days would pass where the blonde decided to make things clear with Anoki, who, despite Kuratsuchi telling him, the old man was somewhat upset. But Naruto spoke to him, clarifying things. If she became pregnant, he would take care of it, like any self-respecting man. That ended in a kiss full of love between the couple, so after saying goodbye he went to the mansion because with Kurama they would take advantage of the day off from the academy to be able to do something that was Kakashi's job, to fix the issue of the first death of Team 7 because none of them had killed on their missions and that would result in a problem, saving Sai for being part of the route, and that, as he would never pay attention, he was with them. Kurama, are you ready? Naruto, yes. Kurama, I would suggest you take the hunting ones with scope. Naruto, I was going to do it anyway. Kurama, I'll go for them. At training camp number 7, Team 7 was preparing for their training with Anko Mitarashi at Naruto's request to the Tokubetsu Jounin. Luck and Sasuke, due to being with Naruto, developed a mania for card games, so they were playing some poker, while Sakura filed her nails and Sai painted, much to Mitarashi's bewilderment, but that calm went away when Kurama entered. Kurama, Genins, the Genins, Colonel greeting him accordingly. Kurama, come, and Anko prepares Field 44, in the area we agreed upon. Anko, of course. Genin, let's go. Naruto's house. The Genin were escorted by Kurama while Naruto took out several things on a table and opened some cabinets and weapons hanging on the wall while Gaara helped him because since Minato arranged the invasion, the clan council saw it with good eyes and without the civilians knowing, they gave their approval. Luck, Merry Christmas whistling. Sasuke, better distrust your neighbors. Kurama, aha. Sai, I knew Danzo assigned me for a reason. Surprised. Naruto, Danzo wants these babies, but even if you brought him one of these back in your puppet days, he wouldn't know how to use them. At that, Naruto took out 3 hunting rifles with scopes and gave them to each of his genin, as well as a 9mm revolver to Sakura and Sai, while giving a magazine to each one. Naruto, Gaara, watch the fort, and if Konohamaru comes, don't let him get into the weapons drawers. This was seen by Minato and Jiraiya from the Hokage office through Hiruzen's sphere. Minato, I didn't expect that. Hey, don't buck with me. Anoki, your son has a stash of weapons. Jiraiya, he's armed to the teeth. Minato, do you really think that's all he has? Jiraiya, oh, don't buck with me. I feel sorry for whoever messes with him. And Inoki. We agree with him. Minato, haha. Jiraiya, what do you find funny? Minato, I'm worried if I become a father and have a girl. Jiraiya, the kid should be trembling in fear. Jojo. I should ask him for Yujito. Inoki, interesting. Minato, that's right. Jiraiya, now let's get to the point. Minato, how is it that your son does it with a nosebleed? Minato, I shouldn't have told you that he talked to Luck and Konohamaru about that. By the way, Tsunade? Jiraiya, Tsunade, he went to Tanzaku to gamble. Minato, okay. In the Forest of Death, we can see Team 7 with their hunting gear and their new outfits, which at Naruto's request, have been made to look like military personnel from his hometown, along with Naruto, Kurama and Nala. Note, I know they are British, but this is what I found that is not Chinese or Russian. Anko looked at the men on the team and couldn't help but ogle them as they licked their lips. Those outfits made them look hexy, and when she saw Sakura she was surprised. It suggested that she was strong and not a fangirl. Anko, Fufu the forest is ready. There are several deer for this eating. Naruto with her eyes forgetting that the blonde had a girlfriend. Naruto, thanks for that. Awkward. Team 7 to the forest now. The genin, yes sir. Team 7 with Kurama and Naruto entered, being followed by Nala, where they walked for about 20 minutes. Naruto, well, we will camp here for 2 days. During these days we will do survival, and we will also see what they are capable of. Luck, I feel nervous. Naruto, calm down, he's holding an M140 in his hands. Luck, is that his name? Kurama, is a puppy hunting rifle. Naruto, Sai, Sasuke and Sakura, while we return to Kurama and Luck. The aforementioned, as ordered by the Lord. The three who were leaving headed towards the forest, getting lost among the ferns and tall plants of the Forest of Death. They walked for 15 minutes until they stopped. Luck, what's happening? Naruto, I want you to aim like I taught you the gun and use the sight. In the distance you could see a deer walking along, grazing, while Luck looked at his brother, not wanting to kill him. Luck, and I-san, I can't do it. Naruto, think about this. If you don't kill him you don't eat. Since we didn't bring food on purpose and will be here for 5 days, do you want to survive? Luck, yes. Naruto, then aim. The first few times Luck was throwing up because he didn't want to kill and was nervous, until a stroke of luck brought Luck into focus and pulled the trigger. A gunshot echoed throughout the forest, and Team 7 knew they had made a mistake. Luck, I gave it to him, surprised and excited. Naruto, yes, you gave it to him, ha ha ha. Kurama, well done pup. The three would approach the deer's carcass, where Naruto would cut the animal's neck with a knife, while Kurama would bring a kind of can or glass, where the blood would begin to drip, filling the container, so Naruto would seriously bring it closer to Luck. Naruto, it's yours. Luck, what? Naruto, go ahead baby. Luck, how does this work? Taking the glass, when I drink this I get the spirit of the deer. Kurama, we're not playing. Luck would take some of the blood, gagging a little. Luck, it wasn't that bad. Naruto, and what exactly does it taste like? With a very mocking tone. Luck, you know. Naruto, nope. Kurama, we would never do something like that, ha 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 ha. Naruto, ha 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 ha. Luck, oh, they are some retreating to the camp, while his older brother and the Biju laughed. So the three returned to the camp while Luck was upset, and the Biju took the Uchiha, and with Naruto they did the same thing that had happened to Luck. The same thing would happen to Sakura, where the three genin looked at them angrily, while they roasted the meat of the 3 dead animals. 2 were for Kurama because the Biju ate with pleasure. The next morning they returned to the house, where after explaining the reason for what had been done, the genin understood what had been done to them, so that anger at least went away a little. Well, in the case of Luck and Sasuke they asked to use more weapons as compensation for it, something that the older blonde had no problem accepting. So after that he retired to the Hokage's office, where the Kages applauded him when they saw him. It was a somewhat unorthodox method of getting their genin killed, but they managed to compensate it to avoid future inconveniences and unnecessary damage with the renegades. Naruto, this is my proposal, handing a document to the 3 Kages present to put together a special renegade hunting group, saving Akatsuki, which I can sense is someone manipulating that organization. Minato, Itachi is there because he is our spy. Inoki, Deidara, I don't think he'll join us. Kiri's shark sure is. Jiraiya, the important thing is who you have in mind. Naruto, several from Konoha, the redhead from Suna, and the Rakige's brother from IWA. I would like to know who you can place, and Kuratsuchi will not be there. Inoki, why do you say that? Naruto, lately it's rare. Minato, they did it, so wait until the month passes. It's surely her period. Inoki, and if that doesn't happen, Naruto, I'll take care of it properly. Inoki, I made that clear to you and that was fine. Well, in that case we will prepare a team between 3 villages since Suna the Kazekage has not been heard from lately. Kiri is in civil war, so if we want to organize this foreign legion as you called it, we can start with our ninjas. Naruto, conduct a skills check. Also, your brother would help me by being my second in command. I even want to search the nations to see if anyone from my world has arrived. Minato, okay, in that case this will be secret. Inoki, okay. Let's proceed with caution. Chapter 21. After reviewing a joint initiative between the villages to hunt renegades, Naruto retired to Kuratsuchi's apartment to spend time with her, while at the Namikaze mansion, Luck and Sasuke had taken Naruto's video equipment and a couple of consoles, connecting everything in the younger blonde's room, starting an afternoon of video games with Team Konohamaru. But the problem: Kushina, Luck Menma Namikaze Uzumaki with her 9-tailed hair. Udon, Santa Nicuchio already said the specific name. Moegi, run for your lives. The children, minus Konohamaru and Sasuke, fled the mansion before a being that radiated respect, fear and command like Kushina when she was angry. Luck, hey Oka-san, what's wrong? Scared. Kushina, what's that about taking your brother's consoles without permission? Luck, I'm sorry, I just wanted to play with them and Naruto said we could use them since he doesn't use them. At that, Naruto with Kuratsuchi would open the door. Naruto, mother, I'm here. Kushina, oh yes, they've already arrived. Naruto, what's going on? Kushina was going to speak, but the younger blonde man spoke first. Luck, I took your video game console to use with the theme. Sorry for doing it without permission. Naruto, I'm not upset. In fact, I was expecting you to take it out. Luck, Kushina, huh? Naruto, I'm not stupid, since you two with Konohamaru have wanted to play with it since I brought it. That's why I expected it. Just don't break it, and don't play things that will make mom angrier. Naruto was no fool. He knew there were games that involved explicit sexual content, so he decided not to take down that box of video games. At least action and blood games like Mortal Kombat, he had no problem with them using it. They were ninjas and they would see real blood, not that it would influence their daily lives. Kushina, okay, just don't do anything stupid. Naruto, by the way, Mom, do you want to have a party like the ones we used to have in my world? Kushina, sure, we'll do it this weekend since the second stage of the Chunin exams is next week. Naruto, of course. That night Kuratsuchi stayed to have dinner with the Namikaze, in addition to staying to sleep with her boyfriend and watching movies, since the next day they would have the party they planned. Kuratsuchi, when sitting at the table, noticed that one of those cooking was Naruto, so the meal passed without much difficulty, without awkward conversations, while at the end the couple went up to the older blonde's room. Upon entering, Naruto activated the privacy seals while turning on the television and connected a movie, White Girl. The couple watched the film blushing at the erotic scenes in it but remained calm, save by Kuratsuchi who, taking advantage of Naruto sitting on his bed with his legs open, sat in that space and lightly rested her V-cup butt on Naruto's region, moving it a little. The next movie they wanted to watch was a horror movie, The Forgotten, where Kuratsuchi screamed in fear several times and hugged Naruto, where when they saw a scene, they decided to make their night more interesting. Lemon skipped. It was all witnessed by a white-haired Sannin who that night obtained the best material for his orange cover book series that many people read. The morning had arrived and Naruto, upon receiving the rays of morning light, woke up and decided to get up, leaving his beloved sleeping as God sent her into the world, while he put on his boxers and went down to make breakfast for both of them, meeting his father and younger brothers, Konohamaru and Luck, who upon seeing him smiled and greeted. The three of them realized what was happening and Minato could not hide his pride. Minato, good morning, handsome. Naruto, what's going on? Minato, tell me you didn't do it. Naruto, do what? Luck, you did it with Kuratsuchi, right? Naruto, did they spy? Konohamaru, nope, but we sensed that, since you came down in your underwear. Naruto, I didn't think I'd get caught, but I'll make my beloved breakfast. Minato said nothing and understood that he had to do the same with Kushina. Naruto managed to prepare an American-style breakfast, with 4 fried eggs, some hotcakes, sautéed bacon, and fruit juice, for his beloved and himself. Minato, seeing his son's kitchen and seeing that there were a couple of hotcakes left over, decided to make the same breakfast for Kushina. Naruto's room. Naruto locked his room upon entering, as he didn't want them to see Kuratsuchi naked, so he approached the bed and kissed her on the lips to lift her up. Naruto, love, it's time to get up. Kuratsuchi, but it's early, sleepy. Naruto, I made you breakfast. Kuratsuchi, you shouldn't have, my beautiful little blonde. Naruto, my master assassin would do it for you. They both proceeded to eat what was prepared, while with a kai from Naruto, he deactivated the seals and they listened to a few words from Kushina to Minato about breakfast, something she had never done in her entire marriage, making the redhead pinch herself for the romantic change. After breakfast, father and son invited the clan leaders and their families, as they organized an evening party, music and dancing, plus an American barbecue, so Naruto with Konohamaru and Luck went to buy what was needed, meat of course, several types of cuts, ingredients for an Argentine chimichurri-style sauce to dress the food, along with bread and some vegetables for a salad. When Naruto finished with Luck and Sasuke, whom he would teach how to grill meat, he took them to the mansion's courtyard while several Luck clones arranged it to set up some tables and another 3 Naruto clones set up the DJ equipment. Luck, brother, what are you doing? Naruto, teach them how to barbecue. Naruto calmly lit the fire and let it begin to consume the fine wood that would make the flame rise. This was seen by the genin who wanted to use Katan Jutsu and light it and hurry, something that Naruto did not let them put their hands on, like a good grill man who respects himself. While with his words he made and taught the genin and the Konohamaru team how to make the sauces they would use. When the stove finished heating up, he took a grill that he had stored and placed it on the fire while the genin approached with firewood. Kiba and Niji had placed themselves next to it while as tradition they began to share stories, adventures, curiosities and anecdotes. After the grill was ready, Naruto took it with gloves so as not to burn himself, and placed it while he put embers under it and placed the meat. The children, when they finished with the sauces, decided to go play with Nala, since the German shepherd liked being with them. Hayashi Hyuga, Minato, Shikaku and Inoichi approached the place and decided to join them, sitting on some chairs that Naruto brought from his property and a couple of beers, while the genin drank some sodas and joined in to tell anecdotes. Naruto decided to go dress quickly while the meat was being cooked along with his brothers and father, where they began to see how they looked in modern clothing, surprising the shinobi with how they looked. Konohamaru, what's up? Leaving with a shirt, shorts, and closed shoes. Moegi, seeing how Konohamaru left, began to have little hearts in her eyes like Hanabi Hyuga, while Udan gave her a thumbs up. Hayashi, so it's something from modern clothing, huh? Luck, that's right, and we don't look bad at all. Luck was wearing a black t-shirt, blue Bermuda shorts, and a long-sleeved shirt that was unbuttoned and had the sleeves rolled up in a short-sleeve style. Hinata was blushing like crazy and Kiba was saying that he needed to look like them, since they would make him look like a true alpha. Minato, so how do I look? Note, I know it's Naruto, but pretend it's Minato. How lucky is Kushina entranced by the Namikaze. Naruto, Dad, stop acting like a teenager, you're married. Hana, that's an alpha. Kuratsuchi, Neri, you look handsome. Naruto, and you are more than beautiful, my angel. Hearing Naruto say that, several hearts were heard breaking. Kushina, but you look so beautiful, and Minato, it's better if you get all those bitches away from you. Minato, okay, hihi Kushi-chan, don't worry, I only have eyes for you. Naruto, let's see, checking the meat. Well, this is it. Children, bring the bread and sauces. It's time for a typical Argentine food, known as korapan. So the children brought the bread and Naruto made the korapanes, placing chorizo and chimichurri on them. Naruto, serve with confidence. Konohamaru, this is delicious. Naruto, play Konohamaru music. The aforementioned approached the DJ room and began pressing buttons, while music began to play through the speakers. Everyone was finishing their korapan to start the evening. While listening to the evening, Naruto took Kuratsuchi and they began to dance a little while a screen revealed the way they danced. Sasuke took Karen to dance, while Luck took Hinata and Sakura was taken out by Haku, who began a love relationship when the pink-haired girls saw that the emo would not notice her when she was with the redhead. Followed by them were Minato and Kushina, while the others one by one joined in, and after a couple of songs Naruto began to cut the meat and serve it, having a somewhat unique start to the festivities that would improve very soon. Elsewhere, Orochimaru, Kukukuku, are you sure, Danzo? Danzo, yes, my umbus will support you because it is already known that the Kazekage's children revealed your move and Konoha is prepared. If Minato does not die, I will not be able to be Hokage. Orochimaru, Kukuku, okay, I'll invade. What do you say, Baki? Baki, that Suna will help whether he wants to or not wearing his Kazekage hat. Chapter 22. After the party at the Namikaze mansion, everyone began to resume normal life, each team training with those who had passed the third stage of the Chunin exams. Team 7, along with the Sabaka brothers, spent time in Naruto's gym, where Sasuke and Lux spent time fighting in the ring between them, combining their learned martial arts. While in another improvised ring, Sakura easily subdued Kankuro for being too clever about a comment towards the Kunoichis. Kankuro, let me go, it hurts. Sakura, not until you stop doing stupid things. Temari, you hold it very gently, Sakura. Kin, I think it deserves more strength. Sakura, thanks friends, exerting more strength in the grip. Kankuro, I am a shy person. Naruto, Sakura, you can let him go now. Sakura, I'm a sensual person. Kankuro, thankful to the one above, raising his hands. Naruto, I'll put on some music to enhance the training if you want. Sasuke, of course, hitting a bag. Luck, that would be best, hitting some hanging balls quickly. Naruto placed his cell phone with music on a speaker, where everyone present, including Gaara, who was jumping rope to gain agility, increased their exercises with musical motivation. On 2 occasions Naruto had Luck and Sasuke shirtless hang while Sakura and Ino hit their abdomens to gain resistance and pain resistance while they kept exerting strength in their abdominals. In addition to never making them stop hitting a punching bag, he also used to take them out to the forest of death with heavy equipment such as extra weighted anklets, to jog and run, to use a heavy axe to gain strength by chopping wood, and both of them had to pull a cart with Konohamaru's team on it using their own strength. In his confrontations with Naruto, he always corrected their stances and punches, and gave them advice on how to improve their hand-to-hand combat, pushing them to their limits. He put such high demands on both of them that even Guy told him their exercise routines were excessive, even though Luck and Sasuke themselves pushed them far beyond their limits. Tori Hokage. The Jounin sensei saw through the third Hokage's sphere what they were training for the 2 weeks left until the exams. Guy, Hokage-sama, this is already too much of a demand. Minato, I can't do anything, they demand it that way, even if Naruto wants to reduce the load. Kurenai, and she said that Guy was exaggerating. Hate, he's surprisingly strict. Kurama, that's nothing, I tend to be much more sadistic and hard when training. Minato, I know Kushina will kill them, so let's hope for good fights, he said with fear but pretending to be the most normal thing in the world. Time skip 3 days before the Chunin exams. Gym. Luck and Sasuke can be seen doing a series of sit-ups, while Sakura does pull-ups on a bar with an additional 15-kilo weight, while Konohamaru performs a calisthenics exercise in a prepared area. Naruto, Team 7. The Genin, sir, greeting him. Naruto, from now on, you will be on break for the 3 days left before the exams. Use them as you wish. My advice is to rest for all the training. The Genin, as you command, Lord. The 3 days passed quite quickly, except that Luck woke up from his crush on Sakura, all accompanied by Sasuke, who heard everything, talking to someone close to his mother, that the idea of going out with Luck was to produce jealousy in Sasuke, and gain access to the Uchiha fortune. This led to the 2 members revealing what they heard to Sakura, making the Pinkette explain the misunderstanding, and offering her apologies and ending on good terms with Luck, leaving both as friends without more. Day of the 3rd phase of the exam. We can see the entire Leaf Village gathered around the stadium, where Naruto as sensei was close to the others, while in the arena next to the supervisor Genma, the participants pass by. Sasuke Uchiha, Lucky Namikaze Uzumaki, The Power of Love, Shikamaru Nara, Niji Hyuga, Sabaka no Gaara, Chuji Akimichi, Shino Aburame, Genma, Hokage-sama, may I? Minato, go ahead Genma. Genma, as you know, the rules are the same as the last test, so with that said, come in and take a number. Everyone passed by and showed their numbers, while Genma and the other censors prepared their battles. Genma, well, the fights have already been defined. The order of the fights was shown on a screen. 1. Niji Hyuga vs. Luck Namikaze Uzumaki. 2. Shino Aburame vs. Shikamaru Nara. 3. Chuji Akimichi vs. Sabaka no Temari. 4. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Sabaka no Gaara. The entire audience, upon seeing those names, began to cheer. Kage stage. We can see Minato, Raza, the Kage of Sound, Anoki, A and Mei Terumi. Minato, they will be good fights, don't you think? Mei, phew fuff, let's hope that the group led by her eldest son shows how cute they are. A. And then they say that pedophilia is Orochimaru's. That comment made Raza have a twitch in his eye, but leaving that aside, they will be interesting fights. Anoki, I hope they are worth it. By the way, what about my granddaughter? Minato, talking to Kushina. Raza, let's get started right away. Kage of Sound, I'm with him. With Kushina and Kuratsuchi. They were both talking, since Kuratsuchi had started to have some mild symptoms, and without Tsunade it was difficult to know what they were, although not for Kushina. Her breasts were swollen and tender, her period hadn't come and it had been almost a month, nausea, mood swings and fatigue. Kushina, I think I know what can happen. Kuratsuchi, what can it be? Kushina, it's not obvious daughter, you're pregnant, she said happily. Kuratsuchi at that moment felt something falling on her, and began to think about what had happened until she remembered 2 crazy nights with Naruto, the only one she had slept with. Kuratsuchi, what will he say to me? Will he leave me? Will he be a good father? Kushina, it's Naruto, right? Kuratsuchi si. Kushina, thank you for loving him, he is very damaged after losing his fiancée. And believe me that when you tell him the news you will surprise him and make him happy since his dream is to have a family. Kuratsuchi, what happened to make it damaged? Kushina, his girlfriend, the day he was going to propose to her, was murdered. He was very damaged and is healing thanks to you. Kuratsuchi was speechless and unconsciously began to cry. Back to the field. Genma, okay, it's time for the first fight. Niji Hyuga and Luck Namikaze stay in the arena while the rest go up to the stands. Niji, it's destiny that I defeat you, smiling defiantly. Luck, we'll see that blind, he said mockingly. Genma, ready? Both yes. Genma, begin. Both threw themselves at each other. While Niji tried to close their tenketsus with the Juken Luck, he managed to avoid trying to use an attempt at Jeet Kyundu, which he managed to try to replicate by watching Hinata's training. Niji decided to use the vacuum palm, but it was in vain since Luck dodged and began an assault of punches and kicks that combined the martial arts that his brother taught him: boxing, Muay Thai, Jeet Kune Do, and Krav Maga. In the stands, Guy, you did great with him. Naruto, thank you, smiling with pride. Asuma, your routines were exaggerated. Naruto, thanks to that, they withstand several blows. I even dare to say those of the Juken. With the Kages. Surprising. Anoki, your eldest son did a good job. Mei, I hope he takes off his shirt, fufufuff. In combat, Niji would begin to give a Juken blow every now and then, hoping that it could paralyze his arms, but to his surprise Luck kept his movement, while giving some kicks to Niji's body, making a counterattack that left a crater in the field of the force used. To his bad luck and good luck of the female audience, Niji broke some of his clothes, so seeing the pearl-eyed smiling, and getting up to continue fighting, Luck decided to use jutsus of his wind affinity. Throwing some air bullets, he could use another jutsu of his water or lightning element, but decided to go through the air. But it was in vain since Niji used Kaiten to counter the technique. So in a desperate move he used the multi-shadow clone jutsu, taking out about 50 Luck, and launching himself into the attack and trying to give him at least a water jutsu, using the water bullets, which grazed Niji's cheek despite the Kaiten. Both already wanting to finish the fight, they decided to go with a one-on-one fight again, where Niji ended up breaking the top part of Luck's suit, revealing his body. A loud shriek echoed throughout the stadium, and several young women from the village, including kunoichi from guest villages, fainted with goofy looks and trickles of blood, while the older women licked their lips. In just a month and a bit, he'd achieved an enviable figure by training with his brother. Now, in the stands, they were watching Sasuke to see if he was the same, deciding not to show anything yet. In the stands, Minato and Naruto shouted out loud, "That's my brother/son." In the fight, Niji tried to attack again, but this time Luck performed a combo of boxing punches, leaving him cornered, and with an uppercut he ended up being knocked out. Genma, Ganada Luck Namikaze. Chapter 23. After the Niji vs. Luck fight, there were several reactions. The female audience began to scream with great power, because they all wanted to be with a hottie like him. For Naruto, it was something that made him remember his time as a student, where he was among the most coveted boys in his school, athletic, intelligent, sporty, playboy, something that little by little he introduced to his little brother. Minato saw this with some pride while the Kages hid a little the fact that he was a father and a Kage at the same time. I asked him and not advice. And Inoki, what did Naruto say that was called arresting pedophiles? Raza, that with a tick in the eye. Minato, I think but let's let it pass. We know he's looking for a partner. In the stands, Villager. Luxama with little hearts in his eyes. Villager 2, I love it, senpai. In the arena, Luck, now I understand team. As he helped Niji stand up to retreat to the stands. With the genin, Sakura. This one is already attracting attention. Sasuke. I hope I don't end up like that. Ino, why do you say that? Blushing at Luck. Sai, what am with his mouth covered? Sasuke. SHHHH covering his mouth, don't talk or Karen will castrate me. Chuji. This is kind of fun. Shikamaru. Troublesome standing up, it's my turn and I just want to be a cloud. In the arena, Gunma. Shino Aburame vs Shikamaru Nara next to participate. The aforementioned came down while placing themselves in combat pose. Gunma, ready. Shino would nod. Shikamaru. How troublesome but clever. Gunma, begin. Shino released his insects while Shikamaru proceeded to raise his mind to a point of calculating strategies and counter-strategies in order to win or take him with his shadow and surrender. Shikamaru managed to dodge all the insects and throw kunais and shurikens in strategic positions to hold him with his clan jutsu and make Shino surrender. Gunma, Ganada Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru, seriously, how troublesome. I wanted to give up. In the stands, Shikaku, I understand you, son, with the genin. All typical of Shikamaru. Luck, not bad at all, weak. Ino, Luck here handing her a shirt, put something on, blushing. Luck, oh, I thought you liked it, smiling slyly. With the sensei, everyone would watch the Nara's victory with a drop of sweat, while they saw the genin and what Luck said. Naruto, ha, not bad, a real heartbreaker like his teacher, smiling with pride. Kurenai, I hope it's not perverted. Guy, wow, youth burns brightly. Asuma, wow, I didn't expect you to leave it like that. Naruto, and wait to see Sasuke, haha. With the Kages, so much talent and he's lazy, that clan has such immense capacity and they squander it with such laziness. Inoki, it's true, unfortunately true. Minato, I know, but what can we do? In the arena, Gunma, well, it's time for the next fight. Chuji Akimichi and Sabaka no Tamari to the arena. The aforementioned would go down to the arena while the blonde was red upon seeing the blonde's brother who assists them in Konoha because of the invasion. Chuji, if you think about Luck, then you'll be distracted from the fight. Tamari, if you know. Gunma, ready? Tamari took out her fan and nodded. Chuji opened a bag of chips and nodded. Gunma, begin. Chuji. Human tank ball technique, launching himself at Tamari. Tamari would take her large fan and through her air element jutsus to slow down Chuji and exhaust his strength, which she achieved. Both would start after that a taijutsu fight where Chuji, being chubby and tiring quickly, began to have a disadvantage, but with a jutsu of expansion of his body, making his arm bigger, he hit Tamari, which she received but managed to take to exercise a submission key of those that she copied from Sakura, reducing Chuji. In the stands, Sakura, don't copy me, oxygenated. Kin, don't look blonde. In the arena, Tamari just stuck her tongue out at them in mockery, bothering her friends. With the genin, Sasuke, should I copy Sakura's key? Jajajajajajajajaja. Luck, you see Sakura's face, ha 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 ha. Kiba, I see it, and I don't believe it. Kankuro, memories of Vietnam. Gaara, it already traumatized Kankuro. In the arena, Tamari, give up putting more pressure on her. Chuji, I'm laughing. Gunma, winner Tamari. Tamari released her grip and headed towards the stands. With the Kages. Minato, I think someone taught him how to get rid of perverts. Raza, I appreciate your son's gesture. In the arena, Gunma, next to fight Sabaka no Gaara vs Sasuke Uchiha. The aforementioned came down to the arena and looked at each other with a smile and an aura of challenge. Gunma, ready. Gaara, yes, smiling defiantly. Sasuke, of course, answering that smile. Gunma, begin. Gaara threw himself at Sasuke, who skillfully began dodging the blows. His skill in dodging was such that he did it with such grace, suggesting that this wasn't a fighting style, but rather a kind of dance. In the stands, Kiba, it looks like he's dancing smiling. Luck, you noticed in leather holding the shirt Ino gave him on his shoulder, blushing the other girls. With the Kages. Inoki, it seems that the Uchiha dances more than he fights. That doesn't take away from the elegance with which he dodges blows. Minato, As I recall, it is a style of fighting and dancing called capoeira, which he taught him. With the senseis. Guy, what a youth, comically crying. Asuma, dodges quite masterfully. Kurenai, what did you teach him? Naruto, it is a style called capoeira, generally not used for dances due to its elegance. In the arena, Gaara continued sending punches and kicks that Sasuke elegantly dodged, until the emo decided to change style and start throwing boxing punches, causing the redhead to cover himself with sand of his own free will. Sasuke not Mel. Gaara, at least you fight and don't dodge, hee. Sasuke began to throw punches while Gaara threw his own, colliding several times, until the black-haired man began to take him to execute a ki, linking his feet with Gaara's torso and head, immobilizing him. Author's note: use the grab at 1 o'clock until the guy in white comes down. Gaara grrrr. Sasuke, Rendit. Gaara laughing at me. Genma winner. Some feathers began to fall on the field, putting the civilians and some shinobi to sleep. Kage stage. Minato, what is this? Anoki, what's going on? A curse. Raza, Kakuka, seems like there will be no escape. Kurama, I have you pedophile snake holding the Sannin and subduing him to the ground. Minato, stop this now, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, previously dead. Within the audience, several sand ninjas rushed to kill Sasuke and Gaara, who had not yet left the place. But they did not wait for Sasuke to take out a gun and pull the trigger. 3 shots rang out throughout the stadium, revealing 3 Chunin lying on the ground, dead with a gunshot wound to the head. With the genin, luck, screw it, drawing his weapon. Several Oto and Suna ninjas rushed at them, giving Kankuro no time to use Karasu to defend his friends. Since the news of the Suna invasion under his sensei's control had spread, he had even been trying to kill them, spreading the news throughout the villages. Luck pulled the trigger, killing several enemy ninjas. With the Kages, Orochimaru was still pinned down on the floor by Kurama, who handcuffed the Sannin and pointed his own weapon at him, a Ruger GP 122mm caliber revolver. From the vicinity, Tayuya Uzumaki, Kushina's clan cousin, came out all wounded. Kabuto, release Orochimaru-sama with his people by his side, while they had the Uzumaki tied up for betraying them. Minato, let go of the girl. Tayuya, I'm sorry Minato-san, tell Kushina-sama that I'll be fine. Kabuto, seeing the Kage's refusal to lower their weapons and the Biju in human form releasing Orochimaru, mercilessly slit the redhead's throat, causing fury in Minato, who, along with the Kages, caught the 4 except for Kabuto, who escaped. With the senseis, Naruto was firing from the M4, shooting down several enemy shinobis. Guy, this is so full of youth. Naruto, Asuma, I'll leave it to you. Taking out a storage scroll, I'll go since I have a feeling at the entrance of the village. Asuma and Naruto ran away while passing all the enemy shinobi, leaving them with a bullet with the M4 as he passed, and saw Sasuke defending Gaara and he protecting him with the sand, and Luck shooting from his place protecting a blushing Ino, who looked at the Uzumaki's marked biceps, bringing a smile to Naruto, who continued running until he reached the Kage box. Minato, Naruto, Kai taking out a rocket launcher from the scroll. Minato, what's going on? Naruto, look at the entrance. At the entrance, several sound ninjas summoned a 3-headed snake that destroyed everything in its path. Naruto, Porin. The Kages moved away just in case when Naruto launched a missile with the weapon, causing the snake and many shinobi who were around it to explode. Naruto, EGGST. Minato, were there any of ours? Naruto, no. The enemy shinobi, seeing that they could not do it after seeing several with weapons never seen before, decided to leave after seeing such damage, leaving the snake Sannin behind, while Minato placed the chakra suppression seal, leaving the pale Sannin annoyed and looking with hatred at the younger Uzumaki. Chapter 24. With the failed invasion, the shinobi of Oto and Suna chose to retreat, fearing that several of the Marines' weapons along with their new combat members. For Minato there were no doubts, his son, the son of Fugaku Uchiha, and the other members of Team 7 no longer wanted to know anything about shinobi. All 4 wanted to be Marines, as did the Sabaku brothers, and a couple of children, as was the Konohamaru team. No matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't convince them based on what he saw, which is why he thanked them while the Biju took the pedophile Sannin and pointed his weapon at him to move him. Unfortunately, Naruto and Minato approached the body of the slit Uzumaki, where they showed some respect to the Kunoichi. Anoki, that bastard snake. He certainly didn't let her defend herself. May, And what do you propose, Inoki? The Foreign Legion is the essential thing. I agree. Minato, me too. Naruto, I guess it's time to get everything ready. Sasuke, Gaara and Luck approached where the Mizukage noticed the boys along with Naruto, while the Mizukage devoured Luck with her eyes, even going so far as to touch his pecs because, despite having put his shirt on during the fight, it was in tatters and he was blushing at the Mizukage's attitude. Naruto saw it along with Minato, and they raised a thumb while and Inoki were with a stick face seeing this and more when the Mizukage kissed Luck. Like everything in life, it ends quickly. An Umbu appeared in front of everyone asking them to appear before the council. How strange that they call you Inoki, and why do they do it? Minato, when the Kyubi attacked, as the Sandaime used the Shiki Fujin, and I was out of chakra I almost fainted, until the daimyo arrived and put order the civilians stole power, and I was never able to recover it, since something always happens. Damn mummies. Naruto, there's a reason I don't respond to those guys. Inoki, a shinobi should not respond to them in the same way. Minato, we'll go see what those vultures want. Naruto, I suggest taking a shower and dressing appropriately. Minato, I like that way of thinking. Time skip 1 hour. The Kages, Kushina, Team 7 and even Kurama were already cleaned up and ready to go to the village council. Naruto had given a young marine outfit to his team who dressed him while he and Kurama dressed in the corresponding uniform. Once everyone was ready along with the Sabaku, the group headed to the council where the clan leaders arrived at their side, who, at Kiba's suggestion, would do the same. Upon entering you can see the civilians making a mess, arguing among themselves, the Hokage's advisors trying to mediate the situation and the colonel and captain wanting to laugh at the situation but maintaining their composure. Minato, ahem. The fighting stopped and they quickly tried to settle everything while the Hokage, teams 7 through 11, 11 being Gaara's team with the shinobi bandana, the colonel, and the shinobi council leaders plus invited Kages while Mei gave Luck unholy looks, making Kushina twitch her eye. Minato, good. Hamura, what is the reason for the delay, Hokage-sama? He said with anger in his voice. Minato, first, take a shower with those present. As you know and very obviously we had an invasion and you, being civilians, do not even lift a miserable weapon. Civilian 1, but Hokage-sama. Minato, silence. Since you don't raise a weapon, and the shinobi do pointing to himself, the Kages and clan leaders along with the teams present, it seems to me a mockery of you to arrive smelling of blood and death to defend your home. Everyone was smiling, well those mentioned, while the civilians kept complaining under their breath, and some looked at the shinobi with hatred. Hamura, I see Hokage-sama. Danzo, okay Minato, the meeting is to see what to do from now on. Minato, I'm Hokage-sama to you Danzo. I'm not Hiruzen for you to treat me like you've known me all your life. Danzo, I apologize Hokage-sama. Minato, well the solution is simple, what was destroyed will be recovered with what was recovered from the missions for the village, so they don't have to worry about money. Danzo, well the other issue is the weapons that Team 7 here present has used. I demand that they be handed over to me to be placed in the route. Minato, denied, they are Naruto's property and as such they cannot enter someone's property without permission. Hamura, fine, but the other thing can't be denied. Minato, what thing? Hamura, the red-haired boy, who was previously from Suna along with those from Team 11, especially the boy is Jinchuriki of the Ichibi. Civilians, kill the demon, we have enough with one, you should kill him. Gaara was shrugging when gunshots rang out in the room and 2 of the civilians fell dead. The remaining civilians were going to hold Naruto responsible, but even for the shinobi and Minato along with the Kages, those who had drawn it had been Team 7 in their entirety. Mabuki Haruno couldn't believe it, she had managed to get out of prison and reoccupy her position as a civilian counselor, but she thought that her daughter would support her. Great was her surprise when she saw Sakura draw a 9mm pistol and pull the trigger. Naruto, Team 7, put down your weapons. Team 7, SIR, yes SIR. Gaara thanked them with his eyes. Minato, first of all, no one here is a demon. Danzo, in that case, give them to me. Minato, no, and it is final, they betrayed Suna by warning us about the coup against the late Raza and his alliance with Orochimaru. They are Team 11, and from the Leaf Village, their status remains as SSSS rank and all shinobi are authorized to kill any civilian who says that word because it is law. Kurama. Who would have thought he would start to be more like Tobirama, he needs to say. Uchihas. Bringing out the emo guy with a gun and the one who massacred the clan along with that friend he had. The rest of the Uchihas are disgusting, at least, he thought, seeing similarities with the Night Aim. Koharu. Well, in that case we need a new Hokage. You may be war hero Minato, but it's time for someone new to take your place. Civilians, we propose Danzo-sama. Jiraiya. That won't happen. I just received a letter from Daimyo-sama, so I leave that decision entirely to Minato. Minato. Thank you, sensei. Well, the candidate for successor will be Tsunade Senju. The civilians exploded saying no, giving thousands of stupid arguments, while Naruto and Kurama thought of 1,000 ways to kill these civilians, for wanting to have power beyond a shinobi in a clearly military regime. Minato. Well, that's clear, so I'm closing this meeting. Everyone would leave except for Team 7, the Hokage and invited Kages, along with Kushina and Jiraiya. They had begun to talk while Kuratsuchi entered through the door with a gift box, surprising everyone and bringing a smile to Kushina's face. Naruto. Kuro-chan, what's going on? Kuratsuchi. I wanted to give you this surprise, handing over the box. Naruto would proceed to open the box under the watchful eye of everyone without exception, while Kushina smiled, being noticed by Minato getting an idea and trying to see ways to make Inoki not want to kill Naruto. Naruto. These are taking out some white slippers. Kuratsuchi. Yes, that's the surprise. I'm pregnant. You're going to be a dad. That left everyone with their mouths wide open. Inoki wanted to kill the blonde for desecrating his granddaughter. Naruto. Really? Kuratsuchi. Yes. Naruto kissed her in front of everyone, making everyone laugh as he lifted her up to celebrate with her. Naruto. I'm going to be a dad. Starting to cry with joy. Who would have thought that the yellow ray would already be in the range of the elderly? Ha 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 ha. Akira and Luck. We're going to be guys. Kushina. I'm going to be a grandma. Jiraiya. Lucky Gaki. Naruto. Kuro. You have made me the happiest man in my life. I promise you both, you will lack nothing and I will protect you with my life. Kurama. Who would have thought? Gaki smiling. Sasuke. I asked to be the godfather. Luck. No, I'll be the godfather. Jiraiya. You're crazy, Gakis. It's obvious that I'll be the godfather. You're taking it very well, Inoki. Inoki. Damn brat, you desecrated my granddaughter. I'm going to kill you. The old smurf would begin to comically run to Naruto while everyone watched this with a drop of sweat. This would last longer until an Umbu entered and asked the Kages for the subject of a pedophile Sannin, where the aforementioned left while Inoki glared at Naruto. Kushina decided to take Kuratsuchi along with the girls from Team 7 to another place to talk about the care she must have now. While those who remained saw a paper in Luck's hand signed by the Mizukage. Naruto. Who would have thought it? Little brother ruffling his hair. Kurama. Give that to him, since you won't want to be an uncle soon. Ha 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 ha. Those present except Naruto blushed at this, to retreat to the Namikaze mansion where Luck and Naruto entered the elder's room. Naruto. Look, little brother. I'm not going to tell you how it feels and all that. Well, you'll have to find out for yourself. I can only give you this, handing over a small box. Luck. Hey, and I-san, what is this? Naruto. Protection. You put this on your friend and avoid being a father. Nothing more, nothing less. Luck. It's okay. After that, Luck retreated to the hotel where the Mizukage was staying, not knowing that he would lose something there. Lemon skipped. The next morning. It was 10 in the morning in Konoha. Everyone had slept until that time because the invasion and a bit of reconstruction had exhausted them. While in the hotel, the younger blonde woke up with an authentic MILF by his side while she looked at him with great lust. May, wow, you were a wild child. I can't move, fuff. Luck. Hee, it's because he's an Uzumaki hee. May, well, go now, they will worry about you, and Luck, we'll repeat it whenever you want, winking and leaving the apartment fully dressed. Upon arriving at the mansion, the younger blonde tried to enter unnoticed, but noticed that his mother was making breakfast and noticed his presence, so Luck quickened his pace to his older brother's room and asked to come in to speak with him. Naruto. What do you want? Luck, seeing him blushing. Not bad, you're already a man. Little brother hugging him comically with pride. Luck. Hee. Naruto. Congratulations, as of last night you are no longer a virgin. Sasuke. The dope lost it before me, crestfallen. Chapter 25. Previously, Sasuke. The dope lost it before me, crestfallen. At the moment, Naruto, if you're going to lower your competitions to one where who sleeps with more women, I'll just tell you that you're a couple of idiots. Luck, if you're right. Sasuke, I guess I'll have to ask you for help with advice. Naruto, just don't get her pregnant yet. You're a kid with all your youth ahead of you. Enjoy life. Drink alcohol. Look everywhere. A friend would tell you to try weed, but there's none of that here. Luck and Sasuke, what is grass? Naruto, marijuana. It's a drug. I never smoked it, but I had friends who did. Sasuke, what did he do to them? Naruto, he made them look like idiots. Luck, wow. Then Jiraiya would enter through the window in a subnormal way. Jiraiya, oh, but it's you. Naruto, Godfather. Luck, Arrow Sennin. Sasuke, perverted toad. Jiraiya, don't call me that, you demon brats, with a vein on his forehead, and thank you, Godson. You do understand me. Naruto, what are you doing here? Jiraiya, I actually wanted to ask you if you wanted to come with me to look for Tsunade. Naruto, count me in. Besides, I'm already bored of going. And I was going to ask you if you let me take Gaara too. Jiraiya, the boy from Suna? Naruto, I don't trust Danzo. Jiraiya, oh, in that case I accept. And you? Sasuke, a trip won't hurt. Luck, I'm going. This will be exciting. Databayo. Naruto, I'll prepare the vehicle. And no, you won't be jumping like a lunatic through the trees like Shinobi. Jiraiya, I hope it's a comfortable place. At that, Jiraiya would retreat. Luck, you know we won't get into the Humvee. Naruto, I know. Sasuke, and then? Naruto, they remember the contents of the Humvee's trunk. Both, yes. Naruto, I had another sealed vehicle and I took it out. It's in my house's garage. The three would head to Naruto's house in front of the Namikaze mansion, where they would find Gaara having breakfast, updating him on what they would do, so that once that was cleared up, they had some drinks, because since the three were already Chunins and Naruto always keeps his promises, he would give the three of them their first beer, heading to the garage, and putting ice in a cooler, while they got in the back of the truck. As for weapons, they only carried the hunting rifles and 9mm rifles Naruto gave them. Naruto had his two 9mm rifles, ammunition, his M4, and a pair of knives and brass knuckles. He gave the three of them a pair of each of the latter two weapons. In the outskirts, Jiraiya was waiting for them impatiently, although he had forgotten to tell them the time they would leave, because he managed to tell Minato, who was going with him, to put them on a mission, but he did not tell Naruto the time. Jiraiya, me and my perversion, I should have told them where to find me, he said thoughtfully. The sound of an engine brought the Sannin out of his thoughts, where he managed to see a large vehicle approaching him. Where the villagers looked at it in amazement, Naruto was driving it at the wheel. Naruto, you need a ride. Godfather opening the passenger door. Jiraiya, Ogaki, we'll see how well you drive. After 15 minutes where Jiraiya tried to get on the truck until he finally succeeded. Jiraiya, I went up. Naruto, the problem with the Shinobi era, they were behind in technological development, and things like this are useless to them the first time around. Jiraiya, I know, but that's what we have to do, right? Naruto, you're right. Naruto proceeded to put the gears in place to begin the journey, while Luck, Sasuke and Gaara put their portable music device to play. With Naruto's cell phone, they had discovered how it worked, and they saw no other use for it, other than taking pictures and music. In the time they were with him, they had begun to listen to the lyrics and begin to sing them. After a few hours of traveling, the three in the back were singing while Naruto laughed, and Jiraiya watched the interaction of the three. In the back, the three of them were listening to songs and singing the ones they knew. Gaara, a good topic. The melody had begun to play while the three at the same time that Gustavo Cerati's voice was heard. The three, she slept, in the heat of the masses, and I woke up, wanting to dream of her. Some time ago, I thought about writing to her, that I never avoided. The traps of love. From that love, of light music, nothing frees us, nothing else remains. In the cabin, Jiraiya, it looks like they're having fun. Naruto, don't even mention it. Jiraiya, you've changed their lives a lot. Naruto, sometimes I wonder what would have happened if it were the other way around. Jiraiya, what do you mean? Naruto, that you had gone to Los Angeles. I imagine that trio following my teachings and having fangirls, being athletic and intelligent boys, a rare combination, to be popular boys in any school. Jiraiya, and in my case, Naruto, being a prisoner for raping in any jail in the city. Jiraiya, so, Naruto, you wouldn't have been able to continue Ika. At that moment, Sannin paled at the idea of not being able to publish his works. In the back, Luck, put another one. Sasuke would do as requested. The three, the little head is awake, his mother's pride. The child grew up in his house, the teenager wants to peek out. Slipping down the sidewalks, The neighborhood dazzled him. Turning the corners, he touched pleasures, he touched pain. He fell in love with life every day, every night. He had breakfast with the ladies, he skipped dinner. He walks aimlessly, he has the calm of the vagabond, but leaving life where the occasion commands. Divine old man, where are you going? I know very well that you don't want to look back. Bitter end only today remains. Your skinny dog and the bottom of a wine to warm up. In the cabin, Jiraiya, your old grandmother, disrespectful brats. Naruto, we are arriving at the first village after Konoha. Jiraiya, in that case, stop so we can look for information. Naruto managed to stop at the entrance of a hotel, while Jiraiya went to investigate the hot springs that were nearby. While the four of them rested a little after Naruto locked the vehicle with the alarm as if it were a civilian from his world, and rented 3 rooms in the hotel. A toad would appear in front of Naruto where his father gave him a letter. Naruto-san, I know you must be driving, which I hope that by the time you read this, you are prepared. 2 members of the Akatsuki organization were in Konoha a few hours ago and left Kakashi in a bad way, and they confronted Asuma, Kurenai and Guy. They are looking for the Jinchuriki, and because of his proximity to your mother they believe that luck is the container of Kurama. He himself said that they will probably believe it, so be careful. Your father. P.S. I know you'll be giving beer to your male genin, so please don't get them drunk because your mother will hit me really hard. Naruto, you're not being too paranoid, Dad? Luck, what does Dad's letter say? Naruto, nothing important, luck. At that point, 2 silhouettes in black robes with red clouds would appear to intimidate those present. Wow, but it's Ichibi and Kyubi. I faced the older blonde, he looks strong. Are you something from the Yondaime? Looking at Naruto, without taking into account his clothes. Sasuke, hello brother. Itachi, hello silly little brother. Sasuke, you know I helped you with the massacre, right? So you won't make me hate you, not even by getting involved in the Tsukuyumi. While your brother was smart, I like him. Itachi, Kisame, enough. Naruto, answering your question, I am Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, eldest son of the Yellow Lightning and the Bloody Habanero. Itachi, now the question is which of the 2 is the Jinchuriki? Kisame, we'll take both and that's it, plus the boy's clothes catch my attention. Itachi, strange clothes. Sasuke, Sensei ordered bringing his arm to aim his rifle. Naruto, negative. Itachi was surprised but smiled secretly. His brother being an apprentice of the Yondaime's son, he liked that somewhat. Sasuke calmed down a bit. Kisame, wow, that's a good commanding voice. And what are those things pointing to the rifles? Naruto, why would I tell you? Kisame, and if you tell me by force taking out Samahata? Naruto and his boys would point their weapons at Kisame. Naruto, 1 round of ours and no matter how good your sword is, you won't live. Jiraiya, Akatsuki, Itachi, I guess we should go. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Itachi, nothing, just find out something disappearing into crows. Kisame, oh, and he left me behind. Before I leave I'll tell you something, blonde, soon you and I will fight. Naruto, tell me the date and we'll get in the ring. Sharks in. The Akatsuki would retreat while Jiraiya was going to speak, but Guy, dynamic entry. With Guy's kick, Jiraiya was sent flying into a tree. Naruto, he sure likes to attract attention looking at the older green spandex wearing eyebrow. Chapter 26. Everyone was sweating as they watched the white-haired Sannin being sent flying by a ridiculous entrance by the green spandex wearing, bull-haired sensei. Naruto, Guy, what brings you here? Guy, I came to warn you that Akatsuki attacked the village and to be careful. Naruto, do you know that we met them and they retreated? Guy, what things? Embarrassed. Jiraiya, what's wrong with you, idiot? Recovering the little composure he had left from the kick. Guy, I just wanted to warn you that Akatsuki was there and I wanted to join the fight. Jiraiya, anyway, they're gone, you can go back to the village. Naruto, guys, get ready, we'll leave in a moment. Look, Sasuke, Gaara, Hai. Jiraiya, looking at the time, I think we'll be in Tanzaku in a couple of hours since the truck moves us faster than going from tree to tree. Naruto, get in the truck, empty your bladders, and get ready. Everyone was on top of the truck while Naruto continued the journey. On the way, the travelers looked at the imposing vehicle while the 3 boys in the back spent their time singing, listening to music, and talking, taking advantage of their early adolescence. Luck, do you want to do something? Sasuke, like what? Gaara, I say yes. Luck, truth or dare? Sasuke, let's see. Gaara, truth or dare? Gaara, truth. Sasuke, if Shikamaru goes out with your sister, what would you do? Gaara, I'd submerge him in a sand coffin. Truth or dare? Luck, truth. Gaara, is it true that you stopped being chased with the Mizukichi? In the cabin, Jiraiya was listening to what they were saying until that question who started taking out his notes for a possible luck. At blushing, yes, I did it with her. Jiraiya, Gaki, you better tell that whole act. Naruto, don't pay attention to him, those things are private. Talking and listening to music, the walk was quite relaxing. 2 stops for bathroom breaks and a bite to eat were necessary, but no less important was the fact that Jiraiya, a pervert, was almost castrated in public by women. After that, they continued on their way, singing along behind them. Luck, Gaara and Sasuke, voices, just voices like echoes, like atrocious jokes without grace. For a long time I have been hearing voices, and not a word, and my abused eyes take refuge in nothingness, and get tired of seeing a bunch of faces, and not a glance. A new cold night in the neighborhood. The scammers fill their pockets. The streets are ours, although time says otherwise, and the undreamed dreams already turn their throats bitter, and they keep quiet. And that almost always or always. They love it. There are few smiles left. Prisoners of this jail of chalk. The sense has gone out. A silence like mass has been lit. Fewer hours in life. More answers to a lost cause. Of why feelings return with the day. Alone like a bird that flies in the night. Free from you, but not from me. Empty like the dream of a cap full of nothing. Without knowing where to go. Hard like a dead man in his grave. Who died of fear for the courage to live. Jiraiya. It's clear they like it. Naruto, they are somewhat similar to me at their age. Sasuke, Naruto, tell me a topic you want to listen to. Naruto, there are so many. Put on Welcome to Jungle. Sasuke, let's listen. One of Guns N' Roses' best songs started playing on the truck's speakers. Jiraiya, it's a bit heavy. Naruto, I really like music and heavy metal is something I love. At that he feels a chill down his back that was ugly. Jiraiya, what did you feel? Naruto, my mother watching one of the concerts I had as a teenager with the school orchestra at the Namikaze mansion. Kushina was wanting to investigate even more things about her son, as well as Minato and Akira, because when she helped Temari and Kankuro who were in the house next door, they found a closet full of musical instruments. They knew they were Naruto's, so using their computer they investigated, in addition to seeing more photos of when he was a child. Kushina, let's watch this video. 2 cellos and concerto. It sounds like music. Author's note. Imagine Naruto is the one standing next to the old note end. Minato, wow, he plays well. Kushina, my son did a solo. Akira, I'll ask Anai-san to teach me how to play. Minato, look, there are more concerts here. This one says charity and movie performances. Kushina, put the first one. Note, Naruto plays the horn at the end of the note. Minato, my son is good. Akira, Anai-san is going to teach me whether I like it or not, she said determinedly, and with a hint of malice. Anko, Lucky Gaki, Kuratsuchi, he plays well. I must admit he plays his belly right. Akira, and what does this one say? Frozen. Minato, put it on. Yugao, I'm intrigued, put it on. Akira, okay. Note, Naruto plays the saxophone solo in What If We Make a Dummy? Akira, I like that. Everyone gave their opinion. Back with Naruto. The blonde boy was still preoccupied with the music artist's videos, but was brought out of his thoughts when he arrived at Tanzaku. Jiraiya, oh, we're here, can you stop? Naruto, if you want, we can stop at a hotel, since after what I'm going to do today, I won't be driving. Jiraiya, okay. So the Sannin guided them to a hotel where they would stay while they looked for the Sannin, finding her in a bar drinking. Jiraiya, Tsunade, I finally found you. Tsunade, what do you want? Naruto, do you drink something, Aunt? Tsunade, sake. Naruto, I think I'll go with you. Tsunade, there's a reason you're my godson. Naruto poured himself a glass of sake, while Jiraiya tried in vain to convince her to join him. Tsunade, Jiraiya, I'm not going back for a Kage position. Minato does a good job. Naruto, Aunt, even though I agree with you, the civilians conditioned my father with an invasion and now they took advantage of the opportunity to try to remove him and put Danzo in charge. Tsunade, to that mummy? Naruto, yes, but luckily Jiraiya saved the day by proposing you, and my father accepted with the daimyo's approval. You want that ambitious guy to be Kage? Tsunade, no. Naruto, well, the alternative to not being one is that you accept the position. Luck, MNI-sen at 4. Sasuke, if you want. Naruto, Orochimaru's apprentice is watching us, I know it. Gaara, I hold it. Naruto, negative. Kabuto, Tsunade-sama, it's a pleasure to meet you. Tsunade, As I just told my fellow Leafs, I want you to leave me alone and I will not help you free the pedophile snake, Kabuto, but at that Naruto takes him from behind, while the others draw their weapons. Naruto, I thought I told you I could blow your head off. Kabuto, you don't scare me, Kyubi boy. Naruto, if you know that I am not what they call Jinchuriki. Kabuto, please. On October 10th, the day of the Kyubi's attack on the Leaf Village, the fourth sealed the biju in a child who disappeared, and years later you reappear. Naruto, really? Putting away the 9mm and taking out a knife, who did you get that information from? Burying the knife in his thigh. Kabuto, HH. And I won't tell you anything. Naruto, I have methods to make you talk. Genin's the aforementioned nod. Take out the people and we will do an interrogation here. The aforementioned took the people out of the bar, while Naruto took out a Naruto. Okay Kabuto, it's time for you to sing. Kabuto, go to hell. Naruto, what would be the joke if I did it? Besides, I think you have a good attitude. Kabuto, and you think that HHHHH. Receiving a knife in the other thigh. I won't say anything about my sensei. Naruto, boy, nobody asked for your sensei's things, just what they do in Oto. Kabuto, I won't talk. Receiving another stab in the thigh. Naruto, it hurts, right? The truth usually hurts, but to be kind, sometimes you have to be cruel. Grabbing a nearby crowbar and hitting him with it, breaking his arms, just like they do in Oto. Kabuto, faced with what was coming, sang out everything they were doing. The cursed mark, the kidnapping of an Uzumaki from the grass village, human experiments, as well as every plan to infiltrate every village and deals with their civilian counselors. Every word was heard by his genin and sanin, who, fed up with this, sealed Kabuto in a scroll, and Tsunade agreed to become Hokage. At the hotel everyone was quiet, although somewhat scared of how cruel Naruto was. Naruto, guys, I know I was cruel to him, but I think you deserve an apology for showing that face I had. I shouldn't have shown it to you. The genin understood what he meant and decided to change the subject. While Naruto got into the truck, being seen by Tsunade and Shizen, while he lowered a metal box, taking out some beer bottles. Naruto, all three will be promoted to Chunin, and that warrants their first beer. Luck and Sasuke, how good. Naruto uncorked 3 Corona beers and gave them to each of his people while giving 1 bottle to Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizen. Naruto, health, all health. Everyone would proceed to drink the beer at the proper point, marveling at the bitter, smooth taste. Tsunade, it's rich, richer than sake. Shizen, it's delicious. Luck, she's rich. Gaara, not bad. Sasuke, I would like another one but the fridge is empty. Naruto, there were 7 bottles, he drank 1. At that moment, a noise began to be heard around the campfire, making everyone alert, while Naruto and a guy who was approaching began to exchange blows, both of them taking out a knife and disarming themselves in the process, while Naruto took out his weapon and the opponent did the same. Subject, I'm already faster than you, Captain. Naruto, why Lieutenant Adrian Smith doesn't look closely. Naruto was pointing a gun at the guy's crotch. Adrian, devilish blondes. Naruto and the guy would start laughing while giving each other a very manly arm shake to hug each other. All while Sasuke appeared pointing his gun at a guy while he pointed his gun at him. Sasuke, I'm Sasuke. Man, Jackson Stone. Naruto, Sergeant Stone, look at you. The 3 soldiers would hug each other while laughing with nostalgia. Chapter 27. After the reunion of the 3 soldiers, we can see Adrian and Naruto talking, because Jackson was focused on the chest of Tsunade's assistant, while the aforementioned was red, while the sergeant tried to flirt with the beautiful Shizen. Note, it will be in English, which is his native language. Spanish would be Japanese for the others. Naruto, and good? What are you doing here? That I remember the one who died was me. Adrian, it was difficult because when they told us about your death, we went to see your little brothers in the orphanage, and when we told them they were sad. After that they did the processions of honor for your death and most of us had to go to the Middle East. The Pentagon launched an operation similar to Desert Storm, in Syria. I was shot in a Humvee while I was putting together the 50, and I got shot in the face. Naruto, oh shit. Luck, shit? Brother, what does that mean? Adrian, I'm surprised you have a younger blood brother. Also from what I see you taught him to speak our language. Naruto, Luck, I'll tell you later. Luck, okay. Naruto, yes, Adrian, I taught him. At that, everyone sees Stone throw out some English words that no one understood, except Naruto and Luck. Naruto, Stone, stop flirting with my godmother. If you want Shizen is single. Stone, okay sir. Gaara, cool, pointing at a grenade launcher at Stone. Stone, I'm sorry I don't speak your language, little one. Naruto, Stone, stop playing the idiot. Well, you speak Japanese when you want to pick up a woman. Stone, you're taking the fun out of life, you troubled blonde. Naruto, I heard that. Gaara, what weapon is it? Stone, it's a big guns, you place grenades here and shoot. Gaara, genius. Stone, someone who does understand me. Naruto, Adrian, do you have a vehicle? Adrian, yes, who do you take us for? Besides, an old man with some kind of horns gave us some scrolls for you. Naruto, what's his name? Adrian, Hagoromo or something. Naruto, well, take Stone, get in his vehicle and follow us to Konoha. Said and done as if it were an order given by the Brigadier General himself. The two Marines who appeared joined Naruto's Oshkosh, in a Humvee more equipped than the one the blonde had. The trip was something normal all in all. Sasuke, Gaara and Luck listening to music and singing, which was fun for the Sannin and her student, and even more so when some word related to old age sounded and Jiraiya complained. Naruto, keep close, speaking through a radio towards the Humvee. Radio, okay. Both vehicles continued on course as they passed through the gates of Konoha, following a nod from Izumo and Kotetsu, who were awakened by Naruto's honking. Izumo, KY, giving a very manly shout in the village. Kotetsu, Naruto, let's see if you two lazy bums wake up. Izumo, it was him falling asleep with his partner. Kotetsu, wait, another vehicle was coming from behind. Izumo, well, Hokage-sama will tell us something? Both, N.A. carefree. Hokage office. Minato was signing papers while teams 9 and 10 were in the office, since from Team 8 Hinata and Kiba were spending time in Naruto's gym with exercises that they see in videos, many cases being CrossFit classes, leaving both with good appearances. Minato, that was hearing a vehicle's horn. Asuma, looks like they're back. Shikamaru, that was a manly shout listening to the KYA of the guards. Lee, it was when I was very young. 5 minutes later, the vehicles were stopped in front of the tower while Minato and the others greeted them on the ground floor. Naruto, for his part, had to maneuver carefully to park due to the size of the truck, while the remaining vehicle parked as if nothing had happened. Naruto, well, we arrived. Adrian, do I really have to speak Japanese? Naruto, yes, and it's an order, Lieutenant. Adrian, as you order, Captain. Stone, oh my goodness, looking at Kurenai, miss. I am Jackson Stone, Sergeant of the United States Marine Corps. Naruto, Sergeant Compound. At that, a very deep silence fell, which was broken by the singing of Kurama and the Academy cadets. Adrian, reminds me of Instructor Peterson. Naruto, why Stone? You said it, brother. Minato, ahem. Everyone pays attention to him. Jiraiya, oh Minato, we have brought Tsunade. I hope she helps. And we have also found 2 of Naruto's companions. Adrian, so your name is Fishcake Jason? Causing grimaces of laughter from those present. Naruto, keep it up and I promise you'll clean the Shinobi Academy with your toothbrush. Adrian, wait, Captain, it's just a joke. At that point they would start talking, but an Umbu would appear. Umbu, Hokage-sama, the council requests your presence with that of your son and the newcomers disappearing in a poof. Minato, what do those mummies want? Naruto, Sergeant and Lieutenant, it's time to put on the appropriate clothes. We will see the civilian political staff of the village. Both, yes. Chapter 28. Previously, an Umbu had appeared. Umbu, Hokage-sama, the council requests your presence, along with that of your son and the newcomers disappearing into a poof. At the moment, Minato, what do those mummies want now? Naruto, Lieutenant, Sergeant, it's time to dress accordingly. We'll see the village's political staff. Both, yes, Captain. Minato, Vam. Naruto, Dad, do you think we can take a shower first? Minato, go. At the gym. Adrian, wow, Captain, you did a great job. Jackson, looks like someone likes sparring. Adrian, remember the veg. Naruto, I ordered that the Las Vegas things stay in Las Vegas. Jackson, what was the girl's name? Naruto, don't you dare, feeling his brother, Sasuke and Gaara. Adrian, Irina Shido? Naruto, I said what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Jackson, oh come on, Captain. You lost at poker and she literally took you to bed and… Naruto, are you provoking me? Emanating a dark aura. Luck, wow, my brother is great. Adrian, the dwarf understands me. Gaara, seriously, That Las Vegas thing is so cool. Jackson, oh how innocent, you'd lose that if we took you there. Naruto, okay, get ready to go, coming out of the bathroom with a towel covering his private parts. Council office. Minato had arrived with Tsunade, his wife and Jiraiya, as well as the clan leaders, while the civilians began to talk angrily about the lack of respect that the blonde and his companions had towards them. Civil 1, how could they do this to us? Mabuki, to us, the civil council. Minato, I hadn't dismissed you. Mabuki, yes, but even though your little demon has forced me to take action even against my own daughter, the civil council supports me. Danzo, for once in my life I'm with Minato, these meetings are a waste of time. Hamura, maybe your age is taking its toll on you, Danzo, but reunions are very necessary. Koharu, I agree. Secretary, Hokage-sama, the marine team and the newcomers are waiting outside. Minato, Haslo's Pazer, the three of them, along with the marine team, consisting of Gaara, Luck and Sasuke, entered the council chambers, while showing a proud bearing like a true soldier. Minato, Captain, Sergeant, Lieutenant, those mentioned salute in a military manner. Naruto, Chunin greet now, ordering his team. The aforementioned saluted in a military manner. Naruto, Hokage-sama called us. Adrian, we respond to your order, Hokage-sama. Jackson, what my teammates said. Kurama, at least there are people who know how not to pay attention to civilians, said the Biju mockingly. Shikaku, I'm with the colonel. Hamura, we have summoned them to tell us who they are. The military just kept quiet. Koharu, those who didn't hear, answer. Adrian, we only respond to high-ranking military personnel. Jackson, and not to civilians who have nothing to do with militia matters. Naruto, we don't have to answer you in a civil way. Minato, I would like to ask Sergeant and Lieutenant to introduce themselves. Adrian, Lieutenant Adrian Smith, United States Marine Corps, explosives expert, skilled sniper, and tactical expert in stealth missions. On the civilian side, I'm a chemical engineer. Jackson, Sergeant Jackson Stone, United States Marine Corps, medical officer, heavy weapons and heavy combat vehicle expert. In civilian life, I'm a humanities teacher, sports instructor, an expert mechanic for large vehicles and a civilian aircraft pilot. Minato, thank you for your introduction, soldiers. Civilian 1, we must kill them and take their weapons, supported by all the civilians and 2 elders. Naruto, what's wrong with these idiots? He thought, annoyed. Danzo, Hiruzen, I told you that you were very benevolent. I curse you, he thought, annoyed. Adrian, politician, sighed. Civilian 2, what did you say? Respect us. We are the Honorable Civil Council. Jackson, I only see a bunch of corrupt, greedy, power-hungry people. Civil 3, how dare he? Civil 4, Umbus, execute him. The Umbu would come out of the shadows to try to kill him, while the rest of Team 7 plus Kiba came out of the shadows and aimed a 9mm, while Sasuke and Luck took out a long gun like Naruto and the 2, while Gaara took out his sand. Danzo, enough. Minato, I think you're forgetting something, stupid civilians, he shouted, emanating an aura of fear and authority. Jackson, I know where the captain's commanding voice came from, he whispered to Adrian. Naruto, did you say anything, Sergeant? Jackson, nothing, Captain. Minato, I am calling attention. I will not allow them to usurp my authority. I am not Hiruzen. Civil, Pero Yandame-sama. Minato, silence, you've had enough of me. From now on, the Civil Council no longer exists. No more stupid measures. No more mediocre shinobi. This village is a dictatorship, not a democracy. Hamura, you can't do that, you're not the Hokage anymore. Tsunade, that position is mine, Mitokado, so I am in favor of that order. Civilians, damn bitch. Tsunade, soldiers are allowed to use lethal weapons. Kurama, I love it, drawing his Thompson machine gun. Adrian, Linda, Kurama, aha. Naruto, he likes classic and old things. If he added up the weapons he has stored in his apartment, it would be worth the money of 3 shinobi villages. Kurama, I don't like to brag, Gaki. Mr. Amigekure, a member of the feared Akatsuki organization, paused for a moment. Kakuzu, why would I steal a 9-tailed fox's weapons to become a millionaire? In Konoha, Naruto, go dame, ordered, pointing at the others. Luck and Gaara, I always wanted to do this. Sasuke, this is for my brother, you bucking mummies, that made Danzo tense, who calmed down when he wasn't pointed at. Tsunade, the disbar. Kurama, Every man has his own destiny. Pulling the trigger makes a civilian become a civ. Adrian, Colonel, any wise words? Karama, from Pablo Emilio Escobar Gaviria's book. In a world of hypocrites, the honest ones are the bad ones. Adrian, amen to that. Jackson, amen. Luck, Sasuke, Gaara, Saiwai Sakura, amen. Kiba, amen. Coronel. All the civilians, including Mabuki Haruno, had become dead sieves. Koharu and Hamura were scared because Sasuke wanted to throw them and Minato didn't let him. Sasuke, saved by the Yondaime, fourth-rate mummies, be thankful you won't die now. Minato, okay, Tsunade, I think it's time for you to have the hat. Handing it over. Tsunade, thanks Minato. Well, seeing the recent handing over keys, Lieutenant and Sergeant, welcome to the village. Adrian and Jackson, thank you Hokage-sama. Chapter 29. After the council meeting and the subsequent massacre of corrupted by the new Marines, along with the dissolution of the Leaf Village Civilian Council, Tsunade, Naruto, everyone else retreat except you three, pointing at the Marines. Everyone would withdraw while three Kages entered the room. Tsunade, presenters Tsuchika Jinoki, Reikyu and Nizuki Meiturimi. Adrian, is a placer. Jackson, it's a pleasure, especially for a beautiful lady. Mei Gigi, Naruto Ijim. Tsunade, Minato, I give you the floor. Minato, you see, a while ago Naruto proposed the creation of a joint international action unit between the hidden villages, in order to hunt down important renegade groups. Adrian, I see. Jackson, these renegades. Naruto, they are like terrorists and terrorize villages. According to several, it is necessary for them to be captured alive and others dead. Therefore, the idea is to prepare a team designed by the collaboration of the villages, under our supervision, since we would operate with our specialties and not under shinobi forms. Adrian, I understand, and as I see, a couple are already being prepared, aren't they? Naruto, that's right. For now Iwagakure, Kumogakure, Konoha and Kirigakure are part of this. Since Sunagakure we have no idea anymore on the subject of the desertion of the Kazekage's sons. Jackson, I see, well I'm in. Minato, in every village, we have arranged for you to set up a base and for those you choose to settle there. Anoki, so your facilities are being built. Mei, we would need specifications for the use of vehicles that would operate since we have seen those transports that they use, pointing to the Oshkosh. Naruto, Adrian, can you take care of it? Adrian, well, the ideal would be an area of 15 square kilometers, equipped for the presence of personnel, vehicles, even aerial instruments and communication units. Mei, well, Kiri is on island territory, so. Adrian, yes, it is possible. 3 berths, at least for large boats, and about 5 for small and medium-sized ones. Tsunade, in that case, if they brought material, they should do accounts so that they can correctly tell us what is necessary. Naruto, understood. Minato, you may withdraw. Training Camp Number 7. The entire Marine team, along with the Colonel, were performing a routine with the most outstanding members of the Shinobi Academy. Kiba, will the captain arrive? Karama, if you don't worry, soldier. Sakura and Ino were practicing hand-to-hand combat, while Kin and Temari were doing their thing. Luck, Sasuke, and Gaara were practicing using increasingly powerful weapons, such as the M4 rifle for Luck, the sniper rifle for Sasuke, and Gaara with heavy machine guns. Hinata was with Kanguro performing tests on plastic explosives C4, as well as the use of missile launchers. The sound of gunshots, explosions, and strange sounds gradually attracted the villagers and other shinobi, who even watched Team Konohamaru with Anabi and Nami's boy, practicing with hand weapons with targets that simulated a person's upper torso. Among those who arrived was Danzo, who looked at those weapons with interest. Guy, what weapons so full of the flames of youth? Lee, yes, Guy-sensei. Ten was dazzled by the sight of the weapons, while Niji was somewhat jealous that his cousin was working with explosives. Hayashi watched her work on making explosives with interest and a slight smile. But the one who was not happy at all was the advice from the Hyuga clan, how a member of his clan was going to be an expert in explosives and not in the Juken. In the distance, a silver-haired man watched this with fury and anger, so taking advantage of what was happening, he would desert the Leaf Village. Naruto and his team would arrive in the truck, accompanied by Jiraiya, who was amazed by the practices of Naruto's team. Naruto, from Bien. Kiba, Naruto-sensei approaching shirtless, causing several civilians to blush. Naruto, how handsome. Kiba, look at my routine, it's giving you results, pointing to a group of girls behind. Kiba, I learned from a true alpha. Kiba was dressed like the others, wearing military-style desert pants and modern military trousers, as Naruto had delivered samples to civilian stores, and they developed the requested clothing sets on time and in the required quality. The others also wore military or cadet uniforms, courtesy of Kurama and Naruto. Kurama, what did the gambler say? Naruto, we should do an equipment check. Adrian, meanwhile, a bearded man with 2 horns and 3 eyes gave us these things, taking out several storage scrolls. Kurama, the old man gave them storage scrolls. Each scroll contains something physical and can be taken out in 2 ways. Either you put your blood in it, or you trace some hand seals and pulse chakra. Jackson and Adrian, chakra? Naruto. So opening a scroll you trace hand seals by this art known as Fuinjutsu, tracing hand seals, and bingo. An explosion of smoke formed, surprising everyone, from which a strange vehicle emerged. Its appearance was strange. It had a rotating wing and a propeller behind it, followed by small wheels as landing gear. The shinobi were stupefied to see this, while Danzo tried to figure out what it was. Adrian, Airbus Eurocopter Panther. Jackson, a helicopter. How nice there are 2 pilots here. Naruto, if I'm honest, I thought there would be an American one, although with the scroll added there are more. Adrian, which one's more? Naruto, here, taking out 3 storage scrolls from the scroll, put it. Adrian placed the scroll a couple of meters away, taking into account the diameter of the blades. So after that and warning, Naruto drew the corresponding hand seals, taking out another smaller helicopter. Jackson, Airbus Eurocopter Tigre. Sasuke, he's smaller. Naruto, this Sasuke is what is called an attack helicopter. You'll see that it is a little smaller than the previous one, right? Sasuke, yes. Kiba, it's great. Jackson was standing next to Luck Konohamaru and Inari at a further distance, since the one they had was quite a bit bigger. Minato, what's wrong? Jackson, it will be much bigger. Naruto, ready. Naruto, I'm going. Naruto, upon arriving, proceeded to trace the hand seals and take out the helicopter. Due to its size, it was a personnel transport vehicle. Kurama, Airbus Eurocopter Super Puma, basically personnel transport. Kurama, wow. Naruto, I might teach you how to pilot Konohamaru soon. Konohamaru, seriously, with excitement and stars in his eyes. Naruto, of course, ruffling his hair. Inari, hey, I want one too. Naruto, of course, hugging both infants by the neck. Jackson, you better open this one. Naruto went to the place and traced his hand seals, taking out a Rio monster. Naruto, Sikorsky CH-53, that has the transport power to even transport Bijus without Jinchuriki. Kurama, if he is a true monster in transport power. Danzo, can he carry Bijus without them being sealed? He thought with a glint of greed in his eyes. May, they are amazing. Naruto, you better prepare for aerial vehicles of this size, since I don't think there are any of the other ones, since I don't even know how to fly planes. Jackson, I do, but if they are transport or civilians. Kurama, what else is there? Naruto, let's see, reviewing the scroll, at least 15 units of Super Puma, 5 of the Giant, about 20 of the Panther and 16 of the Tiger, in addition to a series of Oshkosh transport vehicles, trucks with mobile communication equipment, and Humvee transport units. Jackson, this one has river and sea equipment, a couple of armored personnel carriers. Adrian, this one has equipment, M1 Abrams tanks. Great, we have some heavy armored vehicles, more transport truck units, and several offshore patrol vessels, 4 Freedom class and 2 Independence class, plus fast attack boats and lake and river patrol boats. That's a total of 6 large vessels, and about 15 medium and small ones. May, I can handle those numbers. Naruto, 4 bases to prepare, 3 Super Puma units and 1 more in Anami position, a Giant on each side. We will place the rest later. 5 Panthers at each base and 4 Tigers on each side. Anoki, well, with that in the air, we know how to proceed. Naruto, this is a model of the hangars to be built, plus the facilities. A-okay. After that, everyone left while Danzo watched with interest this mysterious alliance of 4 villages, while Naruto proceeded to teach his boys how to drive. Team Guy also decided to join the team, while Killer Bee joined his own. At the Namikaze mansion, Kuratsuchi was helped by Kushina with her pregnancy, because these days, being 2 months pregnant, she began to have cravings and other symptoms of a pregnant woman. Chapter 30. 3 years have passed, after the demonstration of the teams that would be handled in the Foreign Legion, time would begin to pass. The months passed where Naruto proceeded to train several children with the training of the Marines, while Jackson, whose start had been with the SEALs, helped several candidates. The group was made up of several members and not only from Konoha, but also from Kumo, Kiri and Iwa, along with smaller villages. The one that stood out was Fu, Jinchuriki of the Nanabai. Team 7 formed after a restructuring at Naruto's request, had more members being these: Namikaze Uzumaki Luck, skills, expert in short-range weapons, light machine guns, katanas, and kunai and knife throwing, hand-to-hand fighter in boxing, Krav Maga and Sambo styles as well as Namikaze and Uzumaki styles, Rango Shinobi, Tokubetsu no Jinin and Konoha, military rank, First Sergeant, Hunbi style fast attack vehicle operator, attack helicopter pilot, Sasuke Uchiha, skills, expert with long-range weapons, sniper rifle, short swords, daggers, and shuriken throwing, hand-to-hand fighter in capoeira, jiu-jitsu, taekwondo and Burmese boxing styles as well as Uchiha interceptor fist, battle in Konoha, Tokubetsu Jounin, military rank, corporal, unmanned vehicle operator drones, motorcycle and ATV operator, until, skills, expert in the use of shotguns and low-fire rifles, expert in the use of kunai and shurikens, hand-to-hand fighter expert in boxing, judo and Rango in Konoha Umbu, military rank private, motorcycle operator, Sakura Haruno, skills, expert in medical ninjutsu and primary health care, handgun user, hand-to-hand fighter expert in karate, boxing, Chinese kempo and judo, along with the slug style, rank in Konoha, high Chunin, military rank medical officer, Kiba Inuzuka, skills, expert in heavy attack weapons, especially high-caliber ones, one of his specialties being the Browning 50 Malawin Quachas millimeters, hand-to-hand fighter expert in boxing, Inuzuka clan taijutsu, Muay Thai and kickboxing, rank in Konoha, Chunin, military rank, soldier, Sabaka no Gara, expert in short-range weapons, machine guns, and handguns, expert in knife and brass knuckle combat, hand-to-hand fighter expert in Sambo, Chinese Kempo, and Muay Thai, Jinchuriki of Ichibi, rank in Konoha, Chunin, military rank, soldier, armored personnel carrier operator, Hunbi-style fast attack vehicle operator, Konohamaru Sarutobi, skills, expert in short and medium-range weapons, knife fighting and use of daggers and gauntlets, hand-to-hand fighter expert in boxing, taekwondo, Muay Thai, Sambo and Jet Kune-do, Rango in Konoha, Genin, military rank, recruit, apprentice to attack and transport helicopter pilot, operator of weapons transported in heavy and rapid deployment vehicles, Inari, skills, expert in long and medium distance weapons, knife fighting, as well as sword and shuriken use, hand-to-hand fighter expert in boxing, karate, semper fu, sistema and Krav Maga, Rango in Konoha, Genin, military rank, recruit, apprentice to attack and transport helicopter pilot, heavy tank loader operator and gunner on 6x6 and 8x8 armored personnel carriers. This team, like all the others in the Foreign Legion, was known as Fire. All the bingo books kept these people as unknown and with a danger level of SSS rank. They even stated that not even the Kage could face them. Only a few people knew who they were and that they were part of an even larger organization. The Foreign Legion was in charge of eliminating threats from quite dangerous renegades, as well as quite dangerous and numerous organizations of bandits and mercenaries, leaving several teams in many areas of the elemental continent, the main ones being Fire Nation, under Naruto's command, Lightning Nation, commanded by Killer Bee, Earth Nation, under Jackson Stone's command, Water Nation, under the command of Adrian Smith, Nami Base, commanded by Niji Hyuga. The expansion and actions of the Foreign Legion were not the only thing that happened because at 6 months of Kuratsuchi's pregnancy, the Kunoichi developed an illness that when the baby was born, which thanks to Tsunade would be a boy, which made Minato and Kushina happy, Kuratsuchi would die giving birth because being a first-time mother, Tsunade found a case of gestational hypertension, which due to a failure during the gestation of the baby was decreed due to a mild failure of the liver of the former Iwa Nin. Tsunade would recommend abortion to the parents to avoid the problem, but given the degree of gestation of the baby it was very risky, since after 3 months the practice of voluntary interruption of pregnancy causes risk of death in the pregnant woman. both parents decided to carry the pregnancy to term, where Kuratsuchi made Naruto swear that he would protect the baby no matter what. They would even have a slight debate in front of Minato and Kushina about the name. Kuratsuchi wanted to call him Boruto, and Naruto wanted to name him James, something that Kushina saved by having both parents give both names, James Boruto Namikaze Uzumaki, something rare to see. But not for the blonde, because in his native home it was common practice to give two names. The day of delivery arrived and Kuratsuchi gave birth to a boy with 2 mustache marks and a hairstyle similar to Naruto's, calling him by the chosen name, with Naruto at her side. Kuratsuchi was only able to hold him once and dedicate the following words to him. Kuratsuchi, my baby, I'm sorry I can't be with you by your side, but I know that your dad will be there for you. He will take care of you, educate you, pamper you and protect you. I would like to see you grow. I hope you can be happy, little Boruto. After handing the baby to Tsunade, he began to convulse and his blood pressure rose until the sound of cardiac arrest was heard. After delivery, preeclampsia, coupled with undetectable internal bleeding, caused his death. Naruto was devastated, but he had to stick with it. He was a father now, a struggling father, as we would say in Latin America, and for the sake of his son, he stayed the course. James Boruto was spoiled by Kushina a lot. Even Naruto spoiled him for being a first-time father. His birth caused a stir, and in IWA, many were angry with the Namikaze for hating the father, while Inoki sent many gifts to his great-grandson in order to pamper him. Luck was chosen as his godfather. He was an uncle and at the same time the godfather of a little boy, who in Naruto's words would be a real heartbreaker. Regarding the youngest of the Namikaze, she had Naruto teach her to play the violin, guitar, and piano, which she achieved in just over 5 months, becoming a musical prodigy. Her first violin tune, "He's a Pirate," was on the piano. The day. Naruto was always a fan of anime, and the scores were in his apartment, among them, the guitar scores of a music theme from the movies shown at the Konoha cinema, Ancient Fable of Beauty and the Beast. The little girl, upon entering the academy, wanted to be a composer and musician. She wanted nothing to do with the shinobi life, something that the family supported, but this decision upset the civilians due to the loss of an Uzumaki as a shinobi, a wasted weapon in the words of Danzo. Of course the old war hawk, when Boruto was born, set his sights on him. Something that he was never able to achieve because Naruto filled with lead every umbu who came near him and his son, for 2.5 years. Luck, the youngest of the Namikaze before Boruto's birth, and after many attempts to overcome the use and play that Sakura did on her mother's orders, managed to start dating Ino, after a practice match at her brother's gym, since he took out the boxing clothes without knowing that she would like them. Ino was the one of all those present who put Luck in a difficult position and who, after that fight, he began to fall in love with until 3 months after confessing his love to her, beginning their courtship, until 1.5 years later. Ino was becoming interested in other things and Luck was looking much more at Hinata, where they both decided to break up. Mr. Amigakure Itachi was aware of what was happening in the elemental nations, especially Konoha, but he wasn't worried. Naruto had already found him alone, and the black-haired man explained his situation as a double agent. For the rest of the Akatsuki, the situation wasn't very favorable, as these new groups hunted down several of their proxies and informants, especially Zetsu. Konan had an encounter with Naruto where upon seeing her she felt that the blonde could offer her something. The blonde, upon seeing her, was dazzled by the kunoichi's beauty and upon seeing the red clouds of Akatsuki, they both decided to have secret meetings as an informant and for something more succulent. Pain, for his part, was upset because these organizations frustrated his plans, especially when he learned that the 9, 8, 7 and 1 tails were among their ranks. In addition to the fact that their bases were impenetrable, not even Jiraiya could enter due to their security levels, so he began to look for another method to bring peace through pain. In Konoha, these years caused a great stir in the village. After the death of the civil council, the villagers saw the corruption they had on their hands. The councilors, for their part, except for Danzo, were removed from their positions with quite a few crimes under their belts, causing the village population to isolate them. At the Namikaze Uzumaki mansion, taking advantage of the fact that Naruto was not there, Hana, Anko, Kurinai, Yugao, Kushina, Minato and Jiraiya were using the blonde's computer looking for more events in the blonde's life, since many things had happened without being able to continue seeing how the blonde subsisted in his life. Kushina, well, you want to see carrying little Boruto in her arms. Minato, come on Kushi-chan. Akira, Dad, this says police. Enko, fufufufu, I would ask him to arrest me fufufuf. Kurinai, Enko, Yugao. Police are like but only more direct and without being hidden, so I would also ask to be arrested. Jiraiya, Jijoho, this is worth gold. Minato, according to what he told me, Naruto was in the Chicago Police Intelligence Unit, under the command of Sergeant Hank Voigt. Akira, he hiding a 9mm gun. Kushina, leave the weapon Akira. Akira, yes, Mom. Jiraiya, we see this act. Kushina, Ribbit Academy's community festival in Los Angeles. Enko, I do give him advice, but not exactly. Kushina, Enko covering Boruto's ears, come on Bora-chan, Grandma won't let you be a bad-mouthed person. Jiraiya, with that physique, who wouldn't have a girlfriend or a harem? Minato, Sensei don't give ideas feeling afraid. Kushina just looked at him without being able to enter habanero mode. Minato, oh, that's what he looked like as a boxer at 12 years old, hee. Jiraiya, oh Minato, he's a born fighter, I just hope he lets me train him. Kushina, you won't, since you know very well that she knows and practices at least 20 different martial arts. Jiraiya, S.I. Kurinai, Enko? Enko was wearing a gag. Yugao, I'm a sensual person. Hana, that's an alpha. Minato, oh, more martial arts. Jiraiya, oh, a video of his training. Kushina, put it on. Minato, I only know that Naruto was a boxer. Jiraiya, if guys saw it trembling with fear. Minato, don't mention it. Kurinai, I think I could use it on. Minato, the colonel uses those methods in combat classes. With Konoha Maru when he taught him mixed martial arts he did it. Kushina, another image placing the image with the mouse. Minato puffed out his chest with great pride. Yugao, she's hexy. Enko, violable. Hana, reclamable. Kurinai, girls. Kushina, Bora-chan needs a mother, and I will choose who goes out with my Sochi. At that moment, 3 of the 4 ice queens of Konoha made the firm promise to be the future mothers of little Boruto.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.